जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Welcome, everyone. Good morning, all. I welcome you all to the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research, or ICMCER 2021. This is organized by Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University at Ayutthaya, Thailand. This is also in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, also known as IFERP. This is about the conference, just to give you an idea. The primary goal of the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research, or ICMCER 2021, is to shed light on the hurdles linked to the practical administration for all the most modern information being produced in educational research from a multidisciplinary perspective. Today, more than ever, budding academics, scholars, and researchers in the initial degrees of their careers are discovering it to be increasingly difficult to keep up to date with advancements that are taking place. So this convention strives to assist them in keeping up with all these developments.
Welcome to the third International Conference at Faculties of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University is a Buddhist university that located in Ayutthaya province, Thailand. Our university has a vision of the university is World Universities of Buddhism. Students are trained to full of 9 aspects, which consist of morality, awareness, helpfulness, ability, curiosity, hospitality, universality, leadership, and aspiration. Professor Dr. Pratep Vacharabandit is director of the university. There are 5 faculties which consist of graduate schools, faculties of Buddhism, faculties of humanities, faculties of social science, and lastly, faculties of education. The Deans of the Faculties of Education is Associate Professor Dr. Para Suttaporn. In addition, all administrative work have been managed by พระมหาบุญสุขสุทธิยานู and Associate Professor Dr. สมศักดิ์บุญปู According to the extra curriculum from the faculties of education, the faculties has provided the opportunity for students to practice their mind by doing meditation practice in different places in each year. They learn how to live together and stay together with peaceful. Considering to the classroom activities, group work and workshop provided for the student.
อาตมาอยากจะให้คุณครูทุกคนทุกท่านได้เห็นถึงความสำคัญของคนเป็นครู
And one of the most important organization is IFERP. IFERP has encouraged all scholars, researchers all over the world to attend international conference. And it is our co-organizers of the third international conference, the third ICMCER 2021 as well. During the situations of the COVID-19, we wish our conference will be success.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, We are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICASETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. First, Professor Dr. Frathif Vatjarabundit, Rector, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, University, Thailand. Next, Dr. Lampong Klomkul, Acting Director for Research, Information, and Academic Services Division, ASEAN Studies Center, and lecturer from Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, University, Thailand. Next, Mr. Rudra Sathpathy, founder and head of IFERP, and eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Chai Ching Tan. I welcome Day 1 session chairs, Dr. Shiv Vangini Saxena, working as an assistant professor and co-HOD in Sage University, indoor in electronics and communications engineering. Next, Dr. Ikkana, Group Director, Takshila Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jabalpur. Next, Dr. Rajat Bardwaj, Assistant Professor, Chitkara University, Punjab, India. Next, Harshal Nigam, Assistant Professor, Department of ECE, Swami Keshvanand Institute of Technology, Management in Gramathan, Rajasthan, India, for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting their expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the world who has spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all our attendees in joining us today. I would like to welcome our first speaker. She is an acting director for Research, Information, and Academic Services Division at ASEAN Studies Center, and a lecturer from a Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, University, Thailand. She graduated in Doctor of Philosophy, in Educational Research Methodology, Faculty of Education, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. She received an award from National Research Council of Thailand, the best dissertation of year 2013 at Good Level Education Field. Received a Graduate Scholar Award from the 19th International Conference on Learning, the Institute of Education, University of London, London, UK, last August 14 to 16, 2012. She also received Golden Jubilee Scholarship to study in Canada for 2 years in bachelor degree from 1997 to 1999. She is interested in conducting research in education and essay in studies. She is also the author or co-author or editor for more than 40 articles and books. She has an experience of being a guest speaker and organizing international conferences. She has also completed research projects in various research designs, such as structural equation model, ethnographic Delphi future research, and mixed methods research. Let us welcome Dr. Lampung Klamkul.
Welcome to the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research, the third ICMCER 2021. The third ICMCER 2021 this year is organized for the celebrations of the 60 years anniversary of Faculties of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, University, Thailand. It is to shed light on the handling to the practical administrations of all the most modern information being produced in the educational research from a multidisciplinary perspective. Today, more than ever, budding academic scholars and researchers in the initial degree of their careers are discovering it to be increasingly difficult to keep up to date with the advancements that are taking place. These conventions try to assist them in keeping up with all of these developments. The hosts of our conference are Faculties of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand, and Institutes for Engineering, Research and Publication, IFERP, Chennai, India. The third ICMCER 2021 invites all original contributions on the topics related to Track 1 and Track 2. So the following are the different tracks in this conference. In Track 1, related to education, the topics of interest are educational administration, creative technology in education, technology management in education, teaching and instruction, curriculum design, pedagogy in learning, social media in education, education psychology and guidance, social study, professional learning community, educational research, measurement and evaluation, artificial intelligence or AIs in education. And another track is track 2 about multidisciplinary. The topics of interest are Buddhist studies, Buddhist psychology, Buddhist management, linguistics, English study, meditation, innovation, public administration, social science, social development, economics, peace study, humanities, and political science. So according to the situation of the COVID-19 pandemic, the third ICMCER 2021 conference had decided to use online and video conferencing. It is my great pleasure to have all of you with our conference. I hope that this event will be the platform for all delegates and scholars to share your academic work and contribute valuable knowledge to everyone from all over the world.
Next, let us welcome a professor that was born in 1960 in Thai province of Buriram. He obtained his Bachelor of Arts in Pali Studies from Sukhothai Thammathirat Open University. His MA in Buddhist Studies from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. His PhD in Pali and Buddhist Studies from Baranas Hindu University in India. In 2018, he was appointed the rector of Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University after serving as the vice rector for academics since 2006 and a professor and former director at the International Buddhist Studies College since 2013. His remarkable academic contributions are Mahayana Buddhism, Development and Its Essence, Thai edition 2000. Buddhist Philosophy, Essences and Development, Thai edition 2001. Buddhism and Modem Technology, Thai edition 2002. Tibetan Buddhist Culture, Thai edition 2004. Vajrayana's Analysis, 1994. Nargajuna with Contractory of Time, Existence and Ill-Existence, 1995. Introduction to Vinaya Pitaka, 1995. Philosophy of Madhyamika, 1997. Search of Logics in Tripitaka in Buddhist Literature, 1997. Critics of Aristotle Middle Path and Buddhist Majjhimapada of Theravada, 1998. Apart from his scholarly contributions, he also engaged in translation works, namely Development of Buddhist Ethics, 1993. Karma and Buddhist Views, 1993. Development of Thoughts in the Pattern of Ancient India, 1993. Basic Buddhist Views, 1993. Philosophy on Nargajuna, 1993. Mahayana Buddhism, 1993. He was awarded the Inventor Advantage Award, a kind of encouraging Buddhist education in the field of Buddhist book writing. Let us welcome Professor Dr. Fra Thepvatjara Bundit.
All friends in the Dhamma, distinguished Buddhist scholars, the rector, the dean of educational institutions. Today, this morning, we have very special occasion to come together and participate in the third international conference on multidisciplinary and current educational research, and share the idea with each other. This special conference co-organized by the Faculty of Education, MCU, an institution for engineering research and publication, Chennai, India. We have worked together for 3 times already. In the beginning, I'd like to give the warm welcome to all the scholars, the students, and all the authorities, general academics who come together this morning. This conference, we have 2 tracks of the topic the spiritual topic for submitting in this conference, we have 2 tracks. Under the main theme that multidisciplinary and current educational research. The co-organizer set up the 2 tracks. The first track is education. The topics of interest consists of 13 sub-themes. And as I have seen, there are various sub-themes in the first track. For example, social media in education. Social media in education very interesting because nowadays we have many kinds of the social media channels. Usually we like to use the social media in our daily routine. So the important issue is how to make a use of social media in the educational affair. This sub-theme very interesting. The next one interesting also techno management in education. We are stay in the advanced technology nowadays. We make the use of the advanced technology and in many kinds of our daily routine. But regarding educational affairs, I think we have make a few uses of this matter. So technology management are also very interesting in the first track. The last one very interesting also in the first track is AI in education. We have talked about this matter I think many years back. We have discussed with each other on how to bring the robotic AI to be the lecturer instead of the human being. I think we can get many benefits from using the robotic technology as the lecturer, but at the same time, we may face the bad reasons from this also. So when we have decided to bring the robotic AI to be the lecturer in place of the human being, we have to look at both good sides and bad sides of this matter. When we have a look at both bad side and good side at the same time, when some problems happening from this, we can prepare in advance to solve the problem happening from this. So AI in education also very interesting. The second track, multidisciplinary, the topics of interest. We have 13 also the topics of interest such as Buddhist management. Here MCU, we have run program academic program majoring in Buddhist management for a long time. We provide the educations majoring in Buddhist management starting from certificate, BA degree, nowadays up to PhD degree. So we have complete the body of knowledge regarding this academic area already in MCU. But I like to extend this scope of studying this area into the worldwide, also Buddhist management, especially how to make use of Buddhist management in educational management. And also the second very interesting top sub-theme, peace studies. As we have seen, we have the social conflicts, political conflicts, and the conflict, many kinds of conflict happening in many institutions. And some people can solve the problem regarding the conflict. Some people cannot solve the conflict problem. So if we study deeply, study in a systematic process regarding the peace study, especially the peace study in education, we can have the clear-cut concept regarding this one. And the last one, very interesting also, in the second tract, Buddhist innovation. I think the co-organizer may mention the Buddhist innovation for mental and social development, like that. Maybe Buddhist meditation. Very, very interesting, because nowadays we have known very well already. We stay in the advanced technology societies. So how to make use of advanced technology, very various form. Talking only about the Buddhist model for develop the mind of the human being. According to Buddhism, we mention only the Buddhist meditation, tranquility, both tranquility meditation and insight meditation. When we use only the traditional meditation, this traditional meditation may be proper for the old generation, but for the new generation, especially the generation C, generation X, something like that, the new generation, we have to develop the new models of Buddhist meditation to be proper for them. So Buddhist innovation in meditation are only very interesting. Very good news for us. For this international conference, we have 155 papers accepted. I have heard that also this paper which I accepted will be published in the Scopus Index journal. Very good news for us, especially the news for the academics, scholars, and students.
Now let us welcome our next speaker, Mr. Rudra Bano Satpathy, CEO of Technorit Group.
Thank you very much, people behind the scene, for giving me this privilege and I feel obliged to speak on behalf of this forum to address the gathering of 3rd ICMCER once again. Honorable King, His Majesty and His Excellence, Shri Mahachulalongkorn, the ruler of Thailand, respected Dean, MCU University Dr. Prarat, Organizing Secretary respected Dr. Lampong Klamkon, faculty of MCU University. My fellow colleagues and researchers all across the globe, respected speakers and delegates and attendees and IFERP members watching this conference from nook and corner of the world. We apologize once again for hosting this conference online, and we are trying our level best to meet your expectation of providing best academic and scientific services. At this point of time, when the globe is facing the worldwide pandemic, few words of Buddhism reverberates in my mind that speaks about wellness and healthy life of humanity. Tayata vikanze, vikanze mahavikanze, rajja samugate saha. My lovely colleagues and researchers, I express a warm welcome and hearty gratitude to one and all associated in this conference to give us this opportunity, and I feel maximum obliged to get and speak on behalf of this forum. ICMCER International Conference on Multidisciplinary Educational Research is no more only a conference title, rather has become a flagship brand as well as conference series as well as conference title organized by MCU University and IFERP with success of couple of conferences in last year. We have many vibrant speakers and delegates who are going to speak towards the advancement of educational and scientific and academic opportunities. Before that, I want to highlight few historic and epoch-making incidents that led to establishment of this leading university, MCU, in Thailand. Late back in 11th century, India and Thailand had close connection and cultural as well as academic, mythological and psychological connections where both the nations rapidly work in establishing finest educational system in Asia. In 13th century, when Thailand was facing Burmese invasion and the beautiful city of Ayutthaya was jeopardized, many temples and Buddhist literature centers were vandalized. In late 18th century, under the leadership of the then King of Thailand, led to the establishment of MCU, which stands as the finest and the #1 public university providing academic and educational services towards researchers of Thailand. I feel obliged once again for getting this privilege for IFERP to host this flagship ICMCER conference, which is rigorously rendering value-added services in broadcasting the scopes and opportunities and ideas and innovations of researchers of Asia. Thailand is one of the leading nation and rapidly advancing country with about 99% of education at mid-secondary level to students and more than 75% of students who are completing the higher secondary education. I believe the nation, if properly synchronized, along with global infrastructure of education through international cross-country and cross-continental connection, will develop to a leading country in enlightening the education and technology in Asia. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, is closely working with the universities and educational institutions of Thailand in providing world-class infrastructure with a vision to globalize the innovative ideas of researchers of Thailand by adding them in world-class repositories and scientific databases where research articles could be published and could be referred and cited by international community. We are dedicatedly and determined in working closely with the universities of Thailand to bridge them in other universities, leading universities through institutional partnership. For the purpose, we are starting IFERP Thailand chapter and under leadership of few faculties and eminent educational leaders of Thailand, so that the research opportunities and scope will get beyond the campuses and university boundaries. We are also planning to organize more multidisciplinary research programs and conferences where the scholars and students can broadcast their ideas and get connected with relevant researchers all across the globe and closely under their co-authorship and co-researchership will develop the scientific better scopes and advancement. This services of IFERP and our commitment has helped us and promulgated us in providing complimentary services of free membership to all the researchers of Thailand, and with our premium services, which will assist the researchers to complete their research educations and higher educations irrespective of international language barrier. On behalf of the organization, I express a hearty regards to the faculties and educational leaders of MCU and other universities of Thailand and Asia, and I express my gratitude to all of them to be a part of this conference by giving their valuable time to share and broadcast the research ideas at this international forum, international conference. We have rendered uninterrupted services, academic services amid this pandemic through virtual events, virtual conferences, and we have successfully organized more than 100 plus international conferences in COVID pandemic by closely working with many leading universities of Asia, and we are looking forward to provide more value-added services so that we believe with the combined togetherness effort, this academic revolution and this rapid growth will not be interrupted even though because of pandemic. I request everyone to take the best outcome of this conference and lead a healthy and safe life. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
I welcome first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Thrathetvat Rector, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand, for keynote speech.
For the research in educational effort for the new age, in my opinion, may I give short talk regarding this issue. Now we stay in the advanced technologies. So when we want to do the research, we should focus on how to take use of advanced technology in educational affairs regarding the setting out, the develop the curriculum, educational curriculum, regarding the method of teaching and learning, and regarding to evaluate and assessment of results of education, something like that, and covering the channels from advanced technology to use in teaching and learning. As we have seen everywhere nowadays, we like to use the online channel anytime, anywhere. But just talk about anytime, anywhere, I think is not enough, because in terms of anytime, anywhere, regarding teaching and learning, some students may learn from the internet, not from the living person. So we may lose the spiritual relation between the lecturer and the student. So when we want to do the research on educational affairs related to advanced technology, we mean the teaching and learning between the living lecturers and the living student, between the human being and human being. So how to create the spiritual relation between the lecturers and the student, how can we do to maintain the spiritual relation? Because after some time, after a long time, we use the online channel in teaching and learning. We can get the knowledge, no problem, even though the level of the knowledge may drop a little bit, but no problem, we can get the knowledge. But how we can maintain the spiritual relation between the lecturers and the student? Because we have a few occasions to come together and teaching and learning in terms of face-to-face. We stay distant from each other. Very problem in the future. In the long run, it may be a problem for us. So try to do the research on the topics, how to keep spiritual relation between a lecturer and the student by channel, by online channel, teaching and learning. This is the first issue I like to give today, this morning. The second one, as we have seen very clearly already, we stay in the AI age, artificial intelligence, and many jobs the AI have taken from the human being. Many jobs AI can do instead of the human being. In the future, when AI take many jobs from human being, what kind of job will the human being do in the future? If they don't have the job, they cannot earn the money to maintain their lives. How can we do in the future? So, to stay with the AI in the new age, I think the human being must develop or upgrade up their mind in the top level. I mean, the human being should know how to manage their lives in AI age, something like this. According to Buddhism, to stay happily with the AI technology, the human being must have a strong mind. To be strong mind, the human being must cultivate by way of meditation. So, in education, when we like to do the research, try to do the research regarding how to strengthen the human being mind by any forms of meditation. Even though you are Buddhist or you are non-Buddhist, but you have to know the best method to cultivate your mind. When we have a strong mind, we will have strong intelligence. So we have strong mind and strong intelligence. We can fight against the AI in every dimension of our daily routine. No problem. We can win every time. So try to do the research on how to manage our lives, how to strengthen our mind and strengthen our intelligence to fight against the AI. This is the second issue. We should do the research. The third issue, we have known already the structure of the world population really changed. Now we stay in the aging society already. So in educational affairs, when we like to do the research, try to do the research to increase the service mind for the new generation, and also try to do the research on the innovative model to develop the life quality for the aged person in the aging society. So very valuable and good well the results of the research if we can do the research like this. Prepare the new generation to be the service mind person, to prepare the method to give the service to the aged person. So we can stay together. Nowadays, as we have seen everywhere in the world, we have the conflicts, forms of the conflicts, various forms of the conflict between the two generations, the aged generation and the new generation. Sometimes we do not understand the conflict. From where does this conflict come? Actually, it comes from the crash of two generations, the old generation and the new generation. So try to do the research on this topic. This is the third issue. And the last issue, the fourth issue, we should do the research. As we have seen already also, we are facing the crisis regarding the breakout of COVID-19, virus COVID-19 everywhere in the world. So in doing the research regarding educational affairs, try to do the research on how to take care of ourselves, mental and physical health, how to take care of mental affairs. What should we do? according to Buddhism integrated with educational concepts to take care of physical health, how to do in terms of Buddhist doctrine integrated with educational concepts, something like that. This for issue very interesting for educational scholar. So today we come together, try to share the idea with each other on the basis of for this issue I just given to you. We will give the too much contribution to the world today, and this conference we have only the platform to share the idea with each other. It is a good occasion for us to do the research which give contribution to the world today. Thank you very much for all the scholars who come together. Thank you.
Let us welcome our keynote speaker from Ratanakosin International College of Creative Entrepreneurship, Rajamangala University of Technology, Ratanakosi. Completed his Doctor of Business Administration, Southern Cross University, Australia, 2009. Master in Advanced Business Management Practices, worked in University of South Australia in 2004, worked as researcher in USA Liquid Metal Submarine Propulsion Systems, University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, USA, 1988 to 1991. Principal and Director, FRIS Institute of Robotics, Penang, Malaysia, from 1994 to 1996. Worked as Director until 2000. Regional General Manager, Suryatip Duramat International Company, 1998 to 2002, worked as Vice President, Strategic Planning and Organization Development, Factory Operations, Quality Management Systems, Engineering, IT. Sea Fresh Industry Public Company Limited, Thailand, from 2002 to 2010. Organization Development Specialist, NIDA University, course delivered Strategic Performance Management, Research Epistemology, publication NIDA HROD Journal, 1 out of 2553, 2010. At present, working School of Management, Mei Fa Luang University. Dr. Chai Ching Tan published many books such as Towards an Integrated Account of Competence-Based Theory of Competition, and implications drawn from the theory of planned behavior to facilitate new normalization in higher learning institutions at post-COVID-19 in 2021. And in 2019, book chapters in Global Trends in Corporate Social Responsibility, Demonetizations, Globalization, and Business Sciences. A business research guidebook for postgraduate studies. Had published many books, served as an editorial board for various international journals, also served as a conference chairperson, served as a conference organizer, committee member in various national and international conferences, and also delivered keynote speeches in many international conferences around the globe. Has done many government and university-funded research projects, published 177 or more papers in various journals of WOS, Scopus, SCI, and other peer-reviewed research individually. In 2021, April 26, recognized for World Intellectual Property Accreditation, Medal on Superior Performance in Management, on the eve of World Intellectual Property Day 2021. By Center for Professional Advancement in UK. In 2021, Global Leaders Award, Excellence in Leadership by Beyond Books Publication, Makabibi, Pampanga, Philippines. In January 26 to 2021, International Educational Excellence Award by Center for Professional Advancement, West Midlands, UK, and many more awards. Let us now welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Chai Ching Tan.
Thank you, Drs. Lampons, for the visitations to for me to present at very important the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research 2021. And it is my pleasure to be able to share with you some of the very important, that are very important. And in fact, as this is the very first community-based research that I have done, and led me to a lot of publications in Scopus Q 1, 2, 3, 4. I know that your conference is on a topic, on a themes concerning educational research. So I will be, there are a lot of educational research that I can share, but today I will share community-based research. So what we can do to educate our community in a very simple, pragmatic way, so that the communities can know what to do and develop whatever goals, whatever plans they need, and be successful. And myself today is in Krabi. I'm from the Ratanakosin International College of Creative Entrepreneurship, which is the same university as Dr. Lampons at Raja Mankala University of Technology, Ratanakosin. And we have a workshop today in for 4 days in Krabi with the presidents and some of the royal workshops. And so, the topic that I will discuss today is a balanced scorecard, which is a very familiar concept in business management. But I would introduce you in such a way that can let you know that how it is so easy to guide us to help the communities and to let the community themselves to develop their own, to nurture their own culture and to develop their own learning spirit and be able to establish understanding across each other's in the communities and develop their business, which is concerning about community-based tourism. So this is hopefully you will get a good understanding. And as I say, this research has been published, the work has been published in journals of Mekong Society, which is TCI1, couple of versions, and then slowly into Konkan Universities won the best award, and also the Emirates Awards, and also this Q1. And so I hope that you get the essence of this of the concept that I'm going to deliver. I'll go a bit slowly, but hopefully within the time frame that you have given to me. Community-based tourism is very important because in Thailand we have a lot of communities all around, everywhere. And in Chiang Rai, we have the coffee and teas and a lot of agriculturals and ecotourisms and so on and so forth. And in the south, we have also the seas and things like that. And so CBT, it's really a very attractive option, alternative options offering to Thailand's in comparisons to whichever we have get used to in the normal tourism area. And it's not only important, it also very important to provide important livelihood to the communities. And I have also talked to the communities, and they in fact have learned a lot from CBTs. So even though they're in agricultures, but through the CBT, they engage more with the outside people, and the more they engage, the more they open up each other, they interact and learning. And that is how informal learning and education happens. So learning is not about formal, it is about how they interact and things that fit into their goal. Maybe the learning will be driven faster. And so it's a very, very important concept. Many stakeholders and participants jump into CBT bandwagon because they think that it is, of course, an alternative livelihood, and it's very important. Research are widespread, but a practical management-oriented framework. When I say management-oriented framework, it means that the framework that is easily understood by the communities. At the same time, they can use it to manage their own communities. So you know, on the one hand, they understand it easily, and on the other hand, they can just use it to manage its management, and understandings becomes synergistically aligned, and that is very useful. And research in those areas has been widespread, but a practical management-oriented framework is still very much in need. That opens up the opportunity for me to introduce you this concept, and hopefully it gives you some ideas how we can apply to other communities and other areas in Thailand, so that we can achieve a sustainable community-based developments, not only in tourism but also in agriculture. So therefore, my objective is, how do we do that? What I'm going to demonstrate to you is how you're going to, we got to get the community to participate, and the communities were we'll talk to the communities, we're engaged with the community, we'll observe what they do, and we will talk to them and deal with them and experience with them, and the data that we gather, we will sort them out into balanced scorecard structure, and let them see this is what your data is, and this is what your data tell you, and this is what you have been successful or what you are lacking. And so it really, we are trying to do is translating the data into a concept, structured concept, and this is your reality. So that in that way, it provides a very convincing structures and framework, to the community, and they will be willing to accept it and work on it, even more in depth. So our research objective, therefore, is very easy, very simple. Every time when we do, it's the most important thing when we do research is the most important thing is the research purpose. Direction has to be very clear, and then the whole things will move very smoothly. So we know balanced scorecard structures, but what are the details? What are the components in each of the perspective, right? Okay, so we will talk about it, and what are benefits implementing that? Well, roughly, intuitively, you already know the benefit. Of course, management means managing it, so it's going to lead you to some success story, and balanced scorecards can help the communities in implementing the business model. Well, this is very important because everybody will jump into the bandwagon of designing a business model, but they do not understand that designing a business model, you need certain things, and you need community, you need social psychological factors, you need education, which is the theme of your conference today. And so without those factors, we are not able to easily implement the CBT business model. So those are the things that I would like to share with you. So balanced scorecard, it's very simple. Well, balanced in a way that whatever we do, we need to be balanced. We need to remain in neutral, right? Just like our sati, right? And our jit man, right? You have to be in the neutral, in the unbiased manner, right? And just like the without going left, without going right, the Buddha's taught us. And so what happened is that the balanced scorecard say, if you want to be balanced in that sense, so you need to balance between the long terms and the short and the medium terms and the short term. And so what happened is that the long terms, of course, you need to provide communities with growth oriented commitments and all this mechanism, and these long terms driving forces and your investments will help you to it's pretty hot up here, will help you to give more perspective and insights to develop the processes of the community-based tourism business model, and which will then deliver even better customers, better propositions and ability to deliver to the customers in a more proper way, efficient way, and then of course to achieve the sustainable performance. and growth oriented at the social community level. Growth oriented factors are very important. We have talked to them, work with them, cross groups, focus groups analysis, and we identify a couple of things that are very, very important for this growth. That it relating to the growth and human capitalization is very important. Of course, we need to capitalize, invest on the human asset of these communities, and we also need to know that if they want to grow, they really need to manage and cultivate their resources properly, scientifically, manage it, right? And also in today's world, we have to be able to, if you want to grow, you have to be innovative. So innovation is also very important, especially in those out of the city area that you have to travel a couple of hours to reach the communities, just to experience the community-based tourism. Innovation is very important. And so so these are really social psychological. If you look at from these social psychological factors, really, if the community sees that they have this human capitalization, they're properly managing the resources and have the innovations capability, they feel confidence. And so it actually has an embedded psychological theory, which is called the theory of planned behavior. So your behavior is driven by cetana, intention, and your intention is established because of your panchaman, the confidence in this in what they do. And this is how the learning and growth, behind the learning and growth, the ultimate learning and growth. Okay, so we are really drilling a little bit deeper into the learning and growth of balanced scorecard. And so once we have that learning and growth, social psychological stability, and it will therefore, we can assume if you can review a lot of literature review, we're gonna jump and you're gonna conclude into supply side activities such as tourism activity that you're gonna manage and design and product developments, and of course it's gonna establish values that you propose to the customers. And of course the demand side means that apart from the supply side, you also need to work on marketing, communication, right, and all these marketing issues and things like that. And all these are business model. So in fact, business model, it's directly relating to the growth. So if you want to have a business model established, the growth is very important. And mostly people jump straight away into the business model and forget about the learning and growth. And if you link in those perspectives, you will see that business model and learning and growth and the business models and the growth are very much interrelated. And therefore, there's no difference between business model and this balanced scorecard theory talking about. And so once we have this business model, we can then take on subsequent propositions, which is sustainability, the ability to conduct business capable of achieve a longer achievement, such as ecological achievements, social cultural achievements, economic achievements of the communities and things like that. So it's a sustainability performance that you can kind of feel and objectively look at it, that it really do. I have helped in one of the communities in Mejantai, and it was on organic, and it's wonderful, and sustainability, and because of this innovation and commitment, social sustainability commitment. And so well, basically this is just a combined for those issues. So on this page, I would like to demonstrate just something very important, which is the things that I have just explained to you, which is the growth-oriented factors, which I have just demonstrated, including attitudes and belief towards society, which is social psychological factors. So it is theory of prior behavior, right? In a sense, you planned to do something or intend to do something. So one of them is the attitude, and that attitude determines the growth, right? Tasanakati, right? And so these are very, very important. And if you look carefully, the balanced scorecard structures growth driving the internal business process, driving the customers, driving the financial sustainability. If you look alongside with the business model structure, you see the similarity. So there is no difference between business model and balanced scorecard. So if you want to tell people balanced scorecard, or you want to tell people business model, you can do that, mutually speaking. and so you can consolidate and enhance the understanding of people involved, value creation and sources of growth, and value production, your internal business process, value delivery, your customers' value proposition, and your value capture. And you capture value in where? In your sustainability, right? In your economic, in your social, cultural sustainability, in your environment. And so business, to explain to the community members, you tell them, well, do you want to achieve sustainability impact? Yes, I do. And what you gotta do? What first you gotta have tourist value, right? And then they come in, and so they can do that. And to do that, you gotta have supply side activities, managing it, design, demand side activity. And how are you gonna do that? You gotta grow. And so by doing that, everything comes into the picture. Business model comes into the picture. Balance comes into the picture. And you can slowly work it out. You can have many different years of project, right? And you can include IoTs, analytics, big data, and so on and so forth, right? And so what I do is that I use the data from a couple of cases, community cases, and they're basically from highlands communities, coffee tea plantation, and Akak tribes, majority of ethnics, Lisu, Labu tribes, and they have very sustainable, waters, plentiful waters, ecological resources and landscapes, and I'm interviewing questionnaire on those communities relevant to these CBT's activities. So very limited. So I have to engage with various different communities. So I got 87. But again, 87 doesn't mean this is more, because if we look at statistics, if we have a very strong theoretical power, explanatory power, that is, we have a very good power, and that is very sufficient to do even structural equations modeling. And so, first of all, what we do is that once we know all these variables, we just go through, make sure that everything is convergence. We go through all this quality assessment. This is very important before you do any statistical analysis. Quality assessment is very important. Reliability, these convergent, divergent varieties, making sure that there are no overlapping, and of course, before you do that, you got to have the contents varieties and construct definitions and things like that, and properly defining your questionnaire so your contents variability contents are properly there, and so everything was okay. And say after that, we can do the structure equations modeling, and we can even do neural network simulations, which I have done in many QTQML, the quarter 1, 2, 3, 4 journals. But this one is a simple version. And so what you have is identities, human capitals, and those things that I have demonstrated to you, all fit into the structural equations modeling. And it has a strong economic impact, the cultural impact, and it's a very good variation, explanation, and environmental impact. So conclusion, what is relevant focus in each of the, of course, those are the things that I have just explained to you, right? For each of these perspective, learning and growth, and business processes, and customer value proposition, eventually the sustainability. I'm just introducing using the picture. Our BSCs can help communities design, implement a CBT business model we already know. And if you want to have a business model, which is in the middle, we need to have proper appropriate resources and capabilities, and the social psychological capitals, attitudes, and so on and so forth. Shared identities of the community, the cultures of the community, commitments of the community, and all these things and resources, including tangible, intangible resources, tangible, the communities, landscapings, intangibles, intellectual capability, innovation, things like that. And then you will achieve the appropriate business goal. So what are the benefits and community implementing? Of course, you already know about it, but discussion in every papers, we need to have an in-depth discussion. And with citations, I'm going to skip all those and jump straight to the conclusion. The valid balance scorecard framework can provide the community with a simple management structure, which is so simple, right? I've just explained it to you in a couple of minutes. And it's to guide them in learning. They can use that to learn. They know why they need to learn in where, what area they need to learn, and to grow. planning, designing, executions, organization, strategically important areas contributing to sustainability, and it's a very high expectation of variance. So those are strategically important areas, and any fitting into the balance scorecard business model structure. And so it gotta be something good, right? In other words, a platform for observation. So it is a platform for monitoring. So we can have information system information platform, right? In many of our what's called research funds and the royal funds, right? Kinds of information platform and reflection, right? For them to use that observations and monitoring to think and assist the members to reflect on that and then they can improve, just like in Buddhist we right sati tăng man, right, and then hear no, do no, sanket no, and then we can learn more, right? It's community learning. So community learning is embedded in and through the balance structures. The whole balance structures is the structures for learning. But why is that so? Because it achieves some goal. It monitors and achieves some. It's a constant linkage, right? And it is a cause and effect, right? Me hit, me point, right? And balance content structures is an important component of community development and CBT capacity planning. We have already seen balance content model can be a guide for business model we have already done, and so in a way, the entire business balance content structure involve a process, the community development that we need to develop the growth, and we need to use the growth to develop the business processes and so on and so forth. And so it is an involvement in a process to achieve improvement in various, in some perspective, the community lives that we have seen in the sustainability area, infrastructures, the landscaping, the quality of life, education, social, cultural, as a process of creating increasing solidarities, which is coming back to attitude, and you will see that it comes back to, if we get a better sustainability, it comes back to achieve, strengthen attitude, right? Strengthen attitude, strengthen สามัคคี so เห็นผลอินดีมันจะทำให้ทัศนคติของชนนี้เองดีขึ้นถูกไหม so the community's attitude becomes strengthened. And so well, there's still, if you're looking carefully at research is not only the theoretical part, you need to look into the demographic part. And so the main profiles, we see that they're very strong in this synergistic attitudes and sharing community identity, shared community identities, and this tourism activity, which they're really committed. But they're still weak in area to improve in the demand side and supply side management, such as the resource management and things like this. So I think it really needs to be integrated. So also there are significant gaps between the community-based heads, tourism head and non-heads. So meanings there are maybe communication issues or maybe misalignments or not clear alignments of the goals and things that they say you have to create, and a lot of other demographic issues, and I will not discuss. And since I have presented, I'm coming very close, but I'm giving you the surprise, the demand side, brand management. So I will close my sessions very quickly. Since I have presented to you the supply side, let me deliver the demand side views of the tourism visitors experience of the communities in a very quick way. And you will see that based on those things, the value propositions that implemented, and eventually what the customers are looking at it is the customers see the brand integrity, okay, which is brand CBT destination integrity, the quality, brand image, the CBT image, how they look at the image of the community, right? And the learning tour guide, and plus the brand personality, we call it สังคมนี้, right? The personalities such as competence in making coffee, feminities, the beautiful landscaping, just like ladies. And so all this together with the tour guide will facilitate customer value. And that more value they have, the more tourists learn. So it's a value-based learning. And then the more they learn, the more they have value, the more customers satisfied, the more they have positive word of mouth, and they have loyalty, and more loyalty, more positive word of mouth. and also tourist self-concreted so เรากับเขาใกล้ชิดกันคล้ายๆกันหมายความว่า we and the communities are very much matching and it gives more satisfaction. So these are very important, and you can again go through the same reliability testings and things like that, and you can see so many things. You can see there are 4 layers of community as brand. We can learn a lot about brand issue. One of them is that you have to look into this brand integrity, brand integrity, brand image, brand identity. Right? This is brand 4.0, okay, or marketing 3.0. And then we have this customers value-based learning, and then we have the เขากับเรา right, and ต้องเหมาะกัน right, the brand communities, the brand customers congruities, and of course we need to have this power of satisfaction. And this mediating variables are very important. Value-based learning, very important. And also this is really nothing but SOR, stimulation, organisms, and response. So you can see there is a SOR theory from this simple structure, structural equations modeling: stimulation, organisms, and response, SOR. And these stimulations can come from tangibles of the community, landscaping, sustainability, image, intangible in the sense of image and the feel of the qualities and the value we receive. And so value, it's very important because it facilitates the learning as well, the experiences of the community of the customers. And so SOR's very important sort of jump. Okay, that's it. I think I have almost done the duty, and I wish again thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you very much, Dr. Lampon, and thank you very much to Mahachulalongkorn University, and thank you for the conference. And I hope next time I can share more things such as neural networks, educations, andragogies, heutagogies, and how we can interact with the students to improve their research. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kopenka.
The Institute for Engineering Research and Publication proudly announces the initiation of IFERP Thailand section. This is for the benefit of IFERP Thailand members. IFERP Thailand achievements: more than 2,500 members, more than 10 conferences, more than 2,500 publications, more than 8 collaborations, and more than 15 research activities. For the scope of IFERP Thailand, professional opportunities, international conferences, publications in reputed Scopus, WOS journal, member of a world premier association, research assistance and guidance, also digital library. IFERP Thailand chapters and affinity groups, society chapters, student chapters, young professional chapters, life members, and women in engineering. Join IFERP Thailand membership community. Right, we have free membership available and also the premium membership available. So I will be pasting the links for free membership and premium membership on your chat box. Thank you so much, everyone.
Welcome all participants. And let me go ahead and introduce you to our day 1 first presenter, Assistant Professor Dr. Sithiporn Ketjoy, and he will be discussing the integration of Buddhist arts and sciences to improve quality of life.
Namaskar, highly respect the most venerable, hello, Sudikap, ladies and gentlemen, and all of the participants in the 3rd International Conference at MCU in the association with the Institute of Engineering Research and Publications. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Sithiporn Ketjoy, and my member, Pravarashatasa, Dr. Pramahasachara Praisungwan, and Assistant Professor Dr. Pratarachai Uttapan. We are from Mahamakut Buddhist University, Isan Campus, Khon Kaen Province, Thailand. We are very much thankful to MCU administrators, especially the deans of the Faculty of Education, Dr. Lampong Khongpun, the coordinators of this international conference, and all of the members and organizer of this international conference. Our topic is about the integrations of this art and science to improve quality of life. Buddhism is the pragmatic religion. In the Buddhist doctrine, body and mind are not considered to be separate because everything is intertwined and casually linked, and things are constantly changing and recouping. This means that transitions and change are the basic features of Buddhist teaching. We could say that the same applies to the human body is also constantly changing from birth to death and developing these thoughts. Buddhism is considered to be the moderate religion without rigid formality, in which compassion and respect for life are inherent, and death is regarded as an integral part of life. Buddhism is a psychoethical religion which is manifest mainly into two parts as the process of thoughts of pacification and the ways of practical application in life. Buddhist philosophy is also interested in two main problems of the human, namely the problem related to the human being directly, or it may be related between human and other human. Buddhist practice is necessary in order to gain deep insight into reality through meditative practice. So, the purpose of this article was to study and explain about the integrations of Buddhist art and science to improve quality of life. The author studied and collected data from Buddhist scripture, text-related documents about Buddhist art and science to improve quality of life, and analyzed by using content analysis. All human society provides valued welfare service to members who cannot earn their keep. In the process of modernization, much of the service were monetized and came under control of the state. The quality of life of the population is the degree of satisfaction of material, spiritual, and social human needs. This concept is broader than financial security, standard of living, and assessment of the human condition, and this estimate is based on one's own satisfaction of this condition. Buddhist philosophy inserts a philosophy of life. The true spirit of Buddhism is of rationalism and free of thinkings that is influence the interactions of the world. Buddhism is code of conduct than allegiance. The Buddha stated that the Sila Buddhist precept on the basis of which people can live their life in peace and happiness. Buddhist philosophy insert methodology to end the suffering and share in the happiness, wisdom, peace, and quality of life. The aim of Buddhism are to create the people vision so that they will see things as they really are. With these insights to the true natures of things, Buddhists can then understand that there is no point in trying to change the world, but that they ought to change themselves and their attitude about life. It is up to them to make change that will lead to the wisdom and happiness. Buddhists have been involved in the term of philosophy, science, and religions. The religion is involved principle and practice that are concerned to Buddhist principle and philosophy. For Buddhist side, it is the knowledge of mind and human emotion. Buddha found that our desire for present experience and our aversion to unpleasant experience lies to suffering. He also explained that all the problems and sufferings life forms conflict and negative state of mind, and all happiness and good fortune the life form peaceful and positive state of mind. Buddhist philosophy and social value are very similar to each other, such as non-violent, non-committing theft, refraining from sexual misconduct, always speaking true, and refraining from abusing drugs or alcohol are some of common concern. Buddhism is a way of finding peace within oneself. It is a religion that helps the human being to find the happiness and contentment. Buddhist philosophy asserts that it is our mind that contributes most significantly to our own suffering, and that the mind can be deconstruct and reconstruct to give the individual a more stable sense of peace, happiness, equanimity, and quality of life. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Next, let me introduce Susaraporn Tangtilam that will be discussing guidelines for developing strategies on hotel business market in Thailand to elevate international standards leading to wellness industry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chris Pandya. I would like to present my research guidelines for develop strategies on hotel business marketing in Thailand to relate international standards leading to wellness industry. My colleague is Supaporn Tengtamlam. She is lecturer Department of Service Industry and Innovation Language, Kasetsart University. And for me, lecturer of Sustainable Program in Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya College, Chiang Mai Rajabhat University. Mr. Ayutthaya Chatkawaranol, lecturer Department of Tourism, Chiang Mai University, Thailand. Mr. Rajta Chaimung, lecturer Department of School Tourism, Chiang Mai Rajabhat University. And Ms. Ponchai Karayakan, lecturer of Hospitality Industry Management, School of Management, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. This is my abstract. My abstract also exposed the guideline to developing strategies on hotel business and marketing in Thailand, leading relation international standards leading of wellness industry. A limit of term the keywords develops guidelines, marketing strategies, and wellness industry. The COVID insulation has a sub effect of tourism, although Thailand addresses progress and natural climate of many times, but it must accept the COVID-19 for the sub problem emerged. In addition, Thailand has proved the efficient progress control to ensure confidence of foreign tourists. As present, wellness tourism as designated its country aside from tourist attraction. Thai foods and culture, not only theirs, hospitality and spirit of Thai and swelling point of the country is most focused up in Thailand in the other important tourist places in Phuket, Pattaya, Chiang Mai, and El. There are two types of tourists factors based on place and activity. Recently, Thailand had a lot of hotels which are affected by COVID crisis. Therefore, the team of research are interested to go into research on guidelines for develop strategy on hotel business market in Thailand and to leverage international standard leading to wellness industry. It aims to scope of tourist and health service expected to be integrated after the COVID crisis. Introduction. The research objective will conclude specific study aim to approach the guideline to develop strategies on development of hotel business market in Thailand to enrich international standard leading of wellness industry. Research method. It is qualitative study which is research set up conceptual frameworks under conception, theory, and exploration guidelines to develop strategies to hotel business market in hotel and evaluation standards leading to wellness industry. Research methodology. They use the sample group of in the study, the consists of 400 hotel entrepreneurs, 4 and 5 hotels in Bangkok, Chiang Mai, Phuket, Hua Hin, Got Samui, Got Chang, Got Yat, Khao Yai, and Pattaya, and research assessment used by a questionnaire for the 4 parts. The follow general standard data of the response hotel, data related to guideline develop of hotel, and marketing Thailand for standard. Data relate to relationship to the guidelines and the problems include the suggestions about the guideline. My result, the table 1 is found that the marketing strategies product and personnel has the effect and relation in international standard leading wellness industry at significant level. It could be significant explain that proceed the guideline develop strategy to hotel to marketing in hotel evaluate in the standard leading wellness tourism For the particular equation, the guideline and the hosted thematic in the form status quo. Under Table 2, it's found that the marketing strategy, product, and personnel has affected elevation international standard, leading and wellness industry also. The third is found that the marketing strategies and personnel has affected and evaluation international standard, leading wellness industry. My discussion was found that the marketing strategies on product and personnel has affected and elevated international standard, leading of wellness industry strategic level. The research agreed in Thailand diversity of wellness tourism products of term of health maintenance and promotion. This marks the country has developed a personal hotel business based on health tourism service in meets international standard. It was consistent with increased the number of tourism visits Thailand, the advantage home of Thailand, the rich of tourism resort, and distinctive culture such as food, health, traditional, medicine, local church, religion, and hospitality. It was also found that the entrepreneurs on wellness tourism in the center of Thailand still have not enough potential if service based on mental care. In fact, entrepreneurs across wellness tourism and outer concerned personnel should review wellness and whole by building continuation network on both tourism business and health service business also. This is my recommendation. My recommendation will recommend of practice and recommend of the future research. The practice should be the guideline for the hotel entrepreneur in Thailand to develop product of wellness industry for the future sustainability. Concerned public-private agency can be use the result, can be studied the guideline, and this aim to concept operate between the public sector and entrepreneur concerning in the future also. And against our perceptions about adaptation of hotel business, rhythm of wellness industry to market position after COVID-19 crisis. Getting perceiving about the guidelines for promote develop body knowledge of personnel in order to now elevate international standard, leading of wellness industry. For recommendation for the future research, it should be have the study guideline for develop body to knowledge and the skill for hotel business personnel in the overlaid international standard leading to wellness industry. It should be have study on promotion in image creative about wellness industry in Thailand according with world standard. It should be have study on need to long stay to foreign tourists in terms of wellness industry in Thailand. My conclusion, hotel business in the part tourism industry will generate a lot of income to the country in the hotel business. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has reserved impact to the country. Hotel business in the Thai people foreign tourists cannot visit in Thailand during the time, but is the expected time to be abroad to visit country soon due to effect control of the crisis. It can be said the safety and wellness tourism are distinctive factor of Thai tourism industry. This helps to support to promote tourism Thailand to be reviewed again. The determinant of strategy of the expressions of the tourism marketing participants to hand to beauty and wellness tourism tourism representative of Thai image of Thai health and wellness destination also adapt in concept quality service and truly motivate or active foreign tourism to visit country. This is my reference. Thank you for paying attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Pramahawiruth Wirujanu that will be discussing administration management for fairness in the organizational justice.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to present the academic article on the topic of administrating organizations for the organizational justice. Biography of the member of this group. I am Pramahawiruth Wirujanu. I am the author of this topic. And Prabu Palat Sarut Sangmano is the co-author. And next, Prabu Sangkarak Thavi Apayo, the co-author of this topic. And the last sub-member, Surapon Promkun, is the co-author of this topic. Guideline for this topic. Administrating organizations for the organizational justice. Biography. Abstract. Description. Organizational justice theory. Summary of the concept of organizational justice. Definition of distributive justice. Variables observing income distribution fairness. Variable observed process fairness. Procedural justice definition. Observation variables on interaction fairness. And the last sub-guideline of this topic, conclusion. Let's move to the next slide. For abstract of this topic, this article is about implementing management principles to promote fairness in the organization, to understand how to manage it in the process. Bringing both material and human resources from management is to achieve the stated objectives and make the organizations developing a process for promoting fairness in the organization through equal participation from all parties in the organization that does not violate laws, regulations, traditions, lifestyles, individual differences, and universal morality and ethics. Keywords of this topic, namely administration, management, organizational justice. Description of this topic. Management is based on human nature as a social animal, which must coexist as a group. There must be a group leader and a direction of methods of supervision within the group to achieve happiness and peace. The phenomenon led to the transformation of the organization from a large organization to be a small one, reducing work processes, reducing used documents, reducing the number of personnel. There is an organizational competition to meet the needs of the customers. Management evolution in the path to present. The management of the organization has adjusted the principle of management theory. This is description of this topic. Let's move to the next slide. Organizational justice theories. Social justice is a concept that raises questions about how the social benefits or allocation of social resources is allocated to the population in that society that is fair to all members of society or not. The concept of social justice is one of the most discussed social science concepts in an era of blossoming democracy, and the people have more political experience than they are today. The most important factor is the foundation for the creation of fairness in society. it is necessary to use mechanisms to create opportunities for the majority of members of the society in the organization to participate in the benefits that will arise from the management of the country, society, organization. The selection of appropriate methods in line with the way of life of the community is crucial to the maintenance of fairness in society. Let's move to the next slide. For summary of the concept of organizational justice, there are three kinds of this justice. 1. Distributive justice. 2. Procedural justice. And 3. Interactional justice. Definition of distributive justice. Distributive justice means fair income distribution, equal recognition with its tie to the distribution of resources or distributing even the equal income that relates to the performance of each individual, such as salaries, benefits, and ad expenses, or the perception of fairness to the interests of the organization in different ways, that is among or receiving other useful opportunities such as promotion, training to increase potential, etc. Variables observing income distribution fairness. Distributive justice, there are three kinds of this justice, namely, a personal perceiving refers to an individual, a perspective on living conditions, economic position, rights, and freedoms obtained from coexistence with others. 2. Social benefit receiving means receiving a share from the community organization, society, receiving public services. And 3. Training means participating in developing knowledge, work skills, training, human relations, management skills. This is the variable observing of distributive justice. And next slide. Variable observe process fairness, procedural justice. Procedural justice, there are three kinds, namely perceiving. The meaning of perceiving refers to devotion to self-sacrifice for the benefit of the organization, responsible for performing duties from the use of knowledge. 2. Making. Making means making a decision refers to the right to choose to exercise one's capacity to perform an opinion work, accepting social truths. And 3. Allocation. Allocation means that all members of the organization have equal opportunities to receive essential basic services from the organization, having the right to freedom from attendance. Procedural justice definition. Procedural justice refers to the employee perception of the process used to determine the payment of wages to employees. It is called consistency, elimination of prejudice, objectivity, and ethics. Employees will accept an equal rewards if the organization shows them that the process by which the organization makes decisions about rewards is fair. How the benefits were allocated is not specific to the benefits that will arise for oneself alone, but process justice also stipulates some principles based on the competence of the organization. Let's move to the next slide. Observation variable on interaction fairness. Interactional justice. It is one of justice of this topic. There are three kinds of this justice, namely, working experiences refer to the length of time to join and perform work in the organization or the number of times we have worked with the group. 2. Conflict reducing refers to functional functions and ability taking responsibility for decision within the scope, listening to different opinions, ready for action. 3. Community harmonious means that all members of the community organization participate in promoting synergies, or everyone has the right to express their opinions. Conclusion for this topic, the organizational justice, there are three kinds of this justice, namely distributive justice, procedural justice, and interactional justice. There are three kinds of distributive justice, namely personal perceiving, social benefit receiving, and training. Procedural justice, there are three kinds of it, namely perceiving, second, making decision, and the third, allocation. The international justice, there are three kinds of this justice, namely a working experience, conflict reducing, community harmonious. In this article, we will present the concept of fairness, equality in the form of roles. There are 2 points. 1. Each person must be allocated an equal set of fundamental rights and freedoms. It is a complete and sufficient set and fits the same set of rights and freedoms of all other people. 2. Socio-economic inequality can arise only when 2 conditions that follow. 1. Positions and duties must be open to all under the terms of fair equality of opportunity. 2. This inequality must be in the interest of the greatest number of disadvantaged members. There are steps for applying these 2 principles. 1. Agreeing on the principle of fairness. 2. Jointly drafting a principle or community contract. 3. Establishing a regulation related to a set of contracts. And 4. Follow the established rules and regulations and review fairness in all situations. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Saifon Bucha. That will be discussing university image affecting establishments, decision-making for selection of cooperative education students.
Hello everyone. My name is Saifon Bucha. Today I will present a research paper on university image affecting establishments, decision-making for selection of cooperative education students by Assistant Professor Saifon Bucha, Mrs. Walisala Sukumonjan, Mr. Monchatri Ketmuni, and Mrs. Wannaya Chaloi-Prat. Introduction. Faculty of Liberal Arts, RMUTT as a part of educational institutes produce work ready graduated by letting RMUTT cooperative Students work as full-time employees. Multidisciplinary approach is integrated with teaching and learning to pressure academics excellence with research and curriculum development. Cooperative education is a part of the Faculty of Liberal Arts to prepare students in terms of career development, working experience, and self-development to collaborate with public and private sector for student potential development and curriculum development, and to build a good relationship with establishments. So, the university image plays an important part leading to acceptance of establishment that can increase the graduated chain of employment. Students should improve their image to meet the establishment needs because a good image is very important for every organization to increase competitiveness by attracting customers as well as investors and business partners. Research objective number 1, to study student image affecting establishment decision making for selection of cooperative education student. Number 2, to student factor affecting establishment decision making for selection of cooperative education students of Rajamangala University of Technology Thanyaburi, RMUTT, Thailand. Research methods. The data were collected from 44 establishments participating in cooperative education of the Faculty of Liberal Arts during the second semester in academic year 2020. The research instruments of this survey research was a questionnaire IOC at 0.67 to 1.00, converse alpha coefficients at 0.95, and the cooperative data were analyzed by frequency, percentage, mean, standard deviation, present product moment correlation coefficient, and multiple regression with enter method. Research process. How to formulate research problem. Number 1, research problem. Research design, collecting the data, analyze the data, and presenting the results. Research result. Number 1, the demographic information. Number 2, the correlation between the student image and establishments decision making for the selection of cooperative education student. Number 3, the university image. Number 4, the data analyzed for multiple regression with enter method. Number 5, factor affecting establishment decision making. The demographics information, gender 60 females at 71.43% and 24 males 28.57%, age between 25 to 34 years old at 50%, and information exposure from the RMUTT website 75%, and education a bachelor degree 76.19%, and then a various organization, the private sector 52.38%. The university image. The student image of the Faculty of Liberal Arts overall opinion of the establishment toward the cooperative education students were at the highest level, mean 4.36, standard deviation 0.64. When considering its aspect of the student image, the result could be presented in order as follows: number 1, number 2, and number 3. Factor affecting establishments decision making for selection of cooperative education students. Regarding the factors of reputation, the overall university image based on the Faculty of Liberal Arts was at the highest level mean 4.27 at number 1, number 2, and 3. Overall factor of circulation in the Faculty of Liberal Arts were at the highest level mean 4.30. Each factor of circulation could be on order as follow: number 1, number 2, and number 3. Overall factor of activity provided were also at the highest level, mean 4.24. The result of each factor could be shown as follow: number 1, and number 2, and number 3. Overall factor of public relations were at a high level, mean 3.97. Each factor could be considered as follow: number 1, number 2, and number 3. Overall factor of location and environment of the Faculty of Liberal Arts were at the highest level, mean 4.24. The analysis of each factor was shown as follow: number 1, number 2, and number 3. The correlation between the university image and establishment decision-making for selection of cooperative education students was positively correlated at the statistically significant difference of 0.05. The data were analyzed as shown in Table 1 below. Table 2, the data analyzed for multiple ligation with intermediate between the student image and factor affecting attributes decision-making for selection of cooperative education students. Recommendations for practice. Number 1, students should get ready for work with a good personality and positive attitudes. Number 2, students should be eager to learn new things and have English language competence as well as Thai language in order to effectively carry out the tasks. Number 3, students should be dedicated, hardworking, and volunteering in order to find the best direction for their future career. And number 4, the faculty might provide students with the experience in the foreign country to study the native speaker culture and increase the student communication skills with self-confidence. Recommendation B, the research might be conducted by interview to get more understanding of needs of the establishment as well as the students' problem in the workplace in order to find the right tools, the prepare and support the students with the real world working skills. Conclusion, according to the research result, the establishment attitude toward IMUTT image were recognized at a high level with student image, reputation, location, and environment, curriculum, and public relations. The universities produce the potential graduated to the establishment, so the reflection from them are the best tool in higher education to use as a guideline to produce the graduated based on the needs of the establishment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Chris Wijuyo Supanji, that will be discussing Javanese statecraft, Sasanka Jati's perspective.
Javanese statecraft, Sasongko Jati's perspective. I, Chris Wijoyo Supanji, and Professor Sati Arinanto would present this topic in this International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research 2021. Talking about Javanese statecraft, it cannot be separated from Pancasila, Indonesia's state ideology. Pancasila represents values of Indonesia's adat law, which crystallized during centuries of interaction among Indonesian people in Nusantara area or the modern Indonesia. Sukarno, Indonesian first president, formulated Pancasila during Indonesia preparation for independence in 1945. He stated that Pancasila's main message is gotong royong or working together. At the same event, Professor Supomo promoted local values concept of statecraft, which is actually originated from Javanese culture. Supomo mentioned about the concept of macrocosmos and microcosmos interaction, and Manunggaling Kaulo Gusti, or the unity of God with the servants. Those concepts are becoming very influential in Indonesia after independence. According to Broto Susilo, Pancasila values show that Indonesia's culture dignifies spiritualism over materialism, communalism over individualism, and romanticism over rationalism. As Sasongko Jati representation of Javanese culture, it can be traced back to the event in 1982 when President Suharto, Indonesia's second president, made Pancasila as the only one ideology, or known as Asal Tunggal policy. In his explanation about Pancasila, he referred to Sasongko Jati, especially in explaining about Pancasila spiritual meaning. An important study by Sutrisno explains that Sasongko Jati represent comprehensive of Javanese culture. From the Sasongko Jati, in relation with Supomo concept, Sasongko Jati doesn't literally mention about Manunggaling Kaulo Gusti, but it explains how God and humans are spiritually one. But as long as human live in the material realm, he is a servant. This concept is also reflected in explanation about relation between ruler or state leadership and the citizen. As Sasongko Jati explained that a ruler has spiritual contract with God to govern the state and the citizens. Hence, even though they are human beings, they have different social function and duties. In relation about macrocosmos or universe and microcosmos or human beings, Sasongko Jati explained that both are interconnected. A spiritual order in human beings can bring natural order, while spiritual disorder would bring natural disorder. Both the values above show that Sasongko Jati dignifies spiritualism over materialism. In relations with rationalism and romanticism, Sasongko Jati explained that human's rational is powerful tool, but it is limited to maintain human's passion and body. In order to attain life perfection, human should reach his subtle feeling, which is his soul, through routinely performing hastosilo or eight path. Hence, he can have spiritual connection to God through the eternal messenger Suksma Jati. Lastly, Sasongko Jati explained that communalism is more important than individualism, as human is expected to sacrifice his interests for the socially larger interests. However, this sacrifice cannot be performed well if not being wisely conducted. Sasongko Jati explained this in chapter Budi Dharma and Budi Luhur. Hence, Sasongko Jati fulfills all criteria of values in Pancasila as previously mentioned by Broto Susilo. The study of Sasongko Jati as Javanese statecraft would help to understand Indonesia's subconscious understanding of state and governance.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, Shefuddin Ali Ahmad,
to be discussing the power of up-to-date database system on learning of evidence-based medicine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sabrin Ali Ahmad. As the first author, I will present my paper about the power of up-to-date on learning of evidence-based medicine in Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia. The second author is Tri Suwarno from the Laboratory of Computer, Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia. Okay, my presentation will cover introduction, method, result, discussion, and conclusion. For the introduction, evidence-based medicine, or EBM, is the explicit and judicious use of the best evidence in making decisions about the care of individual patient. It integrates individual clinical expertise with the best available evidence from systematic research and patient preference. The principle of evidence-based medicine provides clinicians with the ability to identify, source, price, and integrate research evidence into medical decision making. One of the information resources of clinical decision support system is up-to-date to make easy, reliable, fast, and faster of clinical decision making for a practice of EBM. ICMCER Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia has subscribed up-to-date as clinical decision support system on EBM. The total budget for the subscription of it is approximately 348 million rupiah, or $24,335. This budget covers online access for all students and staff in campus and remote area out of campus, including hospital. Up-to-date has update capability on every 4 months. It contains more than 10,000 topics from 460 journals and 26 specialties, having more than 10,000 guidelines from national and international organizations and linked to drug database lexicon. It is important to explore the power of up-to-date as a decision support system into the top level of evidence of EBM practice, especially in Faculty of Medicine, Islamic University of Indonesia. The purpose of the study is to know the perception of the student of Medical Faculty, Islamic University of Indonesia about the power of the up-to-date to support clinical decision making after training EBM using up-to-date. For the method, the study used cross-sectional study based in questionnaire. The subject are 38 medical students following training of EBM using up-to-date during clinical phase for the first encounter on classic guidance program. The training consists of the EBM component, 5 steps for EBM practice, the level of evidence, and the grade of recommendation, 5S of EBM pyramid, and searching evidence using up-to-date. For the result, from the total respondent or participant, there are 42% male and 58% female. And for the distribution of age distribution range from 21 years old until 26 years old, and majority 23 years old, or 58%. And the perception of the respondent to the power of the up-to-date shown in this table, from the familiarity, predominant, very strong and strong, usefulness, predominant, very strong and strong, on use, predominant, very strong and strong, contribution to the function of area of EBM, predominant, very strong and strong, user satisfaction, the perception, predominant, very strong and strong, use by the colleague, according to the respondent, predominant, very strong and strong, contribution to the diffusion success, predominant, very strong and strong, difficulties, predominant, strong, so meaning that the higher difficulties, and make expectation, predominant, very strong and strong, content completeness, predominant, very strong and strong. The speed to get evidence, predominant, very strong and strong, and the last one, overall perceived effectiveness, predominant, very strong, and strong. For discussion, the power of up-to-date, predominant, very strong, and on the usefulness and the contribution to individual success according to the perception of 57% respondent and 47% respondent. The power of up-to-date, predominant, strong on the familiarity, user satisfaction, math expectation, and content completeness, but the ability to use up-to-date still predominant, strong according to the perception of 42% respondent. From previous study, 22 study in British Medical Journal indicated that the major factor affecting a clinician ability to provide evidence-based answer to clinical questions over time. Lack of topical answer is currently available resources and a lack of synthesis data from multiple information sources. Point of care resources, also known as evidence-based medicine tools, attempt to bridge the gap between physician and discrepancy occurring barrier. So the barrier in this application of database or decision support system up to date is difficulties. And the conclusion, majority respondents have given very strong perception of the power of up-to-date, but 42% of respondents still perceive difficulties in using up-to-date to support it in practice. So for the post-application, there is a need to improve the application of up-to-date in Faculty of Medicine, Islamic University of Indonesia. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Natapon Jetprapai to be discussing the structural equation model of guidelines for transforming corporate management strategies of the cosmetic manufacturer section in the post-COVID-19 pandemic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Natapon Jetprapai. I am PhD student of Marketing Communication Art at University of the Thai Chamber of Commerce, Bangkok, Thailand. Today, I'm very proud to present to our research paper is the structural equation model of guideline for transforming corporate management strategy of the cosmetic manufacturer section in the post-COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic in Thailand is the part of worldwide pandemic of coronavirus disease. The United Nations Industrial Development Organization released a report in last year reported that 90% or more of firms expect revenue loss of more than 50%. However, with the outbreak of COVID-19 since January last year, the markets of global cosmetic products has shown declining results in the growth rate. Due to the lockdown situation going on across the globe, cosmetic manufacturers had to shut down their production units as a result of the labor shortage. Additionally, the numerous cosmetic stores were also shut down as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The lockdown situation is going on for a long periods of time, as per the government guideline. Most of the company also had to cut down the workforce or had to send their employees for work from home, leading to a decline in production rate. Additionally, the same downfall of the cosmetic industry was also experienced in the world region. From the importance and the crisis problem of cosmetic industrial sector, I have a research question: which corporate management strategy of cosmetic manufacturer is suitable with post-COVID-19 pandemic? This research aims to examine the harmony of structural equation model to ensure the consistency of the empirical data of corporate management strategy of cosmetic manufacturer is suitable for post-COVID-19 pandemic. Our research conceptual framework is formed by the synthesis of the concept and theory of management. There are four components that are interested. One, operation execution. Two, transformation mindset. Three, partnership and alternative marketing. This study is a mixed research method between the qualitative and the quantitative method. First, I used in-depth interview with the 9 CEO of the cosmetic manufacturer and analyzed data by content analysis for developing a survey instrument. Then I use questionnaire for collect data from the 500 sample cosmetic factory. I test the quality of instrument by testing the validity and reliability. So IOC result is 0.8 to 1 and the control alpha is 0.95. The data was analyzed using the SPSS program, where a multivariate statistical analysis was done using the MOS model measurement. The four evaluating metrics of data model fit of ABACO were chi-square, relative chi-square value, goodness of its index, and root mean square error of approximation. The research finding: after I adjust model, the measurement model has provided acceptable fit from recommendation by ABACO. All four latent variables passed by criteria measurement. First, p-value is 0.087. CMINDY-DF is 1.162. TFI is 0.965 and RMSEA is 0.018. In which is the main component or latent variable has the observed variable is the first transformation mindset factor has 5 observed variable. The variable TM20 is the highest factor. Loading is 0.82. Second component is operation execution factor has 5 observed variable. The variable OE16 is the highest factor. Loading is 0.76. Third component is alternative marketing factor has 4 observed variable. The variable AM17 is the highest factor. Loading is 0.81. And the last component, partnership factor, has 7 observed variable. The variable PS21 is the highest factor. Loading is 0.81. The conclusion after the result, all the 4 components is fit model and consistency of the empirical data of the guideline for transforming corporate management strategy of Thailand cosmetic manufacturer section in the post-COVID-19 pandemic. 1. Operation execution. 2. Transformation mindset. 3. Partnership. And 4. Alternative marketing. Recommendation: the company should reorganization or restructuring, cost reduction, job streamlining activity at many companies. There was to allow company to better focus resource on key growth market. View acquisition were help to make cost-saving target stringent. Competitive positioning, product and service quality are gaining importance as manufacturers hold on to market share. Outcome-based pricing models are being offered more frequently. Acquisition and joint venture are enabling companies to bring differentiated product and service to markets more quickly. Okay, the last recommendation for marketing strategy, customer acquisition and connectivity. Manufacturers are prepared to invest in understand their customer better. Sales team is very important are being expanded in growth market, enabled by new technology. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Dolnapa Nantawarupray to discuss trade barrier measures under the obligations of the international agreement of the European Union affecting the Thai fishing crisis.
Hello, my name is Dr. Donnapha Nantawaropai. I am a law lecturer at PD Banomyong Faculty of Law, Durakit Bandit University, Bangkok, Thailand. And today is my third time to present and join with international conference on multidisciplinary and current educational research of year 2021. What about my articles today? Let me share the screen now. Today, I would like to present an article under title Trade Barrier Measures under the obligations of the international agreements of European Unions affecting the Thai fishing crisis. But this article am not work alone. I come with my co-author. He is Dr. Somchai Ratana Chirasakul. He is the Dean of PD Banomyong, Faculty of Law of Durakit Bandit University, Bangkok, Thailand. Exactly, he is my boss. Because he is interesting in the same way like me, it means what happened in our country involved with international law or domestic law and affected to the people in our country. We are interested to write this article. That's why today we would like to present this article about Thai fishing crisis. First, I would like to talk about an abstract. This article is aimed to study Thailand's obligation to comply with European Union's rules concerning the measures issued for the control of fishing activities, as the developing and developed countries are not ready to comply with such obligation, which they are required to change for the use of high technological equipment for the fishing obligation. Therefore, seems like trade barrier measures to these countries, including Thailand, which is one of the developing countries. This is because Thailand has been criticized that its fishing industry brings about deterioration of marine and fish environments because the country has not complied with the requirement under the European Union's illegal, unreported, and unregulated measures. leading to the issue of yellow cards to the Thai fishing industry. About description, Thailand was ranked a world leader of aquatic animal export. In the past, the export value of frozen seafood, which were shrimp, squid, fish, and tuna, was about 300 billion baht. Fishing is hence the main economic earning of the country. After FAO discussed with its member states so as to launch some measures to prevent illegal fishing and to maintain sustainable fishing, which has come into force since 1st January 2010, called illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, or we can say IUU fishing. Thailand has put its effort to reform its control of fishing vessels committing illegal fishing. And now, what we see here in the picture, Thai fishing boats affected under IUU regulation because more and more thousand boats cannot do any fishing on the sea because cannot comply the obligation. How did the Thai fishing crisis situation happen? At the time, the urgent measure was to immediately launch an announcement to inform people about the laws of European Unions and punishment which shall be given according to individual offense. Thus, a number of Thai vessels which were not given a license or failed to comply with the rule were not permitted to do the fishing in the sea. Thailand was in lower level in comparison to other countries, such as India, Indonesia, and Vietnam. Besides, in 2015, EU sentenced Thailand to yellow card countries, according to regulation of IUU fishing due to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which affected the exports of Thai products brand image. As a result, value of Thai frozen seafood exports decreased to lower level in comparison to the decreasing happening in world market. Why has EU come up with non-discrimination against Thai fishing? The EU issued in Thailand a yellow card was like a barrier measure. This is not a tax measure, but it is an indirect measure which is a tax barrier to Thailand. Thus, the exemption as provided in Article 20B and G of GATT cannot be enforced in the member states of WTO, as the provisions of Article 20 provides that arbitrariness is prohibited. AB of WTO states that the article shall be carefully applied to all member states of WTO with single standard, not double standard. Conclusion: as a resource to immediately and strictly solve the problems, Thailand issued a yellow card to the Thai fishing industry in accordance with EU suggestion in inspection and evaluation by discussing with powerful entrepreneurs and gathering data about local fishing in order to support the government in implementation. As they have not been gathering of fact, participating, and opening sharing of all the stakeholders concerned, the Thai fishers and Thai fishing entrepreneurs are affected throughout the country. The reasons why I wrote this article, because Thailand is a member of international community, so that we have the right to claim for justice to be treated equally for us. Thank you so much. That gives me the chance to present this article today. Thank you. Sawadika.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Frau Ratchatasa to discuss the application of Buddhist democratic approaches in socio-economic policy implementation.
Ramasakan, highly respect, the most venerable, hello, Sawadika, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants in this international conference at MCU, in the association with the Institute of Engineering, Research and Publication. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Sitipon Kejoy, and my member, Pawarachatasa, Dr. Pramhasajavidyalaya, and Assistant Professor Dr. Ajit Panpul. We are from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya Buddhist University, Isan Campus, Konkan Province, Thailand. We are very much thankful to the MCU administrator, especially the deans of the Faculty of Education, MCU, Dr. Lampong Komkun, the coordinator of this international conference, and all of the staff in this international conference to accept our paper to present and participate in this international conference. Our topic is about the applications of this democratic approach in socio-economic policy implementation. Buddhism that emphasizes in the cultivation of certain mental state. The Buddha taught that the human consists of both mind and bodies, and state that a necessary degree of material and social well-being is a prerequisite for any spiritual progress. It is common for scholars of Buddhism to confine themselves to the Dhamma or the doctrinal portions of Buddhism, whereas Buddhism in its entirety consists of Dhamma and Vinaya. Dhamma or the doctrine, Vinaya or the discipline make the whole of Buddhist ethics. The Dhamma deals with the ideal and the principle, whereas the Vinaya deal with the rule and the circumstance in which this ideal and principle are practiced and realized. Buddhist moral precepts provide a wholesome foundation for the personal and social growth. There are practical principles for good life and cultivations of virtue. Buddhist moral precepts are not commandments imposed by force. They are courses of training willingly undertaken in order to achieve the desires objective. As individuals, we need to train in morality to lead the good and noble life. On the social levels, we need to help maintain peace and harmony in the society and facilitate the progress of the common goods. The practice of moral precept is essential in this regard. So, the purpose of this article was to study and explain about the application of Buddhist democratic approach in socio-economic policy implementation. The author study and collect the data forms Buddhist scripture, text, and related document about Buddhist democratic approach in socio-economic policy implementation. The Buddha did not formulate a code of disciplines in a single exercise, however, he instills a certain rule when the need around. Vidyata Pitaka or its commentary contain many significant stories about how and why certain rules are laid down by the Buddha. According to the Buddha, the best form of Vidya was to discipline the mind, word, and the action. The policy implementation is a process that administrators who have conceptual, technical, and human relation characteristic and exercising the power to consider the structure, duty, and operation, including different resources such as human resource, money, material, and equipment that have access or expecting to have access. The administrations of organization must process to destination and need by depending upon the other person that consists of making plan, managing organization, personal work, providing community and supervision or core post-op. Buddhism is a religion of wisdom and practice. The basic Buddhism mentioned the fact by natural law that the people use in parallel of wisdom in practice consists of morality and ethics focused on truth of the world's literacy and currently live, especially this important part of the stimulus of subordinate to live together happily, developing a sustainable and successful organization. The purpose of socio-economic policy is the distribution of income in order to move toward equity. Buddhist approach have effects to sustainable socio-economic policy at all levels, from individual, group, and social structure. We need, as we know that the resources are limited, therefore the government and policymakers should think for sustainable socio-economic policy based on the virtues of generosity, Sabram state, Brahma Vihara, avoiding agati, the four wrong course of actions that the government and concerned policymakers should contribute generously to the well-being of the people for their basic need. In Buddhism, it's apparent that material well-being is one important factor contributing to the development of socio-economic community. The primary objectives of economic activity in Buddhism is to elevate poverty, the proper way to deal with the crime is to first improve the economic conditions of the people. When the people are provided with the opportunity to earn an income, they will be content, has no anxiety or fear, and will not cause harm to the society. The condition will lead to the peace and prosperous society. Buddhist principles are relevant with the conditions of need for consensus that based on the major decisions affecting the life of individual, group, and community. It is true that no system or the government is perfect. Democracy is closest to our essential human nature and allow the greatest opportunity to cultivate a sense of universal responsibility. Socio-economic policy implementation is a process that administrators have conceptual, technical, and human relation characteristics and exercising the power to consider the structure, duty, and operation, including different resources such as human resource, money, material, and equipment that have access or expecting to have access. Policy implementations affect life of the people in the whole country in order to solve the problem, to promote the well-being of the citizens, and to fulfill the basic need of the people. Buddhism does not only have social implications, it also has the political implications that Buddha give freedom of thought and freedom of self-development to all under the same concept and goal which every personnel potentiality and with respect to mutual obedience of equality system. Buddhist principles have responded to this complex situation in many ways and cannot be inseparable from the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Prakrupiya Kijathorn to discuss the development of effective student affairs administration based on Sangahava 2 IV principles for schools under Office of Primary Education Service Area.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Papu Koson Priyattayanukit, Tharuti Ungchavithun, from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, University, Thailand. I would like to present research article topic is development of effective student affairs administration based on Sanghawatu 4 principles for schools under Office of Primary Education Service Area. Author Dr. Papupiya Kijathorn Phongnarin Piyankaro, co-authors. Dr. Pha Mahavinay Siripaddo Champ Sai Thong, Dr. Pha Suwan Mahaputthabhiban Ho Supaddo, and me, Dr. Papu Koson Priyattayanukit Tharuti Ungchavithun. Introduction. Student Affairs Administration to be effective based on Sanghawatu 4 principles for schools under Office of Primary Education Service Area has developed in 4 areas which consist of 1. Policy formulation and guidelines, 2. Supervision and follow-up, 3. Support and encouragement, 4. Assessment and reporting include 2 Sanghawatu 4 principles. It is justified by each author's view, friendship, generosity, support, cohesion for participation between schools, namely administrators, teachers, and school committee members, parents, students, communities. The purpose of this research: 1. Develop student activity management to be effective based on Sanghawatu 4 principles for school under Office of Primary Education Service Area, and 2. To purpose development of effective student affairs administration based on Sanghawatu 4 principles for school under Office of Primary Education Service Area. Description: research instruments were questionnaire, distributed to 400 school teachers under Office of Primary Education Service Area. Interview form by interviewing 24 key informants, 24 school administrators, and questionnaires for group discussion with 10 experts. Qualitative data were analyzed by using percentage, frequency, mean standard deviation, whereas qualitative data was analyzed by using content analysis. Conclusion results indicates that Student Affairs Administration to be effective based on Sangtu 4 principles for schools under Office of Primary Education Service Area has developed in 4 areas, which consist of 1. Policy formulation and guidelines, 2. Supervision and follow-up, 3. Support and encouragement, 4. Assessment and reporting. For Sangha 4 principles, it is justified by its author's view, friendship, generosity, support. Cohesion includes 1. Dana is arms, generosity, sacrifice, help and sharing. 2. Vijayavaja is an utterance love its author for right sweet, patient, and patient listening. 3. Atthacharya its attributes are beneficial, help, or with the strength. 4. Samanatata is help treat all people equally. The development of Student Affairs Administration to be effective according to Sangha 4 for schools. SSS model was proposed for the development of effective student affairs administration based on Sangha 4 principles for school under the Office of Primary Education Service Area. SSS model. S. Student Affairs Administration. S. Sangha 4 and S. School. There should be 3 important aspects which are 1. Student Affairs Administration. Student Activity Management is a systematic process or activity plan which a supervisor is responsible for each step in 4 areas which consist of 1. Policy formulation and guideline, 2. Supervision and follow-up, 3. Support and encouragement, 4. Assessment and reporting. 2. Sangha 4 is found that is an anchor to its author. There are 4 aspects to relationship: benevolence, generosity, and coordination in managing student activities, which are 1. Dana is giving, 2. Vijayavaja is polite speech, 3. Atthacharya is beneficial behavior, and 4. Samanatata is effective student affairs administration is placed oneself appropriately. 3. School. The school by improving effective student affairs administration based on Sanghaputtu 4 should be participation between school, namely administrators, teachers, and school committee members, parents, students, community. This is SSS model. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Pramaha Vinay Siribadu to discuss the model of effective administration development based on good governance for primary schools under Office of Primary Education Service Area.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Papu Koson Priyatyanutit, Thalati Longchavithun from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. I would like to present research article. Topic is Model of Effective Administration Development based on Good Governance for Primary School under Office of Primary Education Service Area. Authors Author Dr. Mahavinay Siripado Chem Saithong. Co-author Dr. Papupiya Chitchathorn Phongnarin Piyankaro. Dr. พระภูโสพลภัทรเวชอิทธิพลประธานิโก and me Dr. พระภูโกศลปริยัติยานุกิจทรุติวงศ์ชัยวิทูล Introduction Effective Administration of Good Governance for Primary School under Office of Primary Education Service Area consists of 4 aspects which were 1. Academic administration. 2. Human resource management. 3. Budget administration. 4. General administration. Good governance principles must be developed based on good governance principles that are effective for primary school under Office of Primary Education Service Area, which consists of 1. The rule of law. 2. The moral principles. 3. Principle of transparency. 4. Principle of responsibility. 5. Principle of participation. 6. Principles of worthiness. The purpose of this research. 1. To study the administrative conditions based on good governance for primary school under Office Primary Education Service Area. 2. To develop a model of effective administration based on good governance principles for primary school under Office of Primary Education Service Area. And 3. To propose a model of effective administration based on good governance principles for primary school under Office of Primary Education Service Area. Description Research instruments were a questionnaire distributed to 400 school teachers under Office of Primary Education Service Area. Interview form by interviewing 24 key informants, 24 school administrators, and questionnaires for group discussion with 10 experts. Qualitative data were analyzed by using percentage, frequency, mean, standard deviation, and data from focus group discussion were analyzed by content analysis. Conclusion 1. Opinions of personnel towards effective administration of good governance found that the overall resource was at the high level and the individual aspects were in the high level in all aspects. 2. The development of an administrative development model based on good governance principles for primary school under Office of Primary Education Service Area consists of two principles as follows. 1. School administration principles is the operation in all four aspects of the school, which are 1. Academic administration, 2. Human resource management, 3. Budget administration, 4. General administration, 2. Good governance cooperation. It is the principle of good governance and fairness, honest, transparent, effective, and effectiveness. 2. The development of an administrative development model based on good governance principles for primary school under Office of Primary Education Service Area consists of two principles as follows. 1. School administration principles is the operation in all four aspects of the school, which are 1. Academic administration, 2. Human resource management, 3. Budget administration, 4. General administration. 2. Good governance cooperation is the principle of good governance and fairness, honest, transparent, efficiency, and effectiveness. 3. Model of effective administration based on good governance principles for primary school under Office of Primary Education Service Area was SAG model. There are three important focus points, which are: it is SAG model. S. School administration. A. Administrator. G. Good governance. 1. School administration. School administration is the operation in all four aspects of the school, which are 1. Academic administration, 2. Human resource management, 3. Budget administration, 4. General administration. 2. Administrator. School administrator must be developed based on good governance principles that are effective for primary school under Office of Primary Education Service Area, which must be shared among administrators, teachers, school board members, monks, parents, students, and community. 3. Good governance. Good governance principles must be developed based on good governance principles that are effective for primary school under Office of Primary Education Service Area, which consists of 1. The rule of law, 2. The moral principle. 3. Principles of transparency. 4. Principle of responsibilities. 5. Principle of participation. 6. Principle of worthiness. This is SAG model. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Somchai Ratanachaskul to discuss the implied terms in franchise agreement, Thailand perspective.
Hi everyone. First, I would like to share my screen. Here we go. My name is Dr. Somchai Ratanachaskul. It is my honor to present my paper at this conference today. Currently, I'm working as a dean in Pridi Phnom Yong Faculty of Law, Churaki Bandit University in Thailand. I have some experiences related to franchising in Thailand as a franchise business consultant and lecturer about franchise law for more than 20 years. I also wrote a book and some article related to the franchise. My co-author and also my colleague is Dr. Donapa. She is interested in international trade law and investment law and international criminal law as well. My paper title is The Implementation of the Implied Term in the Franchise Agreement in the Thai Legal System. Let me start with this slide. My article aimed to analyze the problem of the implied term related to franchise agreement in Thailand through a comparison with United States Court's judgment. Finally, I will propose efficient way to apply the implied term in the franchise agreement, mitigating the adverse effects upon the franchise business entrepreneur in Thailand. In this slide, I will explore in more detail. The franchise agreement is a standard form contract and has a take it or leave it style, and frequently use the agree to agree term. The agree to agree term provides more room for the franchisor to adapt the franchise business to fit the changing business environment. However, it could bring disadvantage to the franchisee. Using the good faith principle as an implied term to solve unjust conditions has been widely accepted in many countries. However, such application is conflict with the franchise system itself and may lead to limitation when operating in franchise business. How the implied term affect the franchise business we will discuss further in this slide. In the Cowell Corp case, franchisee proposed a location for establishing a franchise outlet. Unfortunately, the franchisor did not approve this location. Then the dispute between them started. At the end, the court agrees with the franchisee and rules that the franchisor's discretion was unfair. However, the court mentioned nothing. The franchisor argument that he was not confident in this location. According to the court judgment, the franchisor could not use his experience. Can you imagine that? What will happen if the franchisee has started a business at the wrong location? In principle, the franchisor has to supervise the franchisee in doing business to succeed as planned. Why should the franchisor not start by helping the franchisee in selecting the correct location? If he is unreliable in this location, he should have a right to reject that location and look for a new one. This is an excellent example of how the implied term limit the discretions of the franchisor and prevent him from performing his duty. How could we solve this problem? Applying the good faith principle as an implied term is necessary. This I agree. But controlled franchisor discretion is also important. I suggest dividing franchise condition into three categories. The first category is the condition that is complete before the execution of the franchise agreement. Example of this condition is how much for the franchise fee. This condition, the franchisor has a right to decide. The franchisee has a chance to consider this condition before signing the agreement. If he thinks the fee is unreasonably high, he could stop joining this franchise network and look for another suitable one. If the franchisee signed the agreement, both parties could not change the condition without consent. Therefore, the implied term should not involve this type of condition. The second category is the condition that needs the discretion of the franchisor. The site selection is an example of the condition that needs the experience and expertise of the franchisor. Therefore, the agreement should give room for the franchisor discretion. However, the franchisor should have a good cause and explain the reasons for such discretion. This type of condition must be under the good faith principle to protect the franchisee from unjust discretion. The last category is the condition that the franchisor has a conflict of interest. The franchisor must have a proper business judgment to clarify and compare its benefit with the franchisee's benefit. For example, the franchisor will get a commission fee from the supplier from whom the franchisee buys the raw materials or product. In this type of condition, the utmost good faith is an appropriate applicable principle. In the Thai legal system, generally, the utmost good faith is the principle in the insurance contract. Compared with the franchisor-franchisee relationship, the franchisor has more experience and expertise in supervising the franchisee in doing the business, and the franchisee trusts in the franchisor. Therefore, the franchisor should not take advantage of the imbalance of knowledge and expertise between them. And the franchisor should be fair and transparent to the franchisee. Therefore, the utmost good faith will be suitable in balancing the power of the franchisor. Now, come to the last slide. The article concludes that applying the implied term is still necessary to uphold a fair and balanced relationship between the franchisor and franchisee. However, such application shall also consider the condition of the franchise agreement to maintain the franchisor discretion, which is the core value of the franchise business. This will be all my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Iribal P. Laiko, PhD, to discuss teachers' competence and skills readiness in facing the impact of Industry 4.0 on mathematics education.
To all the organizers of the Third International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research 2021, to the viewers and my co-presenters for this event, a pleasant day to everyone. I am Dr. Iribal Laiko from the Philippines, teaching at Don Honorio Ventura State University, a mathematics teacher at graduate school department and even in senior high school department. My study is titled Teachers' Competence and Skills Readiness in Facing the Impact of Industry 4.0 on Mathematics Education. People stand on the border of a technological revolution that will basically affect their way of living, work, and relate to others. The transformation will be different from the experience of other people in the past in terms of its complexity, scale, and scope. The transformation and revolution that I am telling you is none other than the Industry 4.0 or the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Fourth Industrial Revolution 4.0, as defined by Schwab 2016, it is the stage where advanced technology will be used in the development of knowledge and skills. In this era, we'll be able to face and experience the birth of artificial intelligence, automation, ubiquitous mobile supercomputing, intelligent robots, self-driving cars, neurotechnological brain enhancements, and genetic editing. Virtual and augmented realities, digital twins, and machine learning or other technological developments have their foundation in mathematics. The variables of this study are skills readiness and competence of mathematics teachers in Education 4.0. According to CELA 2015, readiness or skills readiness in educational context has something to do with teachers' awareness, knowledge of utilization, perceptions, and attitudes towards their capabilities and skills for technology integration, as well as their experience in the use of educational technology. While competence, according to Lester 2014, or really and others 2013, that it is about teachers' ability. It is what they can do if they could do it. It is the knowledge put into action by the teacher in his teaching pedagogy and utilization of different technologies in the classroom. It has obtained a growing reputation in diverse academic disciplines and now much supported in universities, aiming at producing competent and prepared graduates for the job. Let's now focus on the objectives of this study. First is to determine the views of the experts on their perspectives about teachers' competence and skills readiness towards mathematics education 4.0. Number two, determine mathematics teachers' level of technological, pedagogical, and content competence needed for the new revolution in education. Third is to determine the level of mathematics teachers' skills readiness in facing the impact of Industry 4.0 on education. Fourth is to determine the significant relationship between mathematics teachers' competencies and readiness skills towards mathematics education 4.0. And last but not the least is to determine the viewpoints of the teachers about their recommendations to further improve their competence and readiness to face the impact of Fourth Industrial Revolution in mathematics education. The conceptual framework of the study follows a sequential exploratory mixed method framework, wherein it follows qualitative data collection and analysis, then development of an instrument, then quantitative data collection and analysis, then we have the conclusions and recommendations. For research design, the design is sequential exploratory mixed method design. There are 500 mathematics educators for quanti, 5 key informants for quali. Then for sampling technique, I have random sampling for quanti, then purposive sampling for qualitative, wherein there are criteria to be considered. Then we have research instrument. They develop survey questionnaires, semi-structured in-depth interviews wherein the instrument were tested by its validity and reliability. Data analysis for quali, content analysis for quanti, descriptive, and correlational analysis. Then for the results and discussion, key informants' views on competence of teachers needed in facing the impact of Industry 4.0 on mathematics education 4.0. Their responses can be summed up to technological, pedagogical content, technological, pedagogical content, technological, pedagogical competence as the themes for their competence towards mathematics education 4.0. For their skills readiness, their viewpoints in facing the impact of Industry 4.0 on mathematics education 4.0, 3 themes were emerged, like professional skills readiness, technological and digital skills readiness, and lifelong learning and personal skills readiness. For the respondents' level of technological, pedagogical content competence needed for mathematics education 4.0, they assess that they have a very high level of pedagogical and pedagogical content competence. Then they have high level of technological content and technological content competence. It also shows that they have low level of technological pedagogical competence, which seems to be the problem for them to face the impact of mathematics education 4.0, or rather the industry 4.0 on mathematics education 4.0. For their readiness, the respondents can be described as moderately ready in terms of technological and digital skills readiness, and also for professional skills. They're highly ready when it comes to lifelong learning and personal skills. For the correlation analysis between mathematics teachers' competence and skills readiness, the result shows that there is a strong positive relationship between teachers' competence and skills readiness. And this relationship is said to be significant. So having a higher competence means higher level of skills readiness in facing the impact of Industry 4.0 on mathematics education 4.0. For participants' recommendations to further improve their competence and skills readiness in facing the challenge of mathematics education 4.0, there are two recommendations emerge by interview or result of interviews. So number one is more seminars, trainings, and workshops relative to mathematics education 4.0. Number two recommendation is government support in enhancing educational facilities. For my conclusion and recommendations for this study, the present findings provide insight on the present levels of teachers' competence and skills readiness towards mathematics education 4.0. It shows that mathematics teachers have low level of competence on integrating technology on pedagogy. They have also manifested low level of competence on the required instructional strategies and technological and digital tools relevant to education 4.0. More broadly, the findings speak to the issue of not so high level of skills readiness on their technological and digital literacy. The study also revealed that there is a positive correlation between teachers' competence and skills readiness. For the recommendations, administrators and educators should give their efforts to initiate actions on problem arising wherein they should be proactive of the upcoming demands of Industry 4.0. Number two, funding or budget allotment for the procurement of ICT equipment, building infrastructures, technological and digital tools, which will be needed for mathematics education 4.0. Seminars, workshops, and trainings is also recommended. Mathematics educators, researchers, and administrators of higher educational institutions may give at least as much attention to the impact of Industry 4.0 to mathematics education. More precise trainings are needed also. Then future researchers may consider longitudinal studies and other programs to elucidate more clearly the roles of administrators, mathematics teachers, students, and parents in education 4.0. So once again, I'm Dr. Laico from the Philippines, and I would like to thank all of the organizers of the International Conference of Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research, and to God be the glory. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your presentation. Next, let us welcome Jutatep Juniad that will be discussing enhancing ecotourism management based on local resources towards the high value created economy of Natham community, Yala province.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we'll be presenting about enhancing ecotourism management based on local resources towards the high-value creative economy of Natham community, Yala province. Author name, Juthatip Chaniat. Co-author name, Panom Suthisak Sopon. Introduction. Ecotourism or green travel is a form of environmentally friendly tourism that is safe for nature while offering contentment and responding to the current world situation where everyone should save energy and maintain the environment. Ecotourism or green travel includes nature sightseeing trips and the study of living things. One interesting site is located in the southern part of Thailand and is Yala, the only landlocked province. Yala is a pleasant and uncluttered province, and the provincial and district capital has a beautiful design. For this reason, the researcher foresaw the significance of the Natham community as a community with abundant natural resources, traditions, cultures, wisdom, foods, fruits, and a long history of reclining Buddha at Wat Kuha Pimuk or Wat Tham. The primary focus was to provide guidelines and plans for the development of a tourism industry connected with ecotourism to add value to the activities and strengthen the management potential of local entrepreneurs, also to access modern marketing methods for long-term sustainable income generating. The marketing gap from the potential of Thailand tourism industry applies and offers the opportunity to distribute income to communities in the border southern provinces. This to assist the communities to be well prepared for a grassroots economy and community industry and to develop competitive advantage among the quality tourism industry, which is the creative, culture, and high-value services industry according to the 4.0 Thailand Development Strategy. Research objectives. The objectives of this research article were 1. To study and evaluate plant diversity on limestone hill of Wat Tham of Na Tham community, Yala province. 2. To study the potential ecotourism attractions of the Na Tham community, Yala province. 3. To recommend management guidelines for ecotourism based on local resources towards creating a high-value creating economy for the Na Tham community, Yala province. Literature review. Tourism theory, ecotourism theory, natural interpretation theory, concepts of a creative economy, concepts of ecology and plant society. Research methods. This research applied the qualitative research methods. The key informats were 30 local stakeholders. Purposive sampling was applied along with the snowball selection method to select the qualified key informants. An in-depth interview and participant observation were used to collect data. The research tools used to collect data included a semi-structured interview form, a quality evaluation form of ecotourism attractions, and an evaluation form of plants in the limestone mountain area. The guidelines for setting the key questions were based on the concepts, theories, and researchers related to ecotourism and the audit of a quality standard of ecotourism attractions. Abbreviations and acronyms. 1. Content analysis was applied to analyze the qualitative data. 2. The analysis of plants in the limestone mountain area at Wat Tham and surrounding areas involved analysis to determine the plant names, the analysis and selection of the kinds of plant and a suitable area for natural interpretation media, and the report and research summary to propose the management guidelines for ecotourism based on the local resources towards generating a high-value creative economy for the Na Tham community, Yala province. Research results. The research and evaluation of plant diversity on limestone mountain area at Wat Tham, Na Tham community, Yala province were provided. The area of Wat Tham, Na Tham community, Yala province is limestone mountain with tropical evergreen rainforest. The present study revealed 27 families, 48 genera, and 50 species. The Orchidaceae, Araceae, and Polypodiaceae are the most diverse families with 6, 5, and 4 species, respectively. The results of the potential ecotourism attractions of the Na Tham community, Yala province. The evaluation results of the ecotourism attractions quality at the Na Tham community, Yala province, were evaluated twice, before and after the development, by 3 experts in tourism using the evaluation form of ecotourism attractions quality produced by the Department of Tourism, Ministry of Tourism and Sports. The results indicated that the overall quality of the Na Tham community for the participatory development process in July 2020 was at a moderate level with a 59 score or 59% or 2 stars. Moreover, the results showed that the overall quality after implementing the participatory development process over 10 months in April 2021 was at a good level with a 65 score or 65% or 3 stars. The SWOT analysis results of the Natam Community, Yala Province, as ecotourism attractions based on local resources towards the high-value creative economy. Strength 1. The community members were friendly and warmly welcomed the tourists. There were various attractions in the area such as occupations, nature, activities, tradition, and ancient Tawarawati civilization. 2. The community gathered as the strong formal and informal group to organize the activities. It was the strong community enterprise. Weaknesses 1. The community member who was in charge of health tourism lacked of skills to design the activity to suit the tourists. 2. There was insufficient homestay service. 3. The signs of interpretation and background information along the ecotourism trail. Opportunities 1. Ecotourism was in the interest of tourists worldwide. Sustainable development goals. Threats. The uncertain world economy affected the decision of tourists to not travel or spend less money. 2. International terrorism in the 3 southern border provinces was the continuing problem. Management guidelines for ecotourism based on local resources towards high creative economy of Natam Community, Yala Province. 3.1. Guidelines for creating the plants database to educate and upgrade the interpretation of the ecotourism attractions as the natural-based tourism via online communication. 3.2. Development guidelines for the economic activities using the cultural and natural assets in couple with the creativity or technologies to produce ecotourism products and activities to add the commercial value to Natam Community, Yala Province. 3.3. Development of community participation and influence on the activities to develop ecotourism for the equal benefits. 2. Upgrade the ecotourism management based on local resources towards the high-value creative economy of Natam Community, Yala Province. Conclusion. The results of enhancing ecotourism management based on local resources towards generating a high-value creative economy for the Natam Community, Yala Province, Thailand, showed that 5 outstanding plants families were suitable to create learning station along the ecotourism route on the limestone mountain of Wat Tham at the Natam community. There are Desneriaceae, Oleaceae, Orchidaceae, Bilanthaceae, and Zingiberinaceae. Moreover, during our expeditionary fieldwork on Limestone Mountain in September 2020 at Wat Tham, Yala Province, Parabia sp was discovered. It was expected to be a new species or new record for Thailand was discovered. More information is needed for described and confirmed.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Chanasit Sitsignon to discuss the development of learning activities using activity-based learning to enhance creative learning management ability of pre-service teachers.
Hello, everybody. Today, we present the development of learning activity using activity-based learning to enhance creative learning management ability of pre-service teacher. Research by Assistant Professor Dr. Chanasit Sitsignon, Faculty of Education, Sinapakorn University, and I am Dr. Ekasit Chanin Thalapum, co-author lecturer in Demonstration School of Sinapakorn University. Undertaker present research. Let's start off the content into 7 parts, which 1. Introduction. 2. Research objective. 3. Review literature. 4. Research methods. 5. Research results. 6. Decision. And 7. Conclusion. Let me start by introduction. Faculty of Education, Silpakorn University, produce students to be professional teachers. They need to train to clear understanding based on teacher statement. 4. Seek to course learning management and classroom management of behavior of education program. Faculty of Education, Silpakorn University, as a course that allows the student to learn about learning style and instruction development learning. This research objective: 1. To develop an instruction using activity-based learning to promote creative instruction design ability of the service teacher. Faculty of Education, Silpakorn University. 2. To study the effectiveness of the instruction using activity-based learning as follow aspect. 2.1. The learning outcome of undergraduate pre-service teacher enrolling in learning management and classroom management course. 2.2. The creative instruction design ability of undergraduate pre-service teacher enrolling in learning management and classroom management course. 2.3. The instruction ability of undergraduate pre-service teacher enrolling in the learning management and classroom management course. 2.4. The student feedback on the instruction using activity-based learning. Next topic, literature review. Activity-based learning means using activity as a base for training or developing the learner in order to achieve and define object or goal. It develops the student skill for self-learning that can continuous learning include obtaining results. This research method using one group pre-test, post-test design and research instrument using 4 units as following: technique for learning management, media production and learning innovation development, measurement and evaluation, and classroom management. Competency test on instruction, study and analyze document. Create the competency test for 4 units. Propose the competency test to 3 experts. Try out the competency test. Assessment of creative instruction design. Study and analyze document and research paper. Create 5-point scale assessment on creative instruction design. Propose the assessment of creative instruction design to 3 experts. Assessment of creative instruction ability. Questionnaire of student feedback. Experiment was divided into 3 stages as following. Pre-research stage. Researcher provide the instruction with 6 steps of DC and use design research instrument. Implement stage. 1. The researcher assign the student to design the instruction. Grade 6 to 9 learner development activity for 1.5 hours. 2. The researcher make contact with โรงเรียนเทศบาล 2 วัดเสน่หาสมัครพลพดุง. 3. The researcher assign advisory teacher to evaluate the creative instruction design ability from lesson plan and evaluate the pre-service teacher ability on creative instruction. Fourth research stage. After complete the experiment, researcher conduct post-test use 4 unit test on the instruction with 30 items. In addition, the student complete the questionnaire feedback instruction. The result of feedback were then analyzed with statistics. Next topic, research results. Activity-based learning instruction to promote pre-service teacher creative instruction design ability. Faculty Education, Silpakorn University, call DC. Employ 6 steps. Step 1, Draw attention. Step 2. Experiment learning. Step 3. Engage the activity. Step 4. Construct new knowledge. Step 5. Exchange knowledge. And step 6. Evaluate outcome. 2. The result of knowledge and understanding of the pre-service teacher. This data here show after the instruction provide 4 students gain score is very good level. 13 students gain score is good level. And 9 students gain score is average level, which in the according with the first hypothesis. The result of pre-service teacher creative instruction design ability. Overall, the score was in very good level, which is in accordance with the second hypothesis. The result of the pre-service teacher instruction ability was in very good level, which in accordance with the third hypothesis. This table shows pre-service teacher feedback on activity-based learning instruction with 6-step DC. Was the high level, according with the fourth hypothesis. Next topic is discussion. Activity-based learning instruction called DC. And conclusion, pre-service teacher knowledge and understanding of 4 units according for 46.43%. Ability to design instruction very good level. Ability on activity-based learning instruction was very good level. Feedback on activity-based learning instruction with DC was in high level. This activity in this pre-service teacher using activity-based learning into โรงเรียนเทศบาล 2 วัดเสน่หาสมัครพลพดุง If you any question, please contact. Thank you.
Next, let us welcome our session chair, worked as an assistant professor and co-HOD in Sage University Indoor Electronics and Communication Department. PhD in Electronics and Communication from SSSUTMS, Sihor under the guidance of Dr. R.P. Singh. ME in Digital Communication from IET, Indoor MPBE. Previously also session chaired in NCIRIT 2020. Member and reviewer in renowned journals like IFERP, Advances in Science, Technology and Engineering Systems Journal, Material Science Research India, Advances in Computers and Electronics. He achieved International Book of Records and India Book of Records for the world largest mosaic artwork. Also, this award nominated for Guinness World Record. Achieved 2 times Atma Mantan Award for Best Performance in Academics. Achieved Best Faculty Award. Total of 14 years of experience. 2 years of industry experience. Total academic experience of 12 years. Published a total of 32 papers, in which 2 are in Scopus, 1 is in Springer, 22 international journal, 6 national journals, 2 national conference, and a total of 5 papers reviewed till now of renowned journals. Let us welcome our session chair, Dr. Shivangini Saxena.
Hello, my warm greetings to all of you. I hope all are doing well and all are safe in pandemic COVID-19. I am really very honored to be the session chair of 3rd International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Education Research, ICMCER 2021. I have seen all the videos of presentation and clear that all the papers were very good and topics were very much relevant in the current scenario and important for the nation. So the first paper was The title of the paper was The Integration of Buddhist Arts and Sciences to Improve Quality of Life. So I concluded that very nicely explained that Buddhist philosophy and social values are very much same in many manners, and Buddhism helps to find the peace in ourselves. Very nicely said that all is in our mind, which shows our own suffering. So a very nice presentation it was. Now the second paper was guidelines for developing strategies on hotel business market in Thailand to elevate international standards leading to wellness industry. So this paper was yeah, of course it's time to think and to make strategies to improve tourism industry, as we know that COVID-19 has severely affected on the country business. So we must think about that, how should we overcome to all these scenarios affected in our business of the country. So this was the review. Now the third paper was the administration management for fairness in the organization justice. Yes, again nicely explained organizational justice with different aspects like distributive justice, procedural justice, interactional justice, and principles discussed in this paper. Of course, you explained it very well. So thank you so much for this presentation. Next was university image affecting establishment decision making for selection of cooperative education students. Yeah, again the PPT was very good, and the presentation also was very good. In this, research said establishment attitude which recognized a high level with student image and all aspects which help to produce graduates according to the need of establishment. The presentation really was very good. So next was Javanese statecraft Sasanka Jati's perspective. So nicely you presented the Javanese culture includes all the factors which are responsible for the culture. So again, it was a very nice topic you have taken for the presentation. Next was the power of up-to-date database system on learning of evidence-based medicine. The power of up-to-date on learning of evidence-based medicine in Faculty of Medicine, Islamic University of Indonesia. The table you formed of results was very nicely explained, and we can also explain it by graph representations, and it is more representative. As very well explained, we came to know that 42% of respondents still perceived the difficulties in using up to date to support EBM practice. Next, the structural equation model of guidelines for transforming corporate management strategies of the cosmetic manufacturer section in the post-COVID-19 pandemic. Again, it was nicely explained, research framework and 3-point recommendations, marketing strategies, and all the aspects. It was very good PPT, and the presentation was also very good. Next was trade barrier measures under the obligations of the international agreement of the European Union affecting the Thai fishing crisis. So you presented in a very well good and simple manner that how Thailand issued a yellow card the Thai fishing industry to solve the problems. So thank you for this paper you published here. Next, the application Buddhist democratic approaches in socio-economic policy implementations. So, again, Buddhist principles relevant to the significant decisions affecting human life. Very nicely, you explained all the things. Next was the development of effective student affairs administration based on Sanghavattu fourth principles for schools under Office Primary Education Service Area. So you included student affairs, administrations, four aspects of relationships. Many things we know, but we are really unable to implement it. So here you showed the guidelines for implementations, which are very effective. Next was the model of effective administration development based on good governance for primary schools under Office of Primary Education Service Area. So for the as we know, for the country, younger people are responsible for the growth, and for this, with the parents, the school administration plays a very important role. And through this paper, you've really very well explained all the aspects of the school which played by an administrations. So next was the implied terms in franchise agreement Thailand perspective. So very nice presentation. It is the matter of thought that how would principle necessary for the healthy relationship among the parties, which also maintain the values and ethics of the business. First, teachers' competence and skills readiness in facing the impact of Industry 4.0 on mathematics education. So very nicely you explain, and before that, it is very appreciable to arise this topic on presentation that we teachers should be ready and always be updated for the concerns subjects. Here also you took out the point which shows the low competency towards mathematics education 4.0. And yes, we must think about the high levels of pedagogy to improve digital literacy. There must be training, seminars, etc. with government support to overcome the low skills. And also your recommendations were very good. Next was enhancing ecotourism management based on local resources towards the high value creative economy of Natham community, Yala province. So again, I explained 5 outstanding plant families with table learning. This is very important for the whole world to think on this. So appreciable presentation this was. The last paper was the development of learning activities using activity-based learning to enhance creative learning management ability for pre-service teachers. So good to have this topic research paper, as you showed the importance of activity based learning and how to achieve it. Nicely points explained in the research objectives, because activity learning is really very effective for the students. So thank you so much. All papers were very good. All papers presented very nicely, and really it was appreciable. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Pinyada Ruensup to discuss the satisfaction on the elderly allowance payment service. Case study of Fra Intaracha District Municipality, Franakron Sri, Ayutthaya Province.
Everyone, I'm very honored to be a part of the third international conference on multidisciplinary and current educational research, ICMCER 2021, on behalf of Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Pinyada Runsuk. I'm a lecturer of management course in Faculty of Business Administration and Information Technology of Rajamangala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi. This research is about the satisfaction of the elderly allowance payment service case study of Prainracha district, municipality of Pranakornsi, Ayutthaya province, and my co-researcher is Professor Sasiwan Poonsawat. And in this regard, the researcher has been considering this interest topic, which has been reported through many researchers from the other researchers in terms of providing service from the Department of Local Administration. The researcher has ever studied in this area of Prainracha district municipality. It's in Bang Pa-in district, Ayutthaya province. How this study would be in order to disseminate such information to other related agency or other different areas to improve such long term of the project, including the trend of future project for utmost benefit of people. Yes, this is a picture of Racha district municipality, Pranakornsi, Ayutthaya province. Next one. Next one is the research is aimed first to study the satisfaction level of the elderly towards the elderly allowance payment in Racha district. Number two, when comparing the elderly satisfaction ranking from sex, age, status, income, career, and resident in Racha district. Yes. Next one, the research method is research hypothesis is the elderly who have different sex, age, status, income, career, and resident area have different satisfaction towards elderly allowance payment service. The research scope is for demographic scope. The population in this research were the people who have got the elderly allowance specifically for nice community in the area of Prainracha district municipality. The sampling size was used in 257 cases by using Yamane formula for calculating on sampling size while using the purposive sampling. And in terms of research content, this research has focused on level of satisfaction of elderly people toward the elderly people allowance payment in the area of Racha district municipality. I'm having many problem in this word. The term of research content is number one is equitable service, two is timely service, and number three is ample service, number four is continuous service. Yes. The research methodology was questionnaire with 5 ranking scale with 0.9 of reliability. The The statistic for data analysis was percentage, mean, standard deviation, t-test, and one-way annual. Yes, and next one is the research result. Yes, discussion, the research result. I found that the satisfaction level of the elderly toward the elderly allowance payment was considered as the most satisfactory for all aspects and can be rated as follow. First, timely service. Second, equitable service. Third is continuous service, and fourth, ample service, respectively. The result of study has indicated that the elderly are satisfied with all aspects of satisfaction in elderly allowance payment. This has resulted from the operating of agency in area of case study according to the ministry policy, working plan, and procedure. Yes. The abrupt solution has made the elderly satisfactory with four aspects of service when received the elderly allowance payment. Moreover, this project has been a kind of revenue guarantee for the elderly who have not enough revenue. When the government has administered this kind of project, the elderly people are on certified in overall and feel good because the coming revenue make all elderly have more income and more life insurance in accordance. Yes, and next one is the discussion, the result of comparison on the elderly satisfaction in overall was found that first is different sex. Yes, different sex and status has not different satisfaction to a service. Second, age, income, career, and resident area have different satisfaction to a service with the statistical significance of 0.05. As of previous experience of service they receive in past are likely to be different and that have made their idea and attitude are subsequently different. There are many views or points that should be different pattern according to their ideas and feeling and old experience. Yes. Next one is the recommendation. Number one is in terms of policy recommendation, and number two is practical recommendation, and number three is the recommendation for next research that I have many idea in my full paper. Yes. Next slide. The conclusion. I have idea that's about there are being a change in the payment system for elderly of the compensation of this research to be paid through the bank transfer system. Actually, the government should focus more on creating jobs than caring for the elderly by paying only the living allowance. Because the monthly pension received at the present is not sufficient for the living for the elderly. Yes. On the other hand, providing them the job or skill and enhancement that suit for their age or sharing the skill and that they have to pass them on those knowledge to the community would more efficient for both community and the elderly. To conclude, having an activities, yes, in coexistence with society, and having an income and that can support oneself, yes, having medical expenses, and this would bring their retirement for happily and sustainable. And this is my appendix. Okay, thank you very much for me. Goodbye.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I hope you guys still doing okay. Next, let us welcome Yupadi Panarak. That will be discussing the development, the quality of educational achievement. The small schools has low ordinary national education test by using professional learning community.
Hello, my name is Yupadi Panarat. My research team are Associate Professor Dr. Washila Vichuwaranan, Assistant Professor Ulaiwan Pandachol, Assistant Professor Supawat Visisilikun, and Dr. Prani Lergaew. We work belong to Faculty of Education, Kamphaeng Phet Rajapat University, Thailand. Today, I'm going to present the research about development of quality of educational achievement. The small school had low ordinary national educational test by using professional learning community. We did the research focus on find the best practice in small school management which had only score higher than the national average. Then explore the small school development model and using with 3 small schools which has only score lower than the national average. We found that 2 of the sample schools had only score higher than the national average in academic year 2019. Introduction. The goal of 2018 was to systemically reform education and learning. Emphasis 3 main issues. First, the development of quality and standard of education and learning of Thai people. Second, increasing educational and learning opportunities. And then, promoting participation in education, administration, and management from all sectors of society. The strategic reform framework has focused on the international quality and standard of Thai people and Thai education. Some of the key indicators and target value were academic achievement in core subjects from the ordinary national educational test or ONET, with an average score more than 50%, and math and science subject achievement was not lower than the international average. But in 2018, we found that the average score on ONET in math and science were 37.50 and 39.93 respectively. The school under Kamphaeng Phet Primary Education Service Area of Office had an average score lower than the international average score in math and science was 262 and 248 schools out of 386 schools respectively. The result reflects that many schools need urgent help. This is research object. First, to study best practice in small school management under the Office of the Basic Education Commission, Kamphaeng Phet Province. And the second, to find a model for small school development based on the Professional Learning Community or PLC. And then to study the result of using the model. We divided the research into 3 steps. Step 1. Study best practice in small school management. Step 2, finding a model for small school development based on PLC. And step 3, we study the result of using the model. Step 1, study best practice in small school management. The sample group was a small school had honest score in math and science higher than the national average in 2018. Informant were school director or representative and teacher. And source of information were school self-report document, project related to teacher development, teaching and learning process development, and learner development. For the research tools include the executive interview form, the teacher interview form, and the school performance report. We collect data by interview the school director and teachers and analyze the document, and then summarizing the information from the interview, and then return the information to each school for further investigate and complete review. After that, summarizing the information and applying best practice in the management of small school. All of data we analyze by content analysis. For the step 2, finding a model for small school development based on professional learning community. The informants were divided into 3 groups. First group, director and deputy director of educational district, educational supervisor of a small school who responsible the subjects. The second group is the school director and teacher who teach in math and science in the small school which had honest score higher than the national average. And the third group, school director, teacher who teach math and science in the small school which had honest score lower than the national average. The research tools. First, best practice in small school management. And second, a draft of the small school development model. We collected data by using focus group and then analyze by content analysis. For the step 3, study of the result of using a model for small school development based on PLC. The sample consists of small school with the honest on science and math lower than the national average in 2018 in Kampeng province. The proportive sampling method was used, and the schools that were willing to join as a sample and research tool were a small school development model using PLC. It was 6-step process. Were first, goal was a combination of goals for improve the quality of education in math and science. Second, planning was joint preparation and finding method for learner development. Third, action was a joint study of content according to the core curriculum. Making a lesson plan was divided into 40 hours per subject, media or equipment, and instructor. The achievement test, the questionnaire about attitude toward math and science, and teamwork. Fourth, observation was a consideration of learner learning outcome in terms of knowledge, skill, and desirable characteristics from the learning activity. Fifth, reflection was consideration based on the effect of learning management on content that the learner did not understand. And the last, training was a joint activity to enrich knowledge of learner as a result of reflecting the concept of the lesson plan in what the learner did not understand, and considering the score from the achievement test, the attitude, and the teamwork skill. Data collection and analysis. We use the focus group between the informant and then analyze by content analysis. in the action process. What learning activity to develop learner according to plan. Standing was joy activity to enrich learner knowledge, and then ask the student to take achievement test, then analyze by t-test one sample with criteria. The attitude towards mathematics and science and teamwork were analyzed by mean and standard deviation. For the result, first, the best practice in small school management, including administration and learning management. For the administration, consists of personal support and administrative. For the learning management, consists of activity following curriculum and the activity extra curriculum. After that, we use the practice to find the model for small school development based on PLC. We get the 6 process. First, goal, planning, action, observation, reflection, and standing. After we use the model with the school, we found that for the achievement, the learner has achievement in math and science subject statistically higher than 70% at 0.05 level. And for the attitude mathematics overall in high level. For attitude towards science, overall in high level too. For the teamwork, in math and science, we use the same questionnaire. We found that 2 of the learner who learn in the same subject have the teamwork in high level in the same. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Lu Zhu. That will be discussing the mental health on the outcomes of management and characterization during COVID-19 pandemic, review and bibliometric analysis.
My name is Zhou Lu. Currently, I'm a graduate student in Doctor of Philosophy, International Management Studies Program IMSP, Chakrabung's Bhuvanarth International Institute for Interdisciplinary Studies CBIS, Rajamangala University of Technology, Tawanak, in Thailand. I feel very honored to be able to participate in this international conference and very grateful to my advisors, Dr. Titan Chankozin, who is presently an Associate Professor of Business Administration at the Faculty of Business Administration for Society, Srinik Harinwarat University, in Thailand. So the title of my article is Mental Health on the Outcomes of Management and Characterization During COVID-19 Pandemic Review and Bibliometric Analysis. And I'll give a brief introduction to the content of my article. The research aims to be analyzed using scientific mapping to visually examine similarities and differences in population-based mental health research trends during COVID-19, and to provide references for related research in COVID-19 pandemic. The databases of the Web of Science and the China National Knowledge Infrastructure and the visual analysis software Sitespace 5.7 R1 were used to retrieve and quantify the literature. Finally, 2,193 relevant articles were obtained. There are certain differences in research trends through co-occurrence word clustering analysis between China and foreign countries. The sudden COVID-19 has caused more and more serious psychological distress to the public. So it is necessary to pay attention to the mental health intervention of the population in the middle and late stages of the epidemic. During the COVID-19 pandemic around the world, this comparative analysis described the study status, hotspots, and trends of population-based mental health. As far as China is concerned, current research on population-based mental health during the COVID-19 has a specific foundation, with the largest proportion of the highly cited international literature. However, the depth, breadth, and rigor of research design in China still need to be strengthened. more importance should be attached to multidisciplinary collaboration, personalized psychological intervention, and phenomenological research to enrich research topics. The work only analyzed the core data set of the WOS, the literature of the CNKI, and the population-based mental health in the pre-epidemic period. Given the impact of the post-epidemic situation on the mental health of the population, relevant studies need to be performed in the future. The above is the main research content of this article. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Doctor. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Pornthep Kautur to be discussing an enhancement of community product, a case study of single sun-dried snakehead fish.
My name is Pornthep Kautur. Could you like to present a research title and enhancement of community product, a case study of single sun-dried snakehead fish? Co-author Jesada Ishaq, Chanpen Butsai. We are lecturer at Rajamangala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. My name is Pornthep Kautur, is Faculty of Business, Administration and Information Technology, Rajamangala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi in Thailand. I am graduate in Master of Engineering in Industrial Engineering Faculty of Engineer at Kasetsart University in Thailand. I am interested in conducting research in industrial management, inventory management, logistic management, and contact me pornthep.k@imutsb.ac.th. The research aims to upgrade a single sun-dried snakehead fish product of the Angthong Fisher and Processing Cooperative Group, Huaykalan Sub-District, Viset Chaichan District, Angthong Province in Thailand. The purpose of the research was the less to level of the single sun-dried snakehead fish product to meet community product standard and add value to snakehead fish. The result research was the single sun-dried snakehead fish product, which a standardized product. Have brand, have label, have packaging standardized, which must contain according to the community product standard for single sun-dried snakehead fish. To rise the level of snakehead fish product to meet the community product standardized Thai community product standard and add value single sun-dried snakehead fish. Description: the 5 steps to enhancement. First, study the preliminary data of Angthong Fisher Cooperative Group in terms of processing quality of single sun-dried snakehead fish. Second, study need for the level of group bring the demand development standardized and add value as single sun-dried snakehead fish product. Third, development production process ensure hygienic and standardized single sun-dried snakehead fish. 4. Study the mosquito content between naturally single sun-dried snakehead fish and development single sun-dried snakehead fish that have development to meet a standardized brand label packaging meets community product standard for single sun-dried. 5. Summary, result, and evaluation. In Figure 1, naturally single standard and before packaging. 2. The research development heat pump dryer machine. And 3. Packaging after research. Conclusions. The research was aggregate of single standard snakehead feed product of the Ayutthaya Fisher and Processing Cooperative Group, Hue Khalan Sub-District, Viset Chaichan District, Ayutthaya Province. The objective of the research was to raise the level of single standard product to meet the community product standard. For single standard snakehead feed, aspirin profit was about 32 baht per kilo. After research, the profit was approximate 121 baht per kilo, and break-even point approximate was 7,000 kilogram, and payback period was approximate 179 days. Appendix follow 2 slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Kanukporn Pakichay to be presenting an economic feasibility of the commercial community products of Sainoy Bangban, Franakon, C. Ayutthaya Province.
Sawasdee. Hello everyone. Today I want to present the topic and economic feasibility of the commercial community product of Sainoy Bangban, Panakornsi, Ayutthaya Province. Okay. Let me introduce myself. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Kanokporn Pakichay. I'm lecturer at Rajamangala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. For the abstract, this research is a cultivative research aimed to analyze economic feasibility and sensitivity of the commercial commodity product to use as a basis for academic reference in developing and extending products to create career stability and income, as well as choosing the most cost-effective research. Following the economic guidelines, a statistical questionnaire was used with vice product entrepreneur of Sainoy, Panakornsi, Ayutthaya Province. The results of the study were as follows. Tebnaka Drinking Water Community Enterprise Group, Sainoy Homestay and Tourist Village, and Tangala for Health are economically feasible and worth the investment when considering the economic sensitivity in terms of cost and income change. So, research results are returned to the community to guide sustainable commercial product development. For the description, economic feasibility analysis consists of 1. Economic net present value. Number 2, economic benefit cost ratio. Number 3, economic internal rate of return. And the last, sensitivity analysis. Project sensitivity analysis is a method of analyze the best future outcome for related event by calculating the rate of return on project investments under risk and uncertainty, but can estimate probability. Okay. Conclusion. An analysis of the economic feasibility in case without projects of the 5 commercial community product. Flooded Tepnaka, drinking water, Sinoi homestay, and Takala for health are economically feasibility and what is investment, but natural material processing, banana processing, not what the investment when considering the economic feasibility analysis. Okay, when considering the economic sensitivity in terms of cost and income change, you can look at the table in case with project. The sensitivity analysis found that the Tepnaka Drinking Water Enterprise Group is a worldwide commercial investment considering the economic risk if management is adjusted as recommended. In the case of having a project, it will result in the business having the potential to resist the impact of the change in the selling price. Revenue can be reduced by up to 6% and the cost change, price of production factor, price of electricity, chemical packaging increase up to 15%. The results of the sensitivity analysis suggest that Sinoi Homestay is a worldwide commercial investment considering the economic risk if there is a change in the marketing plan and management strategy according to Thai homestay standards. As a result, the business has the potential to resist the impact of change in the selling price. Our revenue can be reduced by up to 15%, and cost change, our factory price increased by up to 15%. And the last, the sensitivity analysis relates that Takala for health is economically variable as and has the potential to withstand the impact of change in the selling price up to 15% and cost change the price of input up to the 15% too. Okay. In a conclusion, so community enterprise development is one of the tools used by government to solve the people poverty by allocating budget to upgrade produce to pass community product to the international market. But without an analysis of the economic feasibility or cost effectiveness of the commercial investment, taking into the account risk and uncertainty, would lead to unsustainability in the future. That is the purpose of the community enterprise development at present. That is, people are encouraged to the collectively product the new product without analyze the market feasibility of the production, but not actually selling or not being worried because of the lack of comprehensive economic analysis of the economy, society, environment, and culture, which are the first two that should be picked up before the creating the action plan. Okay. for the supporting the budget for the most efficient use of resource and to be the foundation of the good process towards sustainability of the fundamental economy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss, for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Preen Kwanriang to be discussing the health information behavior of local women, village health volunteers in knowledge dissemination in terms of prevention and control of coronavirus disease 2019, outbreak in Chiang Mai, Thailand.
Hello everyone, it's my pleasure to be presenting our research project to the conference. Today I am presenting the research projects on health information behavior of local women villager volunteer in prevention and control of COVID-19 outbreak in Chiang Mai. There are three researchers composing this research project. The first one is Dr. Parin Kwanriang. She is a library and information science at the Faculty of Humanity and Social Science in Thaksin University. And the second is Dr. Krishna Vaisamruat. She is Associate Professor at the Department of International Relations, Faculty of Political Science from Kamhang University. And the last one is me from Sansukampa. I am a lecturer at the Department of Public Administration, Faculty of Humanity and Social Sciences, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. And this project is funded by King Prachatipo Institute. Yeah. First of all, I would like to move on to the introduction part. This research focused on health information behavior for prevention, surveillance, and control of the COVID-19 in Chiang Mai province. And it's because this is important in understanding of the role of villager volunteer in participating in primary healthcare network in pandemic regarding prevention, surveillance, and communication between networks. The question is how communication to practice happen and which channels and obstacles the village volunteer communicated to the local level community. In addition, information access and communication channels in delivering message from senders to recipients are also vital factors for the common understanding of the community in implementing the measure recommended by the government. It is necessary to explore the information behavior of villager volunteer in order to investigate the information behavior in dealing with the pandemic, including how individual villager volunteer interact with information. This is a behavior that connect individuals to access information sources through media as channels for disseminating knowledge. The information behavior study in the villager volunteer groups focus on the relationship between information need, information seeking, and information use. So it is vital for individuals to access information, be aware of it, and get basic knowledge necessary for daily life, which is the state duty to adopt the information behavior for policy decision making. And also, government organization or relevant agency should apply information behavior in planning for information and knowledge management for their citizen basic rights. In this case, the village health volunteers are directly involved in implementing this measure and are closely familiar with the way of life of the local community that demand obtaining appropriate behavior, health information behavior concerning dealing with the spread of COVID-19. So, understanding village health volunteer information behavior can be applied for the COVID-19 measure and policy development at the local community level. So this research question, what is the characteristics of health information behavior of local women village health volunteer in prevention, surveillance, and control of the spread of COVID-19 in Chiang Mai? So it might be too large scope to study in the whole area of Chiang Mai. So this research project, we try to narrow the scope in order to be easier for the study. The scope in terms of population, we study cover 646 women village health volunteers, not 68 in 4 sub-districts. That's Suthep, Mae Hia, Phaham, and Tha Sala district. And the study period was starting from January 2020 to February 2021. And data collection and sampling. This research is quantitative research method is employed. The sample used in the study was 250 volunteers in 4 sub-districts mentioned above, and total 220 questionnaires received that accounted for 88% of the total sent out questionnaire. For data analysis, the analysis will be based on the conception framework and of vision and related literature and research paper. For the result of the study, this research is a part of a larger research project which will present the characteristic of local village health volunteer, health information behavior in coping with COVID-19 concerning to variant measure. And it found that health information behavior of local village health volunteer in dealing with the COVID-19 consists of 3 aspects. That's health information need, health information seeking, and health information use. And also when they tend to use that knowledge for and also the so illustrate the problem and obstacle in health information seeking and health information use for knowledge dissemination to community in dealing with COVID-19 in Chiang Mai province. It consists of problem, obstacle in health information seeking and health information use. Okay. This diagram illustrates the mean of local women village volunteer information behavior, and that categorized into three aspects. That is information need, information seeking, and information use. And this diagram, of the mean of health information need illustrate the exposure of the pandemic resulted in health information needs of local women, village health volunteer in dealing with COVID-19 in the local community. The COVID-19 resulted in awareness of employing, let's say, the pandemic resulted in realization of health information needs for dealing with COVID-19, health information need for local community in dealing with COVID-19, and health information need and up-to-date health information dealing with COVID-19, and health information need for observing primary diagnosis of COVID-19. Diagram 2 illustrates the exposure of the pandemic resulted in health information seeking of local village health volunteer from reliable sources of information. And they also demand information seeking for protection, surveillance, and control spread of COVID-19 for themselves and their family member and village. The third diagram illustrates the exposure of the pandemic resulted in the health information use of local village health volunteer in dealing with COVID-19 for themselves and their family member. They can select health information from clearly identified sources and can decide whether or not reliable and accurate health information and up-to-date knowledge or not. The fourth figure illustrates the exposure of pandemics resulted in difficulty and obstacle of local women village health volunteer have to face in health information seeking, such as the distant master that's so far from their home and workplace. In terms of the access of online information sources in the health information seeking and knowledge pursuit is quite inconvenient, difficult, and complicated, lacking in keeping track of news and movement about information and information sources for the pursuit of information or health knowledge ongoing. They tend to reluctant to discuss or exchange ideas on health information or knowledge with healthcare professional and also other organization or involved agency. They feel lack of confidence and sunshine in that. It includes unable to verify the credibility of health information self-seeking, unable to seek health information or knowledge from in the form of referral interpersonal exchange because they tend to be shy and lack of confidence when they come to meet in person. And they have inability to see health information or knowledge on their own and lack of skills to use technological devices in health information seeking for knowledge pursuit and unable to pursue to purchase equipment or technological devices for knowledge and health information seeking. I want to say as for problem and obstacle in health information seeking, it identify that they have problem and obstacle in at a low level, and they lack equipment and technological devices in knowledge and health information seeking, and do not know where to get this health information. And the results confirm that most villager volunteers have the technological devices used for knowledge and health information seeking, and they can pursue appropriate health information. The final diagram illustrates the explosion of the pandemics resulted in problem and obstacle of local women village health volunteers have to face in health information use regarding lack of participation in group activity, so they cannot use information or health knowledge to carry out community activity or have a little involved with the community. And after receiving health information or knowledge, some cannot discuss its advice or exchange between them because they tend to be shy. They tend to be shy, the lack of confidence. When they come to speak in person, also they fail to utilize health information or knowledge for observing and investigating the symptom of patient infected with COVID-19 concerning to the family member because they lack confidence or reluctant to use health information for prevention, surveillance, and control of the spread of COVID-19. They cannot utilize health information or knowledge to determine and observe the symptom of the patient infected with COVID-19 for individuals in the community. So it can be said that the problem and obstacle in health information use are at the medium level. The newly acquired health information or knowledge cannot be applied with the prior knowledge to enhancing how to dealing with the COVID-19. In some of the local women village health volunteer has faced problem in adopting a newly acquired health knowledge with the prior knowledge to enhance the knowledge of COVID-19. On the other hand, local women village health volunteer has a few problem and obstacle in using health information for coping with the pandemics. Thus, this study confirmed that local women village health volunteer could use the acquired health knowledge to properly pass on to community in prevention, surveillance, and control of the spread of COVID-19 in Chiang Mai province. Thank you for listening my presentation.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Mr. Pino Somnuan to be discussing the development of a physical activity model to enhance learning of children with intellectual disabilities.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my presentation, the development of physical activity model to enhance learning of children with intellectual disability. Author name Mr. Pinyo Samnuan. Co-author name Nirut Sukdi, PhD. Faculty of Education, Thailand National Sport University, Udon Thani Campus, Thailand. The purpose of this research was to develop a physical activity model to enhance learning of children with intellectual disability, were aged children with IQ level 35 to 49, aged between 6 to 12 years old. They were selected by purposive sampling. The research instrument consisted of the questionnaire and interview form, observation and note-taking form of learning, the physical activity model, learning test for children with intellectual disability. Inferential statistics were one-way ANOVA repeated measure used to compare learning outcome among pre-test, after 4-week test, and post-test, result in 95% confidence interval. The results were as follows. The physical activity model consisted of 3 stages: preparation, physical activity, and cool down. There were 8 activities, including jumping through collar hoop, agility, V-shaped stepping, 9 square, ball dribbling, throw a ball into a box, throwing and catching a ball, and chatter run, indicate that an index of item objective conquest was 0.94. The physical activity model was effective in increasing learning of children with intellectual disability, in counting, number comparison, and matching number. When comparing after 4-week test and the proposed test with the result of the pre-test, learning outcome were statistically significantly different at 0.05. On the other hand, in terms of matching numbers, when comparing between pre-test and 4-week test was not statistically different. Research objectives. The aim of this study was to develop a physical activity model to enhance learning of children with intellectual disability. Research methods. The population is children with intellectual disability aged 6 to 12 years old who were studying at a special education bureau, Udon Thani province. The sample for this study were 8 children with moderate intellectual disability. They were selected by purposive sampling, and there was only one experimental group. Research tools. The standardized questionnaire and interview form, observation and note-taking form of learning, the physical activity model, the standardized learning test, data collection. The researcher collected data from questionnaire and interview with parents, teachers, stakeholders, and people related to children with intellectual disability by using in-depth interviews and group interviews. We required a sample group to undergo a health checkup with a medical person before participating in this research project. The physical activity model is applied to an experimental group for 8 weeks, 3 sections per week, and 45 minutes per each. According to learning tests of children with intellectual disability, the experimental group was pre-test, after 4-week test, and post-test. Data analysis. Content analysis and synthesis determined using the information study on the principle, theories, and content related to physical activity, exercise principles, development, physical limitation, and learnings of children with intellectual disability. Descriptive statistics were mean and standard deviation for expression characteristic of sample. One-way annual repeated measure are used to analyze the difference in mean score or learnings of experimental group obtained from the pre-test, after 4-week test, and post-test. The alpha level of P less than 0.05 was used for determining significance for our statistical analysis. Research results. The physical activity model had an index of item objective conquest was 0.94. There were 8 interesting activities, including jumping through a collar hoop, agility, V-shaped stepping, 9 square, ball dribbling, throw a ball into a box, throwing and catching a ball, and shotgun runs. The effectiveness of the physical activity model, the results are as follows. Matching number outcome. The result of mean score learning found that mean score learning at post-test was statistically significantly higher than mean score learning at pre-test and after 4-week test. On the other hand, mean score learning at 4 weeks was not significantly different from pre-test. Counting outcome. The result of mean score learning found that mean score learning at post-test was statistically significantly higher than mean score learning at pre-test. And after 4-week test, besides after 4-week test was statistically significantly higher than the pre-test. Number comparison outcomes. The result of mean score learning found that mean score learning at post-test was statistically significantly higher than mean score learning at pre-test and after 4-week test. Besides after 4-week test was statistically significantly higher than the pre-test. Conclusion. Children with intellectual disability are developmental disability that limit their intelligence, learning, adaptation, and have an intelligence quotient of 35 to 49 levels. Physical activity is a tool that can improve the learning of these children. The physical activity characteristic for children with moderate cognitive impairment should be simple in order from easy to rare, light to hard, and low to high. In addition, repetition of the practice has a positive effect on learning. This finding suggests that participants in physical activity model can improve learning outcome of children with intellectual disability. Physical activity model involving mild complexity and moderate intensity appear to have greatest benefit for children with intellectual disability. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Nicole Mahawan to be discussing the influence of urban areas on the illnesses of NCDs in the community.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this section, I would like to present the topic of influence of urban areas on the illness of NCD in the communities. First of all, in this study defines non-communicable disease into 4 main diseases. It is comprised of cancers, cardiovascular, chronic respiratory, and diabetes. And later in these presentations, it will be called NCDs. There are 2 phenomena which are relevant to NCDs. First, urban areas in our world has been expanding and world's population are now mostly live in urban areas. Second, world's population have been seriously threatened by NCDs. According to the World Health Organization report, the situation of death by NCD in the world was 68% in 2012, and it will be increased to 75 in 2030. The significant point of those phenomena is that urban environment is the factor that results in changing the pattern of consumption of people. Mainly, the transformation of foods from the past, where people eat fresh food, to the current era where people eat frozen and processed food, kept and preserved for long periods. This is a major factor lead to illness from NCDs of our world's population. Change in food behavior affecting community health due to urban lifestyle. Therefore, it is challenging and requires basic research to create an understanding that can explain the cause and appropriate management approach to optimize, promote, and maintain good health in the community most effectively. For the objective of this paper, first is to study food consumption behavior of urban and rural communities. And the second, to study the influence of distance from the city on the condition of NCDs of the community. The research method. This study was qualitative research together with the quantitative research. The community consumption behavior data were collected from 125 households and divided into 62 samples collected in San Papao sub-districts for the urban representatives, and 63 households collected in Thepsadet sub-district for the rural representatives, and discussed the results with preliminary statistics. For the results, the consumption behavior were described in 3 characteristics. First is source of foods consumed. Second, cooking methods. And third is consumption of food ingredients. The source of foods consumed found that the urban community more relies on processed foods from the market than rural community. In terms of cooking method, rural community had proportion of cooking method in the way of grilling, frying, and eating chili paste more than urban community. It can be said that the rural character of Thepsadet sub-district had a greater effect on the traditional community food consumption behavior than urban character of the San Papao sub-district. Meanwhile, the consumption of food ingredients, it was found that rural community consume less amount of sodium than urban community, which was consistent with the cooking behavior in the rural community, where frying and grilling were used in lesser proportion. However, considering the doctor's recommended amount of sodium intake should not exceed 2,000 milligrams per person per day, both communities continue to consume food ingredients that exceed the level of safety for health. In terms of influence of distance from the city on the community's risk of NCDs, it's what found that urban community has higher rate of death and sickness from NCDs than rural communities. It is related to the pattern of change in 3 characteristics. First is change in occupational structure. Urban people rely on more convenient to buy ready-made food than to cook by themselves. Therefore, ready-eat food in the market reduce healthy nutrition. Second, change in consumption behavior that change from self-cooking to relying on ready-made food in the market, where the nutritional value cannot be controlled. And third, change in behavior of the production of food raw material in the household. This is the purchasing or buying of raw material from the market with a high risk of chemical residues from production, which is a major cause of the risk of NCD disease. Conclusion: the influence of city had a greater effect on the risk factor of NCDs in community located closer to the urban area than rural areas in 2 ways. First is the occupational structure of the nearby urban community has changed. Along with the second is the consumption behavior that relies more on pre-packaged food than the cook their food. There is a risk factor for inappropriate nutrient intake, which lead to illness from non-communicable disease. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Prakrutsa Mutong Tritapanyo to discuss the development model of teachers' potential for reducing disparities in education in Parariyatidama School's General Education Division.
Hello everyone, my name is Pakusamuktong Thitapanyo Buddhi. Today I'm here to talk to you about the development model of teacher potential for reducing disparity in education in Pariyatidama School General Education Division. Our team, author name Pakusamuktong Thitapanyo Buddhi. Code author name สุทธิพงศ์ศรีวิชัย อินถาสิริวัลย์ พีรวัฒน์ชัยสุข Abstract Research Objective Number 1 To study the potential condition of teacher in Pariyatidama School General Education Division to reduce educational disparity. Number 2 To develop a model of teacher potential in Pariyatidama School General Education Division to reduce educational disparity. Number 3 To propose a model of teacher potential in Pariyatidama School General Education Division to reduce educational disparity. Research method. Mixed method research was designed including qualitative research and quantitative research. The tools used in the research were questionnaire of 354 samples. Statistics used in data analysis were percentage, mean, standard deviation, and data from in-depth interview with the director, academic, and expert of 10 key performance and focus group discussion of 9 experts to examine the potential pattern of in Pariyatidama School General Education to reduce educational disparity. Cumulative data was analyzed by content analysis. The potential condition of teachers in Pariyatidama School General Education Division to reduce educational disparity found that teachers were developed more than twice a year, with the greatest amount of improvement in subject content related to the subject trust by joining the potential development on Saturday to Sunday. National Buddhism Office is responsible for the budget for attending the training. The content of the subject that have been developed of teacher potential can be used to meet their needs. Method for developing teacher potential training is the most used method and followed by workshop, study visit, learning for practice, job rotation, continuing education, and seminar. Number 2. A model of teacher potential is Pariyatidama School General Education Division to reduce educational disparity was developed and consulting of value, skill, knowledge, attribute, and method for teacher development. Number 3. A model of teacher potential is Pariyatidama School General Education Division to reduce educational disparity consisted of Number 1. Developing teacher potential in value. Number 2. Developing teacher potential in skill. Number 3. Development of teacher potential in knowledge. Number 4. Development of teacher potential in terms of discipline, interview, and number 5. Method for developing teacher potential such as continuing education at the higher level, seminar, workshop, study from best practice, job rotation, learning by practice, self-study, research and development, work in duty, and mixed method development. Thank you very much. All the best for the best in you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Prakrusamuha Yutana Ayutthaya to discuss a model of desirable characteristics development according to Kalyanamita principles for school administrators under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prakrusamuha Yutana Ayutthaya, PhD candidate in Educational Administration, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. Today, I would like to present our research of a model of desirable characteristics development according to Kalyanamita principles for school administrators under Office of Secondary Educational Service. Everyone, our team, Prakrusamuha Yutana Ayutthaya ก่อนใหม่ สมศักดิ์บุญภู พีรวัตร ชัยสุข ทองดี ศรีตรการ Research objectives. The objectives of this research were: the first, to study the coordination and problem of the characteristics that depend on Kalyanamita principles. The second, to develop up the model of desirable attributes according to Kalyanamita principles. And the third, to propose a model of desirable characteristics development according to Kalyanamita principles for school administrator under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 1. Research method. Mixed method research was used to integrate between undocumented research, qualitative research, and qualitative research. Data was collected to desirable characteristics development according to Kalyanamita principles by asking for opinions of administrators and educational personnel in educational institutions under for the Secondary Educational Service Area Office. Regions 1, 357 samples, and we interviews and discussions with 10 experts of secondary school administrators, experts in physiology in terms of Buddhism, and qualified persons in educational institution administration. The statistics used were the percentage, mean, and standard deviations, and qualitative data and analysis by context analysis. Results. The result of the research showed that the first one, the condition to a problem of the characteristics and depend on Kalyanamita principles. Overall 5 aspects found that the opinions of administrator and educational personnel was at a high level. The second one, a model of desirable attitudes according to Kalyanamita principles consists of 5 aspects, which are 1. Personalities, 2. Moralities, ethics, 3. Knowledge and competence, 4. Human reason, and 5. Leadership. The third one, a model of desirable characteristics development according to Kalyanamita principles for school administrators under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 1, divided into 4 parts. Part 1. Introduction is the development both inside and outside of school and new principles and method according to 5 characteristics, the objective and desirable characteristics of applying the principles for good friend and the person involved. Part 2. The model is the work system such as the strategy of developing desirable characteristics according to Kalamita principles, consisting of 5 aspects. 1. Personality accept. 2. Morality and ethics. 3. Knowledge and competences. 4. Human relations. And 5. Leadership. Part 3. The implementation process in the desirable characteristics of the applications of the 5 aspects integrates with Kalyanamit principles, together with the decision-making process in implementing the process of developing desirable characteristics, such to be used in educational institutions based on Kalamita principles. Part 4. The coordination of success developing of the context of this educational situation, such as the curriculum, versions, mission, and policy of the educational institution administrator in the development of desirable characteristics according to Kalyanamita principles. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Nat Siriwatananan to discuss the construction and efficiency evaluation of the instructional packages on pneumatics control system by using PLC.
My name is Nasri Watananon. Today I will to present the construction and efficiency evaluation of the instructional package on pneumatic control system by using PLC. I am a lecturer from Faculty of Industrial Education, Rajamangala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi. Abstract. The objective of this research is to construct an efficiency evaluate of the instructional package on pneumatic control by using PLC. The researcher has used the constructional package to test with the purposive sampling group of 22 people who are the fourth-year students in Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Industrial Education at Rajamangala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi. The experimental process was done by using p-test to test their basic knowledge and then teaching them which instructional package. During the learning process, they had to do the exercise and practice of experiment. After finishing each job topic, they were test theory and practical again. The exercise score, post-test, lab sheet score, and practical tests were calculated in order to measure of efficiency of the instructional package. The result showed that the instructional package had the theoretical efficiency 84.35/80.15 and the practical efficiency of 85.23/82.73. which was higher than the expected criteria at 80/80. Introduction for the pneumatic control system with PLC found that the learner did not understand the working principle of control system and also unable to program command to control the interaction with the device according to the specified condition, but control command can be programmed only in basic command. Found that students who study in industrial education, mechanical engineering, graduate with a vocational certificate in the field of automotive mechanic and high school. Therefore, students lack the basic knowledge of electrical control and has never learned PLC command before. Objective to construct and evaluate of the effective of instructional package on pneumatic control system using PLC. Research method. The research sample consists of 22 students in the Bachelor of Science program in Mechanical Engineering, fourth year of Rajamangala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi. A progressive sampling method was used to research to study data and analyze the spectrum of applied hydraulic and pneumatic in the Bachelor of Industrial Education program. In 2016, provide learner there were 8 topics of follow, such as load not, and not, or not, out, timer, counter, set, and reset, and programming by applied automatic control command with knowledge and skill that are specified in the curriculum. There were 5 experts who has experience teaching pneumatic and PLC control to get the scope of content used the construct instructional package, then apply suggestion to improve to make it more complete. 3. Experiment and data collection to be used access of effective of the instruction package. The details were as follows. 1. P-test was used to test the basic knowledge of the learner. 2. They were to using generate instructional package starting from task 1 to task 8. At the end of each assignment, learner complete exercise to measure their progress during the course and then assign learner to practice on the lab sheet of each assignment. 3. Post-test was used after the learner has completed all of tasks. Students were tested on their knowledge with a post-test. After that, the students were allowed to take next practical test. 4. The score obtained from practice exercise, theory test, lab tests, and practical tests were analyzed to determine the effectiveness of the instructional package. Result. 1. The result of evaluation of the effectiveness of the instructional package initially found that the average student practice accuracy was 84.39% and the average with 80.15% as shown in table 1. 2. The practical evaluation of instructional package found that the student who took the practice alone has mean score of 85.23% and the student who took the practice exam with practice package as a mean score of 82.73% as shown in the table 2. The result of analysis of educational progress show that the mean score from the post-test was significantly higher than the pre-test at the 0.05 level as shown in table T. Discussion: the management of teaching and learning on pneumatic control using PLC. Learners should have knowledge of basic pneumatic and electrical pneumatic in terms of equipment section, electrical symbol, and electrical pneumatic circuit design, as well as basic computer knowledge for starting learning at the same time. If learners were lacking readiness in such subject, additional tutoring should be allowed before learning so that learners could achieve their educational goal. The result of this research show that instructional package on pneumatic control system using PLC created by the researcher be used in teaching and learning management and learner development efficiency. As a result, learner has higher academic achievement. Conclusion: it could be concluded that instructional package on pneumatic control system using PLC created by the researcher has a theoretical efficiency of 84.39/80.15 and a practical efficiency of 85.23/82.73, which meets the 80/80 criteria. In addition, the result from analysis of educational progress from the post-test mean score were significantly higher than the pre-test average score at 0.05 level, as shown that the instruction package on pneumatic control system using PLC created by researchers could be used in teaching and learning management and developing skills in pneumatic control system using PLC of learner, as well as developing higher learning achievement of learner. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let's welcome Prakrupalad Prasititiko to discuss a model of characteristics development based on the 5 precepts for educational personnel in schools under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 2.
Hello everyone. It's pleased to have you with us in the presentation today. Today we talk about a model of characteristic development based on the 5 precepts for educational personnel in school under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 2. Author name พระครูประหลัดประสิทธิติโก Co-author name พระครูวิรุณสุตตคุณ พระธรรมราชานุวัตร สินห์งามประโคน Research objectives. The objective of this research were to study the characteristics of educational personnel in school, to develop a model for developing characteristics of educational personnel based on the 5 precepts in school under the Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 2, and to propose a model of characteristic development based on the 5 precepts for educational personnel in school under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 2. Research methods. Mixed method research was used for research designed by integrating documentary research, quantitative research, and qualitative research, which includes studying, analyzing, and collecting characteristics of educational personnel in 4 aspects. Asking for opinion of educational personnel under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 2 and collect from 250 samples. Interview and focus group discussion with 10 experts from the school administrator, personnel management, expert qualified in Buddhist and qualified in educational institution administration. Data were analyzed by using percentage, mean, standard deviation, and content analysis. Results show that number 1. The characteristics of educational personnel in school in 4 aspects was shown a high level. Number 2. A model for developing characteristics of educational personnel based on the 5 precepts in school under the Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 2 was developed and divided into 4 activities. 3. A model of characteristic development based on the 5 precepts for educational personnel in school under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 2 consists of 4 aspects of compliance with the current educational personnel scope. 1. Educational personnel in the 21st century. 2. Educational personnel in the Thailand 4.0 era. 3. Educational personnel in the changing era. And 4. Educational personnel in the development of learning potential integrate with the 5 precepts, which was intentional refraining from killing or deliberately refrain from stealing, deliberately refrain from sexual misconduct, deliberately refrain from lying, slanderous speech, deliberately abstaining from alcohol. There were 4 activities for the development of educational personnel in the present era, which consists of Activity 1. Educational personnel in the 21st century, solving problems facing current media. Activity 2 was educational personnel in the Thailand 4.0 era and systematic course planning information. Activity 3 was educational personnel in the era of change, traditional teaching to modern teaching and learning. Activity 4 educational personnel to develop learning potential and competence according to professional standards appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Junpen Lakmakpun to discuss a model of school well-being promotion based on Buddhism for schools under Office of Samut Prakan Primary Educational Service Area 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Junpen Lakmakpun. I'm going to present about a model of school well-being promotion based on Buddhism for school under Office of Samut Prakan Primary Educational Service Area 2. And this is our team: Junpen Lakmakpun, พระมหายานวัตทิตวัฒโน พระมหาสมบัติธนปัญโย พระครูโอภาสนนทกิจ Research Objective. This research article aims to propose a model of school well-being promotion based on Buddhism for schools under Office of Samut Prakan Primary Educational Service Area 2. Research Method. There are 3 steps. Step 1. Study the current state of health promotion in educational institutions. A questionnaire was used for 317 primary school administrators and teachers. The data were analyzed by statistical analysis, including percentage, mean, and standard deviation. And next, step 2 was a model development by using interview with 10 key informants using semi-structured interview form. Step 3. This step was to propose a model using a focus group discussion of 8 experts, and data were analyzed by content analysis. Next, we will go to result. A model of school well-being promotion based on Buddhism for school under Office of Samut Prakan Primary Educational Service Area 2 consists of number 1. Principle, number 2. Objective, number 3. Promotion process consists of 1. Promoting school health in educational institutions in 5 aspects, including happy learner, happy school, happy environment, happy family, and happy community. 2. Promoting a school of well-being according to the Buddhist Dharma, which called Bhavana 4, physical, social, mental, and intellectual. The final result is number 4, model assessment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Jutamart Kupratakul to discuss factors influencing eating behaviors among pregnant women in a private hospital in Bangkok.
Hello, I would like to present the research. Factors influencing eating behavior among pregnant women in a private hospital in Bangkok. We are Dr. Jutamart Kupratakul, Assistant Professor ธารีรัตน์พายัพสาย อาจารย์อรวรรณอุทัยเสน อาจารย์จัญญาหน่อแก้ว และอาจารย์อรทัยทำกันมา We are Faculty of Nursing Science Western University. So the next, I would like to introduce myself. Dr. Jutamart Kupratakul is a lecturer of Nursing Science, Faculty of Nursing Science Western University, Thailand. And graduated doctoral degree in Research for Health Development, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. The next slide, I would like to show you about the abstract of this study. This purpose of this research will study the levels of eating behaviors or factors influencing eating behaviors among pregnant women in private hospital in Bangkok. The sample consisted of 272 pregnant women who visited antenatal clinics in Navamintra 1 hospital. The research instruments for data collected comprised 7 questionnaires to obtain information. 1. Demographic characteristics. 2. Eating behavior. 3. Perceived nutritional benefits. 4. Nutritional social support. 5. Nutritional self-efficacy. 6. Nutritional belief. And 7. Nutritional knowledge. The contents validities of all questionnaires was judged by 5 experts. The reliabilities of questionnaire 2 to 6 were tests used combined alpha coefficients. Yasling's values of 0.83, 0.81, 0.93, 0.84, and 0.90 respectively. The next, the reliabilities of nutritional knowledge questionnaire was tested used Kudel Richardson or KR20. Yasling's the values of 0.87. Data were analyzed used percentile, mean, and standard deviation. The predict abilities was analyzed used multiple ligations. The results show that eating behaviors of pregnant women was a good level. Ligations modeling show that perceived nutritional benefits of eating behavior, social support of eating behavior, self-efficacy of eating behavior, belief of eating behavior, and nutritional knowledge of eating behavior could explain 77% of variation. The result of this study could be used as basic information to promote optimal eating behavior among pregnant women. Keywords of this study are eating behavior, factor, and pregnant women. The next slide shows the tables of eating behaviors of pregnant women in this study. It shows like the minimal equal 49. The maximum of the eating behavior is 85. M7001, SD 7.13. The results of this study is show like the result that show eating behaviors of pregnant women was good level, or maybe it mean like the M equals 70.01 and SD equals 7.13. And the next slide is show the table that are variable effects to eating behavior are perceived nutrition benefits of eating behavior, social support of eating behavior, self-efficacy of eating behavior, belief of eating behavior, and nutritional knowledge of eating behavior too. And the last slide is show about the table that show ligations modeling show that perceive that nutritional benefits of eating behavior, social support of eating behavior, self-efficacy of eating behavior, belief of eating behavior, and nutritional knowledge of eating behavior could explain 77% of variations. And the last, the results of this study could be used as basic information to promote optimal eating behavior among pregnant women. So this is all my presentations of the research of this study. Thank you for your attention. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Prapalad Chan Sirikandu to discuss the development of personal administration based on Brahma Vihara principles for schools under Office of Primary Educational Service Area.
Respect, sir, madam, and good friends. I am an author. My name is Paprachan Sirichandro Pongtang, PhD candidate in Buddhist Education and Administration, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. They are my co-author. Number 1, Associate Professor Dr. Sin Ngampakon. Number 2, Assistant Professor Dr. Prakukitiyana Visit. Number 3, Dr. Pakupatara Thammakun. The topic of the presentation today is development of personal administration based on Brahmihara principles for schools under Office of Primary Educational Service Area. Now please take a look at 3 research objectives. Number 1, to study the conditions of personnel administrations in primary schools. Number 2, development of personnel administrations based on Brahmihara principles of primary schools. Number 3, to propose the process of personnel administrations based on Brahmihara principles of primary schools under the Office of Primary Educational Service Area. My research methods research was designed by using documentary research, quantitative research, and qualitative research, which includes studying, analyzing, and collecting the scope of personnel management in schools in 5 aspects, asking for opinions of primary school teachers under the Bangkok's Primary Education Service Area Office, and 327 samples were used for data collection. Interview and focus groups discussions were conducted with the primary school administrators, personnel management experts qualified in Buddhism and qualified in educational institution administration with 10 experts. Qualitative data were analyzed by using percentage, mean, standard deviation, and qualitative data was analyzed by content analysis. Knowledge research showed that number 1, the conditions of personnel administrations in primary school under the Office of Primary Education Service Area. Overall, 5 aspects: teachers' opinions were at a high level. Number 2, personnel administrations based on Brahmihara principles of primary schools in accordance with the frameworks of personnel management in educational institutions with Brahmihara principles and activities to promote personnel administration development for activities. Number 3, the process of personnel administrations based on Brahmihara principles of primary schools under the Office of Primary Educational Service Area. It consists of complies with the scope of personnel management in educational institutions in all 5 areas. Number 1, manpower planning and positioning. Number 2, increasing and promoting. Number 3, enhancing efficiency in government service. And number 4, discipline and maintenance of discipline. Number 5, regenerations from government service. Integration with Brahmana principles, namely loving kindness, metta, compassion, karuna, empathy, joy, mudita, equanimity, ubekha, and for activities or to promote the development of human resource management according to the Brahmana principles, namely activity 1, self-generation development, activity 2, cultivations of kindness in one's mind, and helping others, activity 3, rejoicings and congratulations to others, activity 4, enhancement of ubekha, praise for study. Thank you for listening patiently and attentively.
Next, let us welcome our session chair is an eminent scholar in the field of technical education. He obtained his BE with honors degree in mechanical engineering from Government Engineering College, Jabalpur in 1996. He was awarded a gold medal by Jabalpur University for securing first position in merit. Earlier, he passed his higher secondary examination from Government Lajja Shankar Jha Model Multipurpose Higher Secondary School, Jabalpur in the year 1959, obtaining 5th position in merit. Later, he completed his Master of Technology degree from Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi in the year 1973. He was awarded Doctor of Philosophy degree by IIT, New Delhi in the year 1986 in the area of system management. His PhD work was related with policy planning of Delhi's urban passenger transportation system. A number of suggestions given by him have been implemented in Delhi. As recognition of his work in transportation policy planning, the Institution of Engineers, Kolkata awarded him a certificate and a gold medal. Let us welcome Dr. Inda Kumar Khanna.
एंगल ठीक है नमस्ते I am Dr. Inda Kumar Khanna. I have been assigned the task of reviewing 15 papers to be presented in IFERP 2021. I have already gone through the 15 video presentations and evaluated them. At the same time, I have seen the papers vary from 3.5 minutes to 18.5 minutes. So we'll start with evaluation of the first paper. The first paper, the title is The Satisfaction on the Elderly's Allowance Payment Service Case Study of Kamatracha District Municipality, PHRA, Nakhon-Sri, Ayutthaya Province, and it was presented by Mr. Penyada Runsa. The case study consisted of 257 people. A questionnaire with 5 rating scales was used. The dependent variables were equitable service, timely service, ample service, and continuous service. Independent variables selected were sex, age, revenue, status, career, and residential area. The dependent variables were rated according to the importance as timely service, equitable service, continuous service, and ample service. and he made certain suggestions that the focus should be on creating suitable jobs for the old people. This is more important than monthly pension for the security. So creating jobs means depending upon characteristics, age and ability of the persons, this job should be created. So that is about the first paper. The second paper was presented by Mr. Yupadi Panrak and the title was Development, the Quality of Education Achievement. The small schools has low ordinary national educational test by using professional learning community. The paper involves increasing education and learning opportunities, promoting participation in educational administration and management from all sections of society. The study was done on mathematics and science teachers with an average score of ONET in 2018 of 37.50 and 39.93 respectively, which was less than the national average. Out of 386 schools, 262 maths teachers and 248 science teachers needed help. The three objectives were defined and analyzed by various steps. Best practices in small school management were shown by a flow diagram, and statistical analysis of results was also described. The third paper was presented by Mr. Lu Zhu. The title was Mental Health on the Outcomes of Management and Characterization During COVID-19 Pandemic, Review and Bibliometric Analysis. A word clustering was put forward: telemedicine, lifestyle, decimation of social media, protection, behavioral consciousness, psychological reactions among different groups, public mental state, fear, anxiety and depression. Comparison was made between results of research in China and 4 other countries. So the results were obtained in 4 countries apart from China, and the results were compared and shown by a table. The fourth paper was presented by Mr. Porntrip Kevicho, and the title was An Enhancement of Community Product, a case study of single sun-dried snakehead fish. The purpose of the study was to raise the levels of the single sun-dried snakehead fish product to community product standard. The product, that is sun-dried fish, should be standardized, branded, labeled with the moisture content according to the standards of the Thai community present. The project also presented the economics of the feasibility. Before the standardization of the product, the average earning was 32.30 baht per kilogram. After the standardization, the profit was 121.95 baht per kilogram. Similarly, the break-even point was 7,323 kilogram, and payback period was 178 days, that is about 6 months. So that is a nice study in which how to sell a product, how to store it, how to market it was shown. Then the fifth presentation was an economic feasibility of the commercial community products of Senoi Bangan Ferra Nakhon Si Ayutthaya province, and presented by Dr. Kanapon Fikakshi. It was found that projects dealing with drinking water, ecotourism and Takala for health were found to be most economically viable. This was found out after a comparison of economic net present value (ENPV), economic benefit cost ratio (EBCR), economic internal rate of return (EIRR), and project feasibility analysis. And economic internal rate of return was greatest in ecotourism. So Takala for health is economically viable and has the potential to withstand the impact of changes in selling price and the cost price, and sensitivity was up to plus minus 15%. Thank you. Continuing with our discussion, the sixth paper was presented by Mr. Rumtsun Sukhampa, the title being Health Information Behavior of Local Women Village Health Volunteers and Knowledge Dissemination in Terms of Prevention of COVID-19 Outbreak in Chiang Mai, Thailand. Approximately 246 women were analyzed. 220 questions in the questionnaire were recovered from VHVs, that is about 88%. An analysis of the application or inability to apply health knowledge by VHV in prevention and control of COVID-19 was done under the headings of health information need, health information seeking, health information use, problems in seeking and use of health information. The details in form of questionnaire was not given in the presentation. The seventh paper was presented by Mr. Pino Sunuan, and the title being The Development of a Physical Activity Model to Enhance Learning of Children with Intellectual Disabilities. The students, or rather children with IQ levels of 35 to 49 and from 6 to 12 years of age were chosen. The IQ was checked pre-test, after test and post-test. Questionnaire and interview methods were followed. Key for 8 weeks they were physical activity models were implemented for 8 weeks and 3 sessions per week and 45 minutes for each were given. Conclusion was that PA can improve learning outcomes in disabled children of IQ 35 to 49 levels. PA model involving mild complexity and moderate intensity have the greatest benefits of children with ID. Then the 8th paper was presented by Dr. Nikon Mahawan, and the title was Influence of Urban Areas on the Illness of NCDs in the Community. NCDs stands for Non-Communicable Diseases. The method used was food consumption methods vary in urban and rural areas. Urban people rely more on prepared food from outside, but rural people eat more home-cooked food, which is healthier in terms of sodium and sugar intake, with a resulting higher incidence of NCDs due to inappropriate nutrition. This is done to change in their occupational status also. So it was found that eating homemade food is more beneficial than eating food from outside because it has got more percentage of sodium. Then the 9th paper was presented by Farak Samuthong Philapio Boddi, and the title was The Development Model of Teachers' Potential for Reducing Disparities in Education in Certain Schools in General Education Division. (354) questionnaires with 10 key informants, 9 experts were used. Qualitative and quantitative data analyzed by content analysis. Training, job rotations, seminars on Saturdays and Sunday in National Buddhism Office proved to be of good response. The results were a model was created to reduce the disparities of values, skills, knowledge in teachers so that the teachers could develop their personalities. And the paper, there is a lot of repetition and the same thing has been repeated a number of times. Coming to the next paper, 10th paper, presented by Farakazuma Yotawa Athayo, and title was A Model of Desirable Characteristics Development According to Kalyan Mehta Principles of School Administrators under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area. For school administrators, it was meant to develop models of desirable attributes and to propose a model of desirable characteristics. There were 10 experts in psychology in terms of Buddhism and educational uh, instructions. Results showed the desirable Kalyan Mitra attributes are personality, morality, ethics, knowledge. They will lead to evaluation of better administrators who can maintain better human reactions, better environment inside and outside school, and also develop a better curriculum with a vision that is guided by Kalyana Mitra principles. So that was a paper in which what can be done to improve the quality of teaching of the teachers, administrators and schools using Buddhist principles.
Ready.
Continuing, the 11th paper was presented by Dr. Nat Sirivatana, and the title was The Construction and Efficiency Evaluation of the Instructional Packages on Pneumatics Control System using PLC. Students lack of basic knowledge of electrical control and have never learned PLC commands. So, 22 students in Bachelor Degree Program of Industrial Engineering were selected, and they were from Rangimala University. There were 5 experts and 8 topics. The students performed better after being taught by experts. The level of scores under exercise head was 84.39% and under quiz head it was 82.7%. So, teaching command of PLCs improve the performance of students in making use of PLCs. Coming to the next paper, 12th paper, the title was A Model Characteristic Development Based on the 5 Principles, 5 Precepts for Educational Personnel in Schools under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 2, and it was presented by Tharakurupradit Prazit Thakur. 250 samples were chosen and group discussion with 10 experts from school administration, personal management and experts qualified in Buddhism. It was tested for 5 prerequisites. The requisites were refraining from killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying and slanderous speech and alcohol. Development of learning potential integrated with 5 precepts was focused and competence according to professional standards was judged. Data has not been presented. Next paper, the 13th paper, the title is A Model of School Well-Being Promotion Based on Buddhism for Schools under Office of Samudra Prakan Primary Educational Service Area 2, and it was presented by Mr. Junpin Yapakan Phone. Questionnaire was provided to 317 primary school and administration teachers. A model was developed after interview with 10 key informers. The focus was on group discussion with 8 experts. Data was analyzed by content analysis. The result shows that primary schools' health depends on happy atmosphere in learning, happy atmosphere in school, happy atmosphere in family, happy atmosphere in community. If all these are happy, the school performance also improves. Promoting a school of well-being by acting on Buddhist principles, bhavana, the 4 aspects being physical, social, mental and intellectual, and a model assessment was done. That is about 13th paper. The 14th paper was presented by Dr. Judamart Kupratakul, and the title was Factors Influencing Eating Behaviors Among Pregnant Women in a Private Hospital in Bangkok. Nursing Research in Health Development, they were responsible for this paper. 272 pregnant women visiting antenatal clinics were given a questionnaire. Various aspects were analyzed: eating behavior, perceived nutritional benefit, nutritional social support, nutritional self-efficiency, nutritional benefits, nutritional outcome, etc. It was judged by 5 experts and statistical methods were applied, and results showed that it could be used as basic information to promote optimal eating behavior in pregnant women. So it was a good representation what should be taken by women during their pregnancy. Then the 15th and the last paper was presented by Prahalpad Chen Sirikando. The title was Development of Personal Administration based on Brahma Vihara Principles for Schools under Offices of Primary Educational Service area. A model was developed to judge 5 aspects in 327 samples. Interview focused on group discussion and 10 experts. Qualitative data and analysis was done. Development in 5 areas was looked upon: manpower planning and positioning, promoting of and enhancing efficiency in government schools, discipline and its maintenance. 4 activities were concentrated upon: self-generation development, cultivation of kindness in one's mind and helping others, rejoicing with and congratulating others, enhancement of you pick up praying for strength. So Buddhist principles were used so that personal administration and performance of schools could improve. So those are the 15 papers that I have gone through, listened to them, saw their videos, and I have evaluated them and sent them. Thank you so much. Again, namaskar.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Doctor. Next, let us welcome Fumipat Shaya to be discussing the study of coronavirus disease 2019 in hospitality industry to students' prospect in their career.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Phanat Subyabun from Rajamankala University of Technology, Thanyaburi, RMUTT. Today I want to talk about my research, the study of coronavirus disease 2019 in hospitality industry to students' prospects in that career. With COVID-19 pandemic, the massive effects have caused change all over the world. Hospitality industry is one of the industries that was directly affected. According to the statistical report of employed persons from the Thailand National Statistical Office, it was found that due to the government lockdown and social distancing since March 2020, there were no foreign tourists entering Thailand in April 2020. Therefore, economical activities in both the manufacturing and service sectors had to be halted. With multiple strains of COVID-19, Thailand's hospitality industry has suffered a significant and serious impact. This may reduce the prospect of students who want to work in the hospitality industry. The aim of this research was to study the impact of the COVID-19 epidemic situation in the hospitality industry on students' prospects for a future career. It was found out what prospects do students have in order to choose their future career in the hospitality industry. The research objective: the first, to study the impact of the epidemic situation of COVID-19 in the hospitality industry. The second, to study students' prospects for a career in the hospitality industry. The third, to study the impact of the COVID-19 epidemic situation on students' prospects for a career in the hospitality industry. The samples were 400 undergraduate students of 4 majors in the Faculty of Liberal Arts, RMUTT. They were selected by purposive sampling. The research was analyzed for hypothesis testing, which F test one-way ANOVA. The double difference were compared using the visually significant difference RSD method. Pearson product moment value correlation was used to test the relation between the impact of the COVID-19 epidemic situation and students' prospects for a career in the hospitality industry. The research resolved hypothesis 1. Different respondents' generalizations were affected by different COVID-19 epidemic situations. 1.1. Difference of gender have a significant difference in the impact of the COVID-19 epidemic situation at 0.5 level. This could be due to the impact of COVID-19 situation, which gave students different perspectives on career choice in different genders. 1.2 Difference of domicile, class level, measures cumulative GPA, paternal occupation, maternal occupation, parental income, student income, and expected salaries were not significantly different from the impact of COVID-19 epidemic situation at the 0.5 level. Hypothesis through the general information of different respondents influences students' prospects for career in the different hospitality industries. 2.1 Gender difference affected students' prospects of a career in the hospitality industry at a significant level of 0.5, since the perception of impact in hypothesis 1 suggested that the perceptions of the impact of each gender were different. They also had different prospects. 2.2 Difference in cumulative GPA result in a statistically significant difference in students' prospects for a career in the hospitality industry at the 0.5 level. This may be because some establishments will recruit using a cumulative GPA. 2.3 Parental income significantly differentiates students' prospects for career in the hospitality industry at a level of 0.5. This was because the income of the parents affected the readiness of the students' future planning. For example, if parents did not have sufficient income to support them, students could have the prospect for career at a level where the parent did not have to bear the additional burden such as upon graduation that needed to start working immediately, not thinking about further education, or not interested in looking for a high-paying job, as they were more inclined to find stability more quickly, especially during the epidemic when recruitment was greatly affected. Students who had just graduated needed to rely primarily on their family. 2.4 Different expectations of salary have significant difference in students' prospects for career in the hospitality industry at a level of 0.5. 2.5 Difference of domicile, grade, class level, fields and majors, father occupation, mother's occupation, and student income had no statistically significant difference in students' prospects for a career in the hospitality industry at the 0.5 level. This may be because students' prospect was a key factor that students would have to think about in the future. In terms of domicile, grades, class level, field, and occupation of the parents, these factors were clearly visible to students today and could not be changed. Therefore, such different personal factors did not affect future prospects. Hypothesis 3 The impact of the COVID-19 epidemic was related to students' prospects for career in the hospitality industry. The results from the analysis of relationship between the impact of the COVID-19 epidemic situation and students' prospects for career in the hospitality industry show that the impact of the COVID-19 epidemic in terms of compensation, career advancement, and social status were significantly correlated with students' prospects of a career in the hospitality industry. The impact of the COVID-19 epidemic situation has greatly slowed down the overall economy of the country. In particular, the professional hospitality industry took the most effect. Students studying in the field related to the aforementioned career had prospects for future career opportunities in the same direction as their impact level, and found ways to minimize their impact. This was because students may foresee more of the opportunities. Predictive analytics show that the impact of the COVID-19 epidemic situation might affect compensation prospects, career advancement, and social status by 23.7%, 22.7%, and 22.3% 3%, respectively. The research of conclusion. The first, the result of the research show that the impact of the COVID-19 epidemic situation in all areas of the hospitality industry was at a high level. The degree of impact that students focused on was related to employment cuts, pay cuts, and appropriate benefits. Therefore, the relevant department should push forward to the recovery in the hospitality industry to normal as quickly as possible or change the service model without affecting the employment of students in the future. The second, prospect of students in pursuing careers in all areas of the hospitality industry was at a high level. Students expected reasonable compensation, career advancement, and recognition. Therefore, the relevant department should plan to develop a stable service model and build students' confidence and stability in the field of careers related to the hospitality industry. This was to provide the labor force in the event that the hospitality industry was restored in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Sirirat Sayawut to be discussing the value addition of banana trees with new products in Banhai community, Ang Thong province.
Hello everyone. Today I would like to present a research titled is the value addition of banana tea with new products in Banhai community and Thong province. I first author Sirirat Sayawut and co-author Nawapal Ratanapuri. I am a lecturer from Faculty of Business Administration and Information Technology, Rajamangala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi. What do you think about of banana? The banana trees, the leaf banana, kratong, the packaging of desserts, the cavities, banana, and banana coconut milk, and cookie banana, banana jam, candy banana, and the snack banana. These lizard banana are classified as important economic crop of Thailand. They can be grown in all regions of the country and throughout of the year. However, previous research has not yet found the maximum potential of banana trees. Many studies mainly focus on the processing of banana fruits. This research, however, focus on developing the potential of banana tree with the concept of creating value-added products that generate income for the community. The objectives of this research are to create the prototype of paper products from banana tree as the value of product made from banana tree and disseminate research results and a new product from banana. The case study data method collected by interview 10 community enterprise responding who was enrolled in processing banana in Ban Hae Ang Thong province and selected by purposive sampling to in-depth interview from 86 members. They are also the product design and development experts selected by purposive sampling. There were also 100 customers and 3 experts. And the topic first literature review, and next one the conceptual model, the final the income of communities. This is a research method. Yeah. The research results. Step 1. Takes the banana plants after harvesting and cuts it into one foot pitch. Cuts for hardened and soaked in water for one night. And step 2 was the ferment banana plant with water and bring it to a boil in a pot mixed with caustic soda. And step 3, after boiling is complete, remove the unsporous pulp and process in a Honda blender. And step 4, cut the paper from the banana tree by bringing a tank of food the banana tree that has been finally blended and mixed in the paper. It's mixed with clean water by putting about 50 centimeters and 130 centimeters and will 85 centimeters high and 50 centimeters of inside base height. And finally, step take the paper that has been modeled from the frame sheet and let it dry for about 10 minutes. After that, take a container with a circular mouth to spread the paper so that the paper is very smooth and dry in the sun for 2 to 3 hours depending on the weather. After that, the paper is collected and put in bag for preparation to be sold of use to create the next product. The conclusion, the research, banana are a low-cost food source in developing countries. The majority of the population use banana for food, but the composition of banana is versatile and beneficial. The result was that the Banha community was able to produce paper from banana tree. The creation of this product was not new, but its commercial benefit to the community has been achieved through the conduct of research in this project for the utilization of agricultural byproduct and waste for commercial and income benefit. This was because the product created was essential to reducing waste and to loss of valuable unused as well as reducing the reliance on natural wood, which was expensive to the limited of availabilities. The result of the community was that the community can generate income from the product of 3 size of paper, 100 gram, 85 gram, and 65 gram. This is a wholesaler and same price. So for the end user, 35 baht. This is addition the community can create added value added by developing new products from paper made from banana tree by recycling and developing prototype products that are made in 3 types of packaging for household use and for use as the packaging of bucket banana cheese community enterprise of บ้านแห subsistic นะเมืองอ่างทอง province this is packaging. This result is community enterprise reducing costs and generating increased revenue. This research will help other communities in Thailand and banana growing county to use the research as a model for creating and developing products to distribute income to the community and future developing the county. This is appendix. This table research result of the evaluation of the 3D drawing of the packaging type by the sample. This is table found that consumers for satisfied with this banana tree paper product of the third model. And finally, table this the show survey result in table 3 show that the sample and consumer has the highest level of demand for product from the communities. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Napatsawan Hanuchalongkul to be discussing the application of energy conversion measures in a case study of Fortune Town Shopping Center by installing a motor speed control unit, a cool water pump, and a big cleaning circulative package water cooled of air conditioners 75TR and 96TR.
Hello everyone, I would like to present topic application of energy conservation measure, a case study of Fortune Town Shopping Center by installing a motor speed control unit, cool water pump and a big cleaning circuit of packaged water cool air conditioner 79 Thailand and 96 Thailand. The author name Mr. Napatsawan Hanuchalongkorn. The co-author name Associate Professor Vishal Vimanjan and Associate Professor Dr. Pida Chantawong from King Mongkut University of Technology, North Bangkok, Thailand. Because every consumption activity and productions involve energy as a basic input, energy can be used as an indicator of economic growth. The main object of this study is to find the energy conservation solution and set the proper standard for shopping center building. In addition, through cost analysis and economic suitability, the study also aims to provide knowledge and better understanding of energy conservation and how it can have a positive impact on the planet. First, the current energy source was identified. Then the significant energy use was assessed based on energy consumption opportunity. The scoring criteria are shown in the table on the right. Next, the significant energy use in terms of energy performance was examined by comparing the energy efficiency with the machine line. Opportunity for improving the energy performance of significant energy use characteristic was also recorded by the scoring criteria. The score was then sorted in a descending order by selecting measures to implement and measures to conserve energy without using machinery equipment. As shown, there were a few great potential and opportunity for improvement. It could save a lot of energy and the measure could easily perform without affecting the production process. Lastly, the result of the measure could be analyzed and implemented. Finally, a methodology used to improve energy performance, perform calculation and evaluates the saving investment in terms of payback periods, including the result of each measure, was documented. In addition, the basic information of machinery was also explored and collected, as shown in the table. Basic information of chiller plant system in Plaza department store, and basic information of packaged vertical system IT mall section. One installing of the motor speed control units before the renovation. A two-way valve at end unit was used for cooling control to adjust the coolant level as the temperature during the day was varied. It was found that the workload of the coolant system was sometimes less than 60% before and after working hours. As a result, the installation of the motor speed control unit with the water pump was processed to adjust the level of water flow, which helped balance actual workloads and reduce energy consumption of the central air conditioning system. The installation of the motor speed control unit with two sets of secondary water pump 45 kilowatts was done to adjust the water flow as shown in the figure below. to a beginning circulars of packaged vertical air conditioner. Before the renovation, 16 air conditioner size 46 ton, 75 ton, and 96 ton were operating normally. Most of them has been used for more than 25 years. Some of them were low efficiency. To increase their efficiency and reduce energy consumption, beginning of the air conditioner was done. This also helped prevent air conditioner from breaking down during the working hours, which will be shown in the next slide. Data of air conditions, packaged vertical, and performance of packaged vertical air condition before and after improvement. Power consumption from air conditioner before and after the operation is complete. Orange line to show before energy, and green line to show after energy. Conclusions after studying the Energy Consumption Act 2007 issue number 2 and setting proper standard for shopping center, it was found that the standard help reduce energy consumption in both the plaza area and IT mall by 361,851.65 units or 1.51%. According to energy saving analysis, represents the conclusion of energy saving and economic value in each standard and follow. Before installing 2 sets of motor speed control unit and cool water pump in the plaza area, the energy consumption was 479,982.30 kilowatt-hour per year. After the installation, the energy consumption decreased to 300,468.00 kilowatt-hour per year. It saves energy about 179,514.30 kilowatt-hour per year. The result of economic data analysis and economic calculation for the investment of 2 sets of motor speed adjust installation at secondary pump site 45 kilowatt, including installation fee was 300,000 baht, no interest rate. They will last about 5 years. This investment will help reduce electricity consumption by 179,514.30 kilowatt-hour per year, or save 737,032.91 baht per year, with a payback period of 0.41 year. To improve the efficiency of air condition size 75 ton and 96 ton and reduce energy consumption in air pressure system was by big cleaning circular package vertical. The result of economic data analysis and economic calculation for the investment of big cleaning circular package vertical, including operation fee, was 25,410 baht. There was no interest rate. It will last about 5 years. This will help reduce electricity consumption by 182,337.35 kilowatt-hour per year, or save 738,466.26 baht, with a payback period of 2.82 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Professor. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Somtop Thitatan to be discussing the effective improvement of Professional Sports Association Key Performance Index to promote economy and society development, Thailand.
Hello, everybody. Today, I will present the topic of the effective improvement of the Professional Sport Association Key Performance Index to promote economy and society development, Thailand Policy 4.0. Let me introduce myself. I am Assistant Professor Dr. Somthop Titathan. I am a lecturer in sport management and be the head of educational department of the Faculty of Social Science and Humanity at Mahidol University. Today, my topic includes three parts. First, the purpose and the introduction, and the methodology and the result. Begin with the introduction. Definition of the professional sport. Professional sport athletes play sport for a living. They have achieved top standing in their chosen field through years of training. The popular of the professional sport player in Thailand, and in the term of the most famous sport, is relatively soccer, golf, tennis, snooker, car racing, volleyball, sepak takraw, motorbike racing. How the promoting and developing the professional sport are under the Act of the Promoting and the Professional Sport 2013, relevant to the National Strategy 2017 to 2037. Because the objective is to have the target of developing the country with a sustainable vision. Also under the Monitoring of Sport Authority of Thailand, in order to have the standard for the professional sport, the professional sport standard key performance index is needed, which are consist of 8 criteria. Shall need to comply and follow the Professional Sport Act. Second, the finance system shall be reliable and can be checked. Third, defining the measure of match fixing prevention. Fourth, the number of the referees, those who have the international standard. Fifth, the doping control prevention. Sixth, the number of the coach, those who pass the international conference. 7, hosting the tournament. And 8, the sport broadcasting through the media. Nevertheless, some professional sports still need to be supported by the public section, and which cause a negative impact for the sport industry at the past few years. Some sports need to rely on the tourism industry. It shows that on the execution, still lack of the impact assessment that are from the professional sport in all aspects. With those reasons, studying in the increasing of the index effectiveness of the professional sport is a must for creating the supporting in the social and economic development as Thailand Policy 4.0, for being reverse information in defining and announcing the category of the professional sport. Furthermore, it is also the data for improving the assessment index for having the appropriate in the future. The objective to study the increasing of the effective index of the Professional Sport Association in order to promote the economic and social development at Thailand Policy 4.0. The method. The participants are the 13 key informants, those who were representative from the Professional Sport Association, and they were recruited using the purposive sampling. The procedure is an in-depth interview by face-to-face was used in this research. And the result found that the researcher can be described into 2 main areas which were as follows. First, the index criteria that have been used for the assessment of the professional sport operation could not be measured or supported the professional sport development with the sustainability. It's because it was just a criteria for asking sponsor in hosting the sport events. The index could not tell the outcome, predict the change, and the active achievement of the professional sport each year. Also, at the statement from one of the key informants, we said that the basic of the sport, professional sport, come from the sport for excellence. It had been changed only for the name, but not for the working pattern. Everybody see the same picture as the amateur, not the professional. Second, the point of proposing in the increasing the effectiveness of the promoting the economic and social development as Thailand Policy 4.0. 2.1. The understanding about the nature of the different sport. Add the statement from the one of the key informants, we said that different sports have different regulations in their own way. The standard index will make it more difficult for those who are working. 2.2. The grassroots supporting. Add the statement from one of the key informants, we said that the sustainable of the professional sport need to have the community stadium, which is made by the local, not the government, which means it had to be invested by the private section, only same as Japan. Result continue at 2.3. The driving knowledge index. Add the statement from one of the key informants, which said that the administrators need to have the fundamental knowledge in business. They need to understand the working structure of the organization. 2.4. The index of measuring the new technology information. Add the statement from one of the key informants, which said that the technology supporting is for the decreasing the human error problem. In the conclusion of the research, from the result found that to improve the effectiveness index for the professional in sport need to be elaborate among the private section, the public section, and including the people who those are willing to see the concrete driving for the benefit of the country. Those four key factors were the must for all of us that we have to make it happen. If we want to see the real sport business, that all the professional sport athletes are able to create their own income with the sustainability. The study of 5 sport TV stations, which were comprised of PPTV station, True Vision, Be In Sport, ESPN, and Fox Sport, found that the TV station management for having the sport content used a lot of budget for developing an interesting TV show. The direction was so clear in the issue of buying the favorite live broadcasting, copyright for making live broadcasting in their own station with the variety pattern for approaching most of the customer. And that be all for the conclusion. Thank you. All the best for the best in you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Professor. Next, let us welcome Sayam Ratchawat to be discussing a comparative study of various biographical Buddha literatures in Thailand.
My research title is a comparative study of various biographical Buddha literature in Thailand. I am Assistant Professor Dr. Sayam Ratchawat. I work at Department of Philosophy and Religions, Faculty of Humanity, Chiang Mai University. Research object to examine the historical background, cost of writing, literary style, structure and content, narrative methods, literary value and influence on Buddhist education concerning biographical Buddha literature in Thailand. Number 2, to analyze and compare the historical background, cost of writing, literary style, structure and content, narrative methods, literary value and influence on Buddhist education concerning biographical Buddha literature in Thailand. This research is conducted through the qualitative research methods that focus on the documentary analysis. It is based on biographical Buddha literature into 3 versions. There are number 1, Pathom Sompoti Katha. Number 2, Buddha biography from volume 1 to 3. And history of the Buddha from his mouth. Number 1, Pathom Sampodhikatha is the first and basic contents or description of Buddha enlightenment that was composed by Paramanuchichinorod that are in Bali and Thai. The cost of writing is King Ramases asked him to compose the perfect biographical Buddha literature version and he composed it on 2288 Buddhist era. He composed in Thai prose that got some influence from Bali and also is what the second edition, which he cut and made it more complete, is maintained to be textbook of Buddha biography, with prose and consisting of 29 chapters. The sequence of the contents is codified by the story of Buddha. The telling story method is back to the last life of the Buddha. That's why could be the Buddha also present life and next life. This method is Ceylonese tradition. The poetic style of this version found that the author creates new terms from Bali for narrating the story of the Buddha. This version is praised to be the model of literary work in the way of poetic style that can express the Buddha's supernatural power for appreciation. The technique of composing is using the first term of Bali words to be lemma and also narrates within each chapter. The literary value is the special version that can be narrated more contents. Cover on content is better than author version. Nice literary value and nice poetic style. The influence of this version on Buddhist education concerning biographical Buddha literature is the study book for monks and novices who study such level of Dhamma, and also to be the book in literary study of higher education. Number 2, Buddha's biography from volume 1 to 3. This version was in the period of King Rama 50 and was composed by Vasirayana Varorot. The first publishing was in 2455 Buddhist era for the royal funeral of Varacheta Sudha. She was the last princess of King Ramases. The cost of writing is the author wants to improve Buddhism to be more modern and scientific, and also his father asked him to take responsibility about education of people and Sangha community. He started to set the education for the kingdom, that is the new education for Sangha community. That's focus both Dhamma and Bali section. The literary style is reasonable, empirical, and realistic, which can be applied in daily life. This version does not emphasize about supernatural power of the Buddha like Pathama Sampodhikatha. The narrative method is the post for all books. The narrative method is historical and contemporary style that's focused on telling story more than narrative way, and also does not emphasize about the Buddha supernatural power lies in Pathama Sampodhikatha. The image of Buddha lies in the normal man who can practice himself to be the Buddha by the wisdom of human. The overview of the content is rationalism. The literary value of this version is the new one that is the contemporary style, scientific and rational, and the influence on the Buddhist education can stimulate the student to have analytical thinking. Number 3, History of the Buddha from His Mouth by Buddhadasa. This book is new style of biographical Buddha literature was composed by Buddhadasa on 2477 Buddhist era. It differs from autobiography Buddha literature that do not emphasis on the Buddha's supernatural power and non-narration by author. The cost of writing, he would have Buddha biography version from Tipitaka. That is only what the Buddha taught. He translated it to Thai, categorized by the events in Buddha biography and focus only Dhamma essence. The literary style is post that was categorized focus on only Dhamma essence and be good for students who want to study Buddha biography by Pitaka. It also does not have the narrative method for Buddha biography, but it was translated and corrects Buddha biography content in Pitaka by the events in Buddha biography. The literary value is the literature that focuses on only what the Buddha taught and Dhamma essence in Pitaka, and also not be historical literature, so that it reflects only the reasonable Buddha background theory. The comparison of the biographical Buddha literature in Thailand. 3 book versions which are compared in 6 issues. There are cost of writing, literary style, narrative methods, structure and content, literary value and influence on Buddhist education. My conclusion is my research. Number 1, Patama Sampodhikatha is devotional literature. Number 2, the biography of Buddha, volume 1, 2, 3 is rational literature. And history of the Buddha from his mouth is pragmatic literature. There are 3 version book in my research. Number 1, Patom Sampodhikatha. Number 2, Buddha biography from volume 1 to 3. And last book, History of Buddha from his mouth. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Suwani Holwijit to be discussing the differences of buyer-supplier relationship from different types of automotive parts.
Hello, everybody. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Kisana Ongtis. I'm in the co-author in this research. Firstly, I would like to present for the topic of this research. Topic is difference of buyer-supplier relationship from different types of automotive parts. Author is Suwani Holwijit. Co-author Dr. Kisana Ongtis. And assist Professor Dr. Pacha Trimongkol. Next slide. I will give you more detail for author and co-author. For author, Ms. Suwani Holwijit, she is the lecturer in Faculty of Business Administration and Information Technology in Rajamangala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi. She studied in Doctor of Philosophy in Management branch, Faculty of Political Science, North Bangkok University, Thailand. And me, Dr. Kisana Hongtis, am Management in Advanced Mentor Company in Thailand. I received my Doctoral of Business Administration certificates from Naresuan University in Thailand. And last one, Assist Professor Dr. Pacha Trimongkol. She is lecturer from Faculty of Business Administration and Information Technology, Rajamangala University in Suvarnabhumi. She earns Doctoral of Philosophy in Management branch, Srinakharin Viroth University in Thailand. In this slide, research, brief or information in this slide. For this study, we have two purposes. The first one, the purpose to study buyer and supplier relationship with automotive parts industry in Thailand. And last one, to analyze the difference of buyer and supplier relationship in different types of automotive parts industry in Thailand. This study, we survey from first year of automotive parts, and we got data from 192 firms from 6 categories in Thailand. And this research, we use statistics of KMO and battle test for buyer and supplier relationship factor analysis, and use the one-way ANOVA by least square different methods for analyze the difference of buyer and supplier relationship. The results show trust, atmosphere, cooperation, commitment, adaptation, and communication are positive impact to buyer and supplier relationship at significant level of 0.05. And for components of buyer and supplier relationship, trust, atmosphere, commitment, and communication have been different at significant level of 0.05. And last one, this paper is to face and show the difference of buyer and supplier relationship factors in different types of automotive parts, and also is faced to confirm the relationship of buyer supplier that have trust, atmosphere, cooperation, commitment, adaptation, and communication. And this slide, we combine introduction, framework, hypothesis, and methodology. First one for introduction. In Thailand, is top 10 in the world for automotive parts industry. And in supply chain activities, buyer and supplier relationship is very important activity that have many factors in the relationship. So in this study, we set the hypothesis one, task, atmosphere, cooperation, commitment, adaptation, and communication are positive impact to buyer and supplier relationship. For buyer and supplier relationship, in Thailand, we have the lineage of evidence. And in Thailand, have many categories of automotive parts. That means it have different relationship. So this study sets the hypothesis to buyer-supplier relationship influence to type of automotive parts by different level. For research methodology, this study is we use the questionnaires to survey all of the first tier of automotive parts in Thailand, total 330 firms. We send the questionnaire by postmail. In the questionnaire, we have the Likert scale and set point between 1 to 5. 5 meaning very important and 1 meaning not important. After we send post-mail to all of first year of automotive pass, we got response 192 firms. For the percentage is 58.18. We can accept for the response rate. And we use the questionnaire to test the combat alpha, and the result show is more than 0.7 of the combat alpha. That means this questionnaire and data can use to analyze. The analysis for this study, we use factor analysis, KMO, and batted test to test the hypothesis 1, and use the one-way ANOVA by least square difference to test the hypothesis 2. In this slide, we show the results of this study. In the table 1, we show frequency of response as the all of the category of automotive parts have 6 categories, and we put the code by each category. Code 1 meaning engine parts, code 2 meaning electrical parts, 3 meaning transmission parts, 4 suspension parts, 5 brake parts, and last one 6 body and interior parts. We have response for the ranking number 1 is brake part. It's response 54, and for the percentage is 28. And number 2 is the electrical parts, response 46 number, and for the percentage is 24. And last one, number 6 for the transmission part, response 9. For the percentage is 5. Table 2 show the result of the KMO battery test. And for the KMO, data show the result 0.776, and more than the 0.7 is mean we can accept and have the significant. And also in the table 3 show the factor loading and eigenvalue. For the factor loading, all of factor, it means 6 factor, have factor loading more than 0.6, and eigenvalue is more than 1, meaning all of the factor have independence and can combine to one factor in the buyer-supplier relationship. So the hypothesis 1 we can accept for trust, atmosphere, cooperation, commitment, adaptation, and communication are positive, impacting to buyer and supplier relationship. For the table 4, we show ANOVA, one-way ANOVA by least square difference. The result shows 2 significant levels. For the 1 star, it means significance level is below the 0.05, and 2 star significant level below 0.001. Sorry, 0.01. And in the table, you can see in the red box, have the factor trust, atmosphere, commitment, and communication have the different mean with the different of type of automotive parts. According to the result, we can accept the hypothesis 2 for the buyer and supplier relationship influence to type of automotive parts by different level. And for the last slide, we conclusion for this study. This study show the trust factor and atmosphere is strong positive impact to business relationship, because trust is the basis of improvement for the long-term relationship. And also atmosphere factor is depend on environment effect. In Thailand, it's very good infrastructure and good support for government. So that's why atmosphere factor is showed in the result is very strong impact to the business relationship. And the last one, this study shows some components of buyer-supplier relationship as trust, atmosphere, commitment, and communication. These 4 factors is different in some type of automotive parts, because in some category have the many complex of production and a lot of investment. That is mean they have to put more factor to make the strong relationship and need to keep the wrong relationship. Okay, thank you for attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Rata Fol Promas to be discussing a communication model for community development for the Sustainable Development Goals.
I'm Ratapon Poma, lecturer at Faculty of Mass Communication, Chiang Mai University, Thailand. My research is a communication model for community development for the Sustainable Development Goals. The objective of this research was to study the communication model for community-oriented development using a case study of the Pieng Din San Pa Pao Community Enterprise, Sansai District, Chiang Mai Province. The result of the study showed that community development communication that is appropriate for the era is social media, such as Facebook, to promote the marketing of one product while creating understanding amongst others in the community. Communication can enable people in the community to participate in community development for strength, self-reliance, and readiness of sustainable development. Pieng Din San Pa Pao Community Enterprise. They have organic agricultural products, so they bring their product to sell by setting up a Ka Pieng Din market as a public space for members to sell their products, including future development for tourists in their community. The main problem facing enterprise is the lack of public relation communication so that people in the community can know and understanding what the enterprise purpose and operation are for. The researcher and study will mentor the group in teaching, advertising, guiding the group communication planning. Research objective: to study the communication model for community-oriented development using a case study of the Pieng Din San Pa Pao Community Enterprise, Sansai District, Chiang Mai Province. Lecturer reviews in this research have 4. 1. Community development communication. 2. Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs. 3. The concept of community participation. And 4. The community context. And this shows research conceptual framework. 1. Communication for community development. 2. Community involvement. 3. Social media. And 4. Community context. All 4 communication models. And research methodology have 5 steps. 1. Study of the current condition of communication for enterprise development. Step 2. Field research for data collection, preliminary summary. Step 3. Building a development communication models. Step 4. Applying the development communication model to activities. And step 5. Analysis, conclusion, and report. This shows communication models as source. Source means message, and O is ownership. As the operation of the enterprise is not a standalone operations, the group members are considered joint owners of the enterprise, which allow the community enterprise to run smoothly and gain cooperation for all members. Message refer to news, events, or products if an enterprise wants to distribute or sales product through the medias, it must have W or W wording of message. Channel is mean a communication channels to this research choose communication via S or social media and choose the Facebook platform as the main communication channels, and receiver refer to the target customer, and also include in effective communication. Conclusions. Communication for community development in the modern era must develop a model that is consistent and appropriate to the changing context. The ideal communication channel is social media, as it can communicate information in multimedia form to a large audience without limitation in the term of time, location, budget, and accessibility. The committee can use the resource in terms of marketing communication to create job and income, public relations to present to people outside the group to know and understand the operation activities. Everyone can develop themselves as messenger, using media for communication development. The problem is not the tool, technology, or channel or communication, but the means of communication. Finally, everyone in the community learns, participate, and understanding this positive development in their community. These are the scientific and artistic approach that modern journalists need to learn and develop themselves concerning the best interests of the community. And all is a reference for this research. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Professor. Next, let us welcome Sasisan Sara to be discussing the returns and sensitivity analysis of cordyceps militaris for a small business in Bangkok.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sasinan Sara. I'm a lecturer from Faculty of Business Administration and Information Technology, Rajamankara University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. Today, I present a research paper. This title is Return and Sensitivity of the Cordyceps militaris Cultivation of a Small Business in Bangkok. Abstract. The purpose of this research was to study the cost, return, and sensitivity analysis of the small business cordyceps militaris project in Bangkok. This research was quantitative research to collect data from a small entrepreneur in Bangkok. The research period was January 1st, 2021 to 30 May 2021. We analyzed two data using net present value, payback period, and internal rate of return. We divided the analysis into three grades. First, cost increased by 5, 10, and 15% while fixed income. The second, costs were fixed cost while revenue decreased by 5, 10, and 15%. The last cost increased by 5, 10, and 15% while revenue decreased by 5, 10, and 15%. The results show that the production cost of Cordyceps militaris was 78.99 baht per pack. Net present value was 2,335,436.41 baht. Payback period was 1 year, 3 months, 15 days. Internal rate of return was 76.05 and the production cost, the golden cordyceps packed in capsules was 176.49 baht per bottle. The present value was 3,800,000 for 487.35 baht. TX baht. The payback period was 10 months, 29 days, and the internal rate of return was 111.775. The three of these sensitivity analysis have a positive present value. Internal rate of return was greater than the research rate of return. That result of the research showed that they could make investment decisions of entrepreneurs for efficiently. Introduction. The consumption of cordyceps maritalis is gaining widespread popularity over the past 10 years. We have researched the medicinal properties of cordyceps maritalis. Cordyceps maritalis have the found to contain higher level of the nutrient, vitamin, mineral, anti-cancer, plasma, boosting immunity, and antioxidant. According to the research report and investment prospect forecast and cordy Mediterranean market in Thailand, we estimate that the overall market value of the food supplement market in 2020 had a market value of up to 23,960.8 million baht, with the growing from the year 2019 increased 160%. Trend and demand of dairy supplement of herb with higher growth rate included policy, the promotion and support from government agency. The researcher studied the cost, return, and investment sensitivity of cordyceps maritalis cultivation and guide investment decisions of entrepreneurs who are interested and ready to invest. Research objective. This research was to study the cost, return, and sensitivity analysis of a small business cordy maritalis project in Bangkok. Research method. Population and sample. The population used in the study was a small business in Bangkok. Research tool. The instrument used in this research was a questionnaire, data analysis, net present value, payback period, internal rate of return, benefit cost ratio, sensitivity analysis. Research results. Investment sensitivity analysis in 3 cases found that the net present value was greater than 0, benefit cost ratio was greater than 1, and the internal rate of the internal rate of return was greater than 2 desired rate of return. Thus, they show that even if the cost increased and the rate of return decreased, the return and the business can still be profitable and operating normally. Conclusion. An analysis of the sensitivity of the investment project under a 5-year investment period could divide into 3 cases. The result of the analysis revealed that the net present value positive in all 3 cases. Profitability index was greater than 1 in all 3 cases. The study showed that the investment in the cultivation and distribution, the cordyceps Mediterranean and cost effective and could cook well in variety institutions if costs increase or in return decrease in future. Currently, the number of competitors in the Cardiff maritime market was increasing, which may active to dynamic of sale and affect the cash inflow, profit, and liquidity of the business. Therefore, as a business Cardiff maritime product should be developed and researched in a variety of formats. However, external factors affecting return on investment will change in customer behavior, substitute competitor, economic environment, and inflation. The sensitivity analysis enables investors to plan their operation appropriately under changing circumstances. Therefore, if investors decide they should consider the financial availability as well as analysis of environmental factors affecting operation leading into appropriate projection of the cash flow received from the investment of the project. This is reference for this research. Thank you. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you so much, Doctor, for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Wipawati Tupia to be discussing the Organic Farming Career Group Management of Namay Sub-District Community, Latlom Kayu District, Pathum Thani Province.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Wipawati Tupia. Today, I'm going to present my research topic about organic farming career group management of Namay Sub-District Community in Latlom Kayu District, Pathum Thani Province, Thailand. I have the co-researchers, that is Pinyapat Mathiban and Tanyathon Dinapuk. We are the lecturer in business administration from Faculty of Management side in Ayutthaya University under the Royal Polytechnic Pathum Thani Province. I'm Wipawati Tupia. I'm graduate in Doctor of Philosophy in Management. The purpose of this research has three purposes. The first one is to study the problem of operating circumstance of organic farming career group. The second one is to study the factor affecting management within organic farming career group. And the last one, to study directions of career group development. The results found that in farmers' sector, some farmers lack of proper knowledge on organic farming, such as land preparations, plant maintenance, in group management. There was no joining activity. In production process, the farmer has no planning on planting organic vegetable and fruit. They largely knows good in price of seed and organic fertilizers, suppliers. Moreover, factors affecting management within the group were the first one, most of farmers had existing experience and readiness on land preparations for organic farming, good water resources, organic fertilizers, a waste distribution channel, good opportunity to set up corn community enterprise, and grain supporting and promoting from government sector. There was a systematic management, learning, and innovative community. Furthermore, the third one, the directions to developing in order to reduce inequality in social, economics, and environmental aspects by extending farmers' existing experience to increase their self-sufficient economy using economical resources, various participations in group activities, and finally, enable the farmers to sell their organic products to consumers. In the part of research method, this research we use the participatory action research. The scope of the research, the contents including organic agriculture, management, participations, sufficiency, economy philosophy, and community innovations. The research area is the community in Namai sub-district in Lalomgao district, Pathum Thani province, Thailand. The populations we divided into groups. The first one is the farmers in Namai sub-district, Lalomgao district, Pathum Thani province. The second group is the community leaders, local government administrators, and the relevant government agencies. For example, we also divide into groups. The first one is the farmers in Namai sub-district, in Lalomgao district, Pathum Thani province. That is comprised of 10 households. The second group is 5 community leaders, local government administrator, and related government agency. For the sampling method, we use the purposive sampling in a group of organic farmers who are leading and interested in participating. For the research process, the step 1, we study about the community context. Step 2, we analyze about the problem inequality. Step 3, we analyze the SWOT. At step 4, we study about the organic farming. And step 5, participations. Step 6, sufficiency, economy, philosophy of the group. Step 7, sustainable group management. Step 8, learning and community innovations. And step 9, community enterprise of organic farming in Ban Khong Lakhon community. The results found that on the operations problems of occupations groups, there's the problems. The first problem is about the knowledge. The lack of knowledge on organic agriculture of some farmers, and the lack of knowledge exchange in organic farming. The solutions that we find out is promote and support the farmer knowledge on organic farming, such as fertilizing and pesticide. Second one, we organize forums to exchange knowledge on organic farming. The problems about the group management, the lack of participations in group of organic farming, and the lack of joining activity. So we solve the problem by we organize and exchange meeting according to the group structures and law, and organize the practical training activity on organic fertilizers, productions, and study visit. On the third problem about the productions process, the lack of planning for organic food and vegetable productions. The second one is the unknown sources for purchasing raw materials, making organic fertilizers, seeds at low cost. The solutions about this regard is to the first one, plan for organic food and vegetables productions. The second one provides source of raw material purchase, organic fertilizer making, and low-cost seed. For the potentials of occupational groups, from the 10 households of the farmers in organic farming of the community, we use the farm portfolios to interview them, and the results of this 10, we found that most of the farmers has the expertise in growing organic vegetables. Farmer existing experience of planning and cultivating organic farming. Most of them have strong social networks, localities, high demands of export market, and high opportunities in supporting from central and local governments, including private companies, NGOs. On the group management, we use the theory of EOLC about the planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. The group members, they come and talk formally and integrated to create opportunity for assistance, promotions, and support from the agency, government, and group chairs informing the community enterprise group. The academic researcher helped them to contract and coordinate with the Office of Agriculture in Lat Lum Keo district. The community enterprise group helps the organic farming businesses related to the productions of food and service activity that contribute to the development and help to solving the problems of the community entity with the purpose of generating income, self-reliance, and benefit of the community and activity that are not contrary to the law and the public order and moral. The results that about the farmers follow the principle of the sufficiency economy philosophy about the modesty, regionality, to self-immunity, knowledge, virtue. Yes, in the conclusion, there must be a meeting within the group to find a solution to the problems and determine the factor contributing to the group management. As an example, it was found that the group had organized an organizational structure and set the rules and regulations along with building the knowledge and understanding of its members about these integrations. The group's president was very selfless and talented in organic agriculture. Thus, he made the directions of the group development to be efficient, funded for the integrated agriculture, and to build the social network that operate in line with the sufficiency economy philosophy. The recommendations of the research for the practice in economic aspect, the agriculture should be developed by creating value from the application of innovations and agriculture. Our country in Thailand aims to create identity agriculture, safe agriculture, bioagriculture, process agriculture, and smart agriculture in order to increase the production efficiencies in terms of both quality and product diversity, including raising income, reducing expenditures, and reducing risk factor in farming for farmers, as well as maintaining biodiversity and local wisdom as much as possible. The second one, in the social aspect, The community should focus on technological innovations and further development in order to create new innovations all the time. The recommendations for further research. The first one, the new technology and innovations should be integrated in network community marketing in order to upgrade network and community marketing to marketing for concealer and reach more niche market of customers. The second one, the broad area should be studied by properly applying product and service innovations process, innovations and marketing innovations. That's all for my presentations. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Varunya Kaitiknang to discuss a synthesis of behavioral issues for assessing the quality of public transport drivers during 2017 to 2021.
Hello everyone, my name is Varanya Kaeocheuknang from the University of Thai Chamber of Commerce, Thailand. Today, I would like to share with you my study about behavioral issues for assessing the quality of public transport drivers. This is my agenda. First, let me introduce you my introduction. To build quality for public bus drivers, there are a number of issues that must be controlled in order to reduce risky behavior which can lead to accident or negative impact on passenger and road user. The cause is frequently originated from unusual driver behavior, distraction while driving resulting from driver professional problems such as health problems, family problems, work-related problems. The problem must be taken into consideration because public service operators need to control quality of public transport and working conditions to be in line with professional development, convenience, and health of drivers to meet the policy and service standards of the organization. Many researchers have developed aids that can alarm to prevent crash and improve the overall driving experience. With the development of new technologies in cars, drivers are exposed to more sources of distraction which can lead to accidents by mistake. With rapid population growth in urban areas, it's necessary to establish transportation management policy and law enforcement so that transportation service can be more integrated into the transportation gate. This is important for the quality of service on public transport. Therefore, access to daily commute should be carefully considered for the check of sustainable transport planning. Apart from the driver behavior that improve the quality of the service, customer behavior can also help design the right service as well as strategy to improve the safety culture in the organization so that it can reduce driver unsafe behavior and reduce the number of accidents. After synthesizing academic articles, there were different in each issue to improve the quality of public driving practice for the population of standardization for continuous improvement to serve both public and private sector. Another thing that should not be overlooked is good service can attract tourists and can increase economic value as tourists can travel with confidence. So it's necessary to ensure the safety and quality of service of public bus. The objective of the present study is to review the literature and synthesize articles about operational issues of public transport drivers. And methodology from the study includes the following. The literature review was conducted appropriately consider the keyword public transport driver. To answer questions about issues should be taken into account. This research was synthesized from 45 articles which can be categorized to be more easily understood so that the reader of particular topic can use, and it can benefit future research. The relative documents were also analyzed based on the type of publication. It can be divided three groups. First, cause of driver errors. Second, safety enhancement for public bus. Finally, service quality and investment in improving service quality for public transport driver. First, show the cause of driver error. This issue was primarily research about intelligence and expertise, emotional condition, distraction, restraints. Second, show the safety of public bus. Most of article authors are interested in studying the social condition, consciousness of driver and the provision of infrastructure. And finally, show the quality of service and involvement in improve the quality of service for public transportation driver. Most authors were interested in study passenger, organization, service quality level, and service evaluation respectively. After synthesizing the article, there were 5 issues that the author has the same interest from aforementioned 3 categories. A. Intelligence expertise. B. Driver. C. Infrastructure. D. Passenger. E. Organization. F. Punishment. Synthesis of behavioral issues for the quality of public transport driver performance explain the issue that benefit society and those who want to develop future transportation for the transformation into a smart city, where drivers are not only responsible for driving but also play important role in controlling and understanding the transportation service equipped with technology in the operation. And finally, this is reference for my study. Thank you for your listening, for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya Sakadamu to discuss teaching and learning management process in education reform period in charity schools of Buddhist temples.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya Sakadamu, PhD candidate in Educational Administration, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. Today, I would like to present our research of teaching and learning management process in educational reform period in charity schools of Buddhist temple. Our team, พระมหาธีรวัตร สกธรรมโม สุทธิพงษ์ ศรีวิชัย ยุทธวี แก้วทองใหญ่ and ศิลป์งามประโคน Research objective. The first, to study the teaching and learning conditions of charity schools of Buddhist temples. The second, to develop the teaching and learning process of the temple charity school. And the third, to propose the teaching and learning process of Buddhist temple charity schools in educational reform period. Research methods. Mixed methods research was designed by using integrated research methodology of documentary research, quantitative research, and qualitative research, which consisted of studying, analyzing, and collect two process of teaching and learning in 5 aspects. Data were collected opinion on the condition of teaching and learning management of temple charity schools from administrators and teachers of Buddhist temple charity schools from 248 samples. Interview and focus group discussion with 10 aspects of administrators, teachers, and charity school of Buddhist temples. Quantitative data were percentage, mean, standard deviation, variance. Qualitative data were analysis by content analysis. The results show that the first one, teaching and learning condition of charity schools of Buddhist temples in the overall 5 aspects, found that it was at a high level. The second one, the teaching and learning process of charity schools of Buddhist temples educational reform period consisted of principles, objective, method, and teaching learning processes of charitable schools of Buddhist temple in educational reform period. The third one, teaching learning processes of charitable schools of Buddhist temples in the educational reform period consists of 1. Principles, which show the process of teaching and learning in 5 aspects. The process of teaching and learning in the 21st century, and the policy of the Office of the Basic Education Commission under the National Education Plan in educational reform period. 2. Goals, which are goals of the learners and goals of educational management. 3. Methods are policies and guidelines of driving basic education. 4. Processes are teaching and learning process of charitable schools of Buddhist temples in educational reform period and the implementation strategy of educational reform period. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Frasamu Winit Dirajitu to discuss a model of learning organization development based on Sapaya Dhamma for schools under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area.
Hello everyone. I'm very pleased to be here to talk to you about a model of learning organization development based on Sapaya Dhamma for schools under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area. Author name พระสมุวินิจธิรจิตโต Co-author name พระครูสังฆรักษ์จักริดภูริปัญโย สมศักดิ์บุญปู่ประวิตรชัยสุข Research objectives This research aims to study the state of being a learning organization for schools, to develop a model of learning organization development based on Sapaya Dhamma for schools under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area, and to propose a model of learning organization development based on Sapaya Dhamma for school under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area. Research methods. Mixed methods research was used by integrating documentary research, quantitative research, and a qualitative research, which consists of studying, analyzing, and collecting 12 aspects of learning organization by asking for opinions on the learning organization status from secondary school teachers under the Office of Secondary Education Service Area 6, Samut Prakan Province, and 338 samples were collected. Interview and focus group discussion from 10 experts of high school administrators, expert in learning organization, expert in Buddhist, and expert in educational institute administration. Quantitative data were analyzed by using percentage, mean, standard deviation, and content analysis. Results. The results show that number 1. The state of being a learning organization for schools under the Secondary Educational Service Area Office overall in 5 aspects was at a high level. Number 2. A model of learning organization development based on Sapaya Dhamma was developed, which consists of Part 1, which is the environment, principle, and objectives. Part 2, the model, which is the work system, which consists of the 12 aspects of learning organizations and management processes. Part 3, the implement process, structure, decision making, assessment guideline. Part 4, the condition for success in integrating the Sapaya Dhamma principle in an educational institution. Number 3. A model of learning organization development based on Sapaya Dhamma for schools under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area consists of 4 parts as follows. Part 1. The environment inside and outside of school is the concept of learning organization and the concept of Sapaya Dhamma, and the objectives are learning management with Sapaya Dhamma. Part 2. The model consists of work system, which is the 12 aspects of learning organization, namely 1. Strategy or vision. 2. Management. 3. Management operation. 4. Atmosphere. 5. Organizational structure or work. 6. Distribution of information. 7. Performance of individual and teams. 8. Work processes. 9. Goal of work or information back. 10. Training or education. 11. Personnel or team development. 12. Reward or recognition. Part 3. Implementation process are 1. The structure of administration in educational institution. 2. Decision-making is to arrange an organization or organization in an educational institution to be a learning organization in 8 items. 3. Assessment approach is to evaluate and report the results according to the plan, and the presentation of the report to be a master learning organization. Part 4. The condition for success depend on the context of educational establishment to create a learning organization based on Sapaya Dhamma principles. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Pramaha Apicharchayamethi to discuss a model of leadership development of administrative monks in the Central Region Sangha administration according to the Buddhist Reform Plan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pramaha Apicharchayamethi, PhD candidate in Educational Administration, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. Today, I would like to present my research, a model of leadership development of administrative monks in the Central Region Sangha administration according to the Buddhist Reform Plan. This is my team. พระมหาสมบัติธนปัญโย พระครูโอภาสนนทกิจ ละวิงเลืองสัง Research objectives. The 3 purposes of this research were: Number 1. To study characteristics of a model of leadership development. Number 2. To study process of a model of leadership development. Number 3. To propose a model of leadership development. Content analysis was used to analyze data according to opinion as follows. The result of 7 parts were: government, educational, education for housing, propagation, unity housing, and development center of Buddha Monthon. The instruments used for research were questionnaire and interview form. Quantitative data were analyzed by using mean, standard deviation, and then classified benchmark to be 5 levels as the most level more, medium, less, and least assessed. Results indicate that: Number 1. General analysis from questions classified by age, education, Dhamma sector, and Bali sector found that age mostly had 31 to 40 years old, and next between 41 to 50 years old. Year mostly had 11 to 12 years, next had 6 to 10%. Education Dhamma sector mostly had Dhamma sector grade 3 level, next less Dhamma sector grade 2. Education Bali sector mostly had Bali sector grade 4 to 6 level, next 1, 2 level, and 3 level. Number 2. The level of a model of leadership development of administrative monks in the Central Region Sangha administrator according the Buddhist Reform Plan in overall have shown in more level. Therefore, when considered by each part, found that the opinion of a model of leadership development of administrative monks in the Central Region Sangha administrator had shown the most level was government, next was unity housing, that show in more level. Number 3. A model of leadership development of administrative monk in the central region Sangha administrator according the Buddhist reform plan was proposed. From this research found that number 1. Recognize the condition of government from top to down according to a model of leadership development of administrative monk in the central region Sangha administration according the Buddhist reform plan that start reform from BE 2561. 2. To receive important data from governor monks must be have condition for leadership at all. And 3. To receive good cultural according to a model of leadership development of administrative monk in the central region Sangha administration according the Buddhist reform plan based on behave on good disciplinary. Thank you for watching my presentation.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Narudinata Ratanakarajangsil to discuss model of self-management based on Ravasa Dhamma for School Administrators under Office of Paranakon, C. Ayutthaya, Secondary Educational Service, Area 3.
Hello everyone, my name is Narudinata Ratanakarajangsil. Today, I would like to present about my research, model of self-management based on Karawat Dhamma for school administrators under Office of Paranakon C. Ayutthaya Secondary Educational Service, Area 3. This is my team. พระมหายานวัตรทิตวัฒโน พีรวัตรชัยสุข พระครูวิโรจน์กาญจนเขต This research article aims to propose a model of self-management based on Karawat Dhamma for school administrator under Office of Paranakon C. Ayutthaya Secondary Educational Service Area 3. This is mixed method research was designed and there are 3 steps. Step 1. Study the condition of the administrator of the educational institution by using questionnaire to collect from 306 teachers in secondary schools. The data were statistically analyzed such as percentage, mean, and standard deviation. Step 2. Developing a model by interviewing 10 key informants with a semi-structured interview form. Step 3. To propose a model by using focus group discussion of 8 experts. Data were analyzed by content analysis. And the results of the study show consisted of 1. Principles, 2. Objectives, 3. Administrative process, self-administration, which is the administrative principle that school administrators have applied to the current administration, namely, first, self-reliance, diligence, and responsibility. Second, saving and conserve. Third, maintaining discipline, respecting the law. 4. Observing religious values. 5. Being loyal to the nation, religion, monarch, and self-administration according to Karawat Dhamma principles that are suitable for integration with self-administration that lead to unity and effectiveness of educational establishment. In administration, namely honesty and sincerity to each other, self-cultivation, tolerance, sacrifice, and the last consistent is evaluation. Thank you for watching my presentation. Goodbye.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Pairot Chanangpun to discuss model of teaching management on Unisomanasikara thinking skills for primary education students by DLTV.
Hi everyone, my name is Ayutthaya, PhD candidate in Educational Administration, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. Today I would like to present about my research of model of teaching management on Unisomanasika thinking skills for primary education students by DLTV. Our team ไพโรจน์ จำนงผล พระมหายานวัตร ทิตวัฒโน พระสุรชัย สุรชโย and สมศักดิ์ บุญปู Research objectives. This research article aims to propose a model of teaching management on Yonisomanasika thinking skill for primary education students by distance learning television DLTV. Research methods. Mixed method research with 3 research steps was designed. Step 1. Study 2 conditions of teaching and learning management by using questionnaires to collect data from 217 administrators and teachers in primary schools. The data was analyzed using statistics such as percentage, mean, and standard deviation. Step 2. Develop model by interview 10 key informants using semi-structured interview form. And the third step was to propose the model using focus group decision of 8 aspects. Data were analyzed by content analysis. Results of the study show that a model of teaching management on Yonisomanasika thinking skills for primary education students by distance learning television DLTV consists of 1. Principles, 2. Objectives, 3. Management process with where 1. Teaching and learning touch distance learning television 3 aspects with where management, teaching management, and quality of learners. 2. Teaching and learning of Yonisomanasika thinking skill for primary school students. It is a tool that relies on an intellectual process. The main principle is to use consciousness to work with intelligence in the thinking process and for evolution. With many thanks.
Next, let us welcome our session chair, a BTech, MTech, PhD in computer science and engineering, having teaching and research experience of more than 8 years. Expertise areas are data structures, mobile ad hoc networks, IoT, member of Society in Journals, IFERP, IAENG, ICSES. He also acts as a reviewer in many conferences and journals. Let us welcome our session chair, Dr. Rajat Bardwat.
Hello all. Thank you for inviting me as a session chair in the International Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research Conference. I have act as a session chair. The first paper is of the study of the coronavirus disease in 2019 in hospitality industry to student prospects in their career. The author has described very good paper and it is a good study he has done, and the results he have affected about the students having career in hospitality which is drained out by the this coronavirus. So he has described and he has used some of the studies to overcome from this hospitality jobs for the student. So great job, great opportunity, and well done by the author. In the second paper, the author has described the value addition of the banana tree in a new product in Benhui community. Here, she has wrought the very good paper regarding the making the paper from the banana tree. That is very good, as we are daily laying down the trees for the paper work. So it is a good opportunity and good additional thing that the author had described about the banana tree, that outcome we can get it from paper. So well described and good paper I have read. This is. In the third paper, the author has described the application of an energy conservation system in the towns, in the malls, that is using the control unit. The author also worked about this and he has increased the energy and also reduced the cost of the system. So it is another a good paper and good work, appreciated. Next paper is on the effective importance of professional sports association keys using the performance index to perform economically and society development. So it is another paper that is having the sports quality, that to enhance the sport association regarding the doping cases and regarding the drugs cases in sports and the sportsmen who are not getting opportunities. So that is another good paper he has promoted to the society regarding the awareness of the sports. So good paper by the author. Next paper is a comprehensive study of various biological Buddha literatures in Thailand. The author described the different various biological Buddha literatures. So this literature of each country that each person should know. So he has described and research on that the biological Buddha literature. So another good in the literature review paper. Next paper goes is difference of buyers and suppliers, relationship type, different types of automotive parts. That is another, there's at the buyers and suppliers, the relationship between, he has taken the questionnaire and the survey on that, and the author had well defined between this the buyer and supplier relationships in the automotive part. So to increase the relation between the buyer and seller, he has surveyed the more than good companies and described it very well using the tools. In the next paper, the communication model of community development for the sustainable development goal. Another sustainable development is important for every country. So author has defined the model of community developer. So he's also reviewed good development models and bring the goal to achieve that. Another, coming to the next paper, the returns and the sensitivity analysis of forward chap militaries. In the military areas, he has designed the small businesses that the military areas are some developed, and he has described the analysis in a good way regarding the militaries. So author has written a good, I appreciate the paper. Next is the important paper I have gone through it is organic career growth, management of. Another, the organic farming is important because health is also important. So eating healthy foods is also important. So I have gone through this. So the author described clearly the in the district of his area. He has defined the organic farming regarding how to increase the organic farming and how is it beneficial. to the career development management. So another good paper, appreciated. Next paper, moving on, the synthesis of behavioral issues for assessing the quality of public transport drivers. So it is much requirement of the today's era that the behavioral issues assessing the quality of public transport. The public transport drivers who was driving buses and suddenly they met with an accident, or the bus is driven by them in the wrong path, or they are drunk, or some personal issues they are having. If the public transport drivers are not in a good condition to drive the public vehicles, then it can damage the property also and ruin the some citizens' life also. So there must be a good behavioral issues or synthetic assessment on the quality of the public transport driver should also be there, as the automation is going on. So the self-driving buses are coming. So we should also keep in mind that also. So good analysis regarding this, the public transport drivers. He has taken the survey of 2017 to 2001. Good. Another, coming to the teachings and the learning management in the process educational period in charity of Buddhist temples. He has described the different Buddhist temples to become the teaching and learning management in the schools level, that the children should know about their cultural, their religion. So it is demand of the today's era, as youth is not aware about the religion or caste. Coming to next, a model of learning organization development based on Sapaya Dhamma for schools under Office of Education, this secondary educations. So another, the religion of Sapaya Dhamma in the schools should be there. He is written and under the Office of Secondary Education. So it is also the mode of learning he has defined. So it is a good paper. Next, coming to is the model of leadership development of administrative monks in the central region Sangha administration according to the Buddhist reform plan. He has defined about the Sangha administration. So again, coming to the cultural and religion part of our own. So he's defined this, a model for the leaderships to take the decision on the administrations to reform the Buddhist. Another good initiative by for our religion. Next, coming to the next, it is the model of self-management based on Gravasa Dhamma. Another, on the model based on Gravasa Dhamma, he is defined to for the school administration under the Office of Pranakon Secondary Services. So he has also proposed the model for the Gravasa Dhamma. So it is well defined by him. He also emphasizes it. So it is another good paper for the secondary education services. Now coming to the next, the paper is of model of teaching management on Yoniso Manasikara thinking skills for primary education students by DLTV. So he has also proposed the model for teaching management to the primary education level using by the DLTV. So he has proposed the paper in such a way, in beautiful manner. But the description is lower, presentation is low, so he need to improve. But the content used in the paper, in the PPT, they are good. Okay. Thank you very much. Myself, Dr. Rajat from Chitkara University, Punjab, India. Thank you so much. Once again, thanking the all the members of the conference, International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research. Good initiative by the organizers. Thank you very much and all the best to all the participants and the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Kwanapa Wongfasals. That will be discussing tourist behaviors and tourism management guidelines for Khmer civilization tourist attractions in Buriram province.
Tourist behaviors and tourism management guidelines for Khmer civilization tourist attractions in Buriram province ขวัญณภาวงศ์ไพศาลสิริกุล ศรีนวลมั่นนรดิต บุรีรัมย์ราชภัฏ University บุรีรัมย์ Province Thailand หนึ่งฤทัยแจ้งสุวรรณ อรุณีเจริญทรัพย์ เทพสตรีราชภัฏ University ลพบุรี Province Thailand Abstract This research aims to study tourist behaviors and trends in tourism management elements for Khmer civilization tourist attraction in Buriram province to provide a management guideline for sustainable tourism management for historical tourist attraction. Research questionnaire is a research instrument with random sampling technique using 300 samples. The research is conducted during October 2018 to September 2019 using qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis. The result indicates that most of tourists are located in northeast of Thailand. The attractiveness of tourist attractions is the primary motivation to travel in particular tourist destination, while friend and family are the major references of tourist information. Private car is main transportation vehicle. Most of tourists in Prasat Mueang Tam and Prasat Nong Hong are travel with family, while tourists in Phnom Rung Historical Park are travel with friends using tourism budgets per trip less than 1,000 baht per person, with at least 3 tourist attractions per trip. The results of tourism management assessment indicate that the tourist satisfactions are in the medium rank. Phnom Rung X bar equal 3.33 plus or minus 0.82. Prasat Mueang Tam X bar equal 3.28 plus or minus 0.84. Prasat Nong Hong X bar equal 3.09 plus or minus 1.14. There are 5 dimensions of tourism management guideline as 1. Landscape and infrastructure in development. 2. Create value added using storytelling. 3. Develop information flow of tourism supply chain. 4. Develop necessary skills and expertise of tourism staff. 5. Promote proactive marketing strategy to attract new and quality tourists. Also encourage the real visit intention of tourists. 1. Introduction. Buriram province is previously part of Khmer Empire in the ancient times during the Golden Age. In present, Buriram province is one of the popular tourist destinations, which ancient stone temples are located around the city. The famous Khmer civilization tourist attractions are 1. Phnom Rung, Hindu religion's place and famous ancient stone temple in Thailand. 2. Prasat Mueang Tam, the ancient Khmer sanctuary in Hindu belief. 3. Prasat Nong Hong, the small historic site which consists of the 3 small castles which constructed as symbolic of Prasumain mountain. The tourism statistic of Buriram province reveals that the number of tourists in 2017 is 1,627,800 1,238 people, 5.97% increase, comparing with 1,535,714 people in 2016, which reveals the popularity of tourist attraction in Buriram province. Khmer civilization tourist attractions, it still lack of the integration between related parties, such as the tourist route system, the activities for tourists in tourist attraction, also the linkage between related businesses. For this reason, the study will provide a guideline in identifying tourism demand and tourism supply, which are necessary to understand tourist behavior, also aware of the physical characteristic, environment, and readiness of current tourism resources. 2. Research objectives. 1. To study tourism behavior and opinion of tourists in the management elements of Khmer civilization, tourism in Buriram province, Phnom Rung, ปราสาทเมืองต่ำ ปราสาทหนองหง during October 2018 to September 2019. 2. To provide management guidelines for Khmer civilization tourist attractions in Buriram province in promoting sustainable historical tourism, promote as sustainable source of learning in history. 3. Research methodology, target group, tourists who traveling to target tourist destinations. 1. Phnom Rung Historical Park. 2. ปราสาทเมืองต่ำ 3. ปราสาทหนองหง The 100 sets of questionnaires would distribute to particular tourist destination. Totally, 300 sets, research instrument, close-ended questionnaire would distribute to collect tourist behavior in related tourism management elements, which are physical factor, information flow, financial factor, tourist attraction and related activity, price at tourist destination and facility. Data collection. Non-probability sampling is applied to collect the data from target group. Data analysis, descriptive statistics is implemented to analyze the data in frequency, percentage, mean, which presented in table. 4. Research results. Tourist behaviors and opinions in the tourism management elements of Khmer civilization tourist attractions in Buriram. The tourist behaviors and opinions in Khmer civilization tourist attraction in Buriram province. 1. Phnom Rung. 2. ปราสาทเมืองต่ำ 3. ปราสาทหนองหง Figure 123 reveals that most of tourists in traveling from the northeast of Thailand to visit tourist destination. The attractiveness of particular tourist destination is the main factor to visit the destination, while friend and family are the main source of information. Private care is the primary vehicle in traveling to tourist destination. Most of tourists are traveling with their family, while tourists in Phnom Rung prefer to travel with their friends. The average tourist expenditure is about 1,000 baht per trip, while visits more than 3 tourist attractions in Buriram province. The overall elements in all 3 Khmer civilization tourist attractions are rated in medium position: physical factor, information flow, financial factor, tourist attraction and related activity, price at tourist destination, and facility. Phnom Rung X bar equal 3.33 plus or minus 0.82. ปราสาทเมืองต่ำ X bar equal 3.28 plus or minus 0.84. ปราสาทหนองหง X bar equal 3.09 plus or minus 1.14. The results of research investigation are mentioned in detail in Table 1 and Table 2. Figure 1. Phnom Rung Historical Park. Figure 2. ปราสาทเมืองต่ำ Figure 3. ปราสาทหนองหงส์ Table 1. Tourist behaviors in Khmer civilization. Tourism route in Buriram. Items. Tourist attraction percentage. พนมรุ้ง ปราสาทเมืองต่ำ ปราสาทหนองหงส์ 1. Source of information. Friend, family. 36, 32, 39. Television, radio. 16, 15, 6. Internet, online media. 36, 40, 20. Magazine, newspaper, tourism institution. 20, 13, 20. 2. Reason for travel, attractiveness of tourist attraction. 60, 64, 35. Attractive activity in destination. 10, 10, 9. Public relation news. 15, 7, 3. Persuasion and influence from friend, family. 16, 20, 11. Ease of travel. 9, 11, 4.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya Sorfobdi to be discussing a model to promote family happiness among the people of Chiang Mai province by the application of good household life.
A model to promote family happiness among the people of Chiang Mai province by the application of good household life by พระมหาวิเศษเสาะพรบดีพระครูประหลัดณัฐกรชัยบุตรณรงค์ศักดิ์ลุนสำโรงสงัดเชียนจันทึกแอนภูเบศรพวงแก้ว Abstract All the people of the lacks of happiness in family were economic, social, and environmental. The secondary was the influence of the media, and society is not aware of importance of family. Karawasa Dhamma applied to youth promoting the happy family life. Lack of responsibility of a family member because the family did not understand Karawasa Dhamma well. Source of research. The family is the most important institute of life. Family is a starting point and a critical variable in the production of members for society. The family is a source of humanity that affects the quality of society. The family is the most important part of social unit. As the current situation of Thai society had been perceived as in a state that is full of various problems that are all escalating every day. Thai family become single family. Two generations of people living together. The relationship among family members, they have an increasing distance from each other. Role of each other member has decreased and changed due to the socio-economic conditions and the advancement of technology and communications. From the current social situation, there are still family problems where children are victims of physical abuse, husbands injure their wife or vice versa. Parents raise their children in a wrong way and sexual abuse is committed by family member, etc. Family in Chiang Mai have changed dramatically in many ways due to globalization and advancement of modern technologies. The researcher has interest in investigating the promotion of family happiness among the people of Chiang Mai through the principles of virtue for lay people in order to analyze the problem of unhappiness among family members and the virtue used in household affairs, as well as the developed a model to promote family happiness. Research objectives: to study and analyze the problems of the lack of happiness in family of people in Chiang Mai. To study and apply the virtue of a good household life, Karawasa Dhamma, to promote the happy family life. To create the pattern of promoting the happy family life. To try out and evaluate the model of the happy family life by using the virtue for a good household life. Research methodology: population and sample were the family living in Chiang Mai municipally. It was divided as informants using questionnaire 398 families, using activity and interview 20 families and 5 specialists. The two of that data collection were questionnaire and interview. The statistics used for analysis were frequency, percentage, mean, and standard deviation. Research findings. The findings were as follows. All the 4 problems of the lack of happiness in family were in medium. When considering its aspect, the higher aspect was economic, social, and environmental. The secondary were the influence of the media, not ready and not prepared to be a family, and the society is not aware of the importance of family. Karawasa Dhamma applied to youth promoting in happy family life were sacha, sincerity to each other, honesty, and not cheating; Dhamma, adaptation and the ability to control emotions; Khanti, patience, perseverance, and unfailing commitment to the destination; Jaka, kindness and sympathy. All will make the happy family life. For the families did not understand Karawasa Dhamma well, and there was a lack of responsibility of a family member. Karawasa Dhamma was try out the model through happy family promotion program. Consequently, each family member is responsible and know her own role as a family member. Evaluation of using the model to promote the happy family life by Karawasa Dhamma aspect with family lifestyle. After experiment with target audience with 20 families, the results are at the highest level. Conclusion: to prevent and resolve family problems, both public and private sectors should have joint strength in developing family. The domestic violence should not be as personal matter. Public and private agencies should come to support by giving advice and consultation on family management to resolve problems or conflicts in the family. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Ms. Pornpan Prongchit to be discussing the culture of wearing chador in the Iranian Islamic Revolution affecting the Thai society in today's world.
Hello everyone. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and it is great pleasure to meet you all in the third international conference at MCU. My name is Pornpan Pongchit, and my member Associate Professor Dr. Sathit Thimwathana Banteung and Assistant Professor Dr. Kittikor Nop Udom-Pan. We are from the Faculty of Fine Arts, Sri Nakarin Virod University, Bangkok, Thailand. Today, our presentation, I will talk about the culture of wearing chador and the Iranian Islamic Revolution affecting Thai society in today's world. Next, abstract. The objective of this research is analysis the wearing of chador among Thai Muslim women in relation to the Iranian Islamic Revolution and to examine the wearing of chador among Thai Muslim women affecting cultural identity. The research employs a mixed method designed to conduct quantitative research by using a survey research method without participation. The sample group is 25 Shia Muslim women in Po Thong sub-district, Thasara district, Nakhon Si Thammarat province, Thailand, which is divided into two groups, including 10 people who has studied in Iran and 15 people who has never studied in Iran. For qualitative research, it consists of in-depth interviews and documentary analysis. The research found that firstly, the wearing of chador among Thai Muslim women is related to the Iranian Islamic Revolution since Thai Shia women have failed in the doctrine of the Shia Islam and the model appearing in the Islamic Republic of Iran. They believe that it is correct according to the Islam principle. Therefore, they adopt this principle and practice such as death code to practice in Thailand without thinking that it's wrong or impractical. Secondly, the wearing of chador among Thai Muslim women affect their cultural identity. It was found that the wearing of chador among Thai Shia women has established the identity of Shia Muslim in Thai society. Shia women would wear chador for religious validity. Furthermore, the wearing of chador has created the difference between Sunni Muslim and Shia Muslim in Thailand, especially the religious ceremony. Therefore, the wearing of chador among Thai Muslim women is associated with the Iranian Islamic Revolution because after the Islamic Revolution of Iran, it had led to change in various countries, including of Thailand, which could be observed from the current days of Muslim women. The wearing of chador has created the identity of Shia Muslim in Thai society. Next, the purpose. The objective of this research was to analyze the death and chador of Thai Muslim women related to the Iranian Islamic Revolution and an analysis of the impact of Thai Muslim women wearing chador on cultural identity. Next, methodology of research. This research was qualitative research using a mixed method by collecting research papers, by collecting data from books, textbooks, research reports, research articles and papers, and interview by designing a quantitative research by using a survey research method, collecting data by non-participant interview method from 25 Shia Muslim women in Po Thong sub-district, Thasara district นครศรีธรรมราช province. They were divided into two groups, 10 people who had studied in Iran and 15 people.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Anong Rokwong to be discussing a construction of futsal skills tests for undergraduate students of Rajamangala University of Technology, Thanyaburi, Thailand.
Hello everyone. I'm glad to be here today. Present my research, a construction of futsal skin test undergraduate student of Rajamongkol University of Technology, Thanyaburi, Thailand. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce my team. First, Ms. Inta Thapkrai. Second, Assistant Professor Chalit Chavilai. Third, Dr. Sangwon Chankon. And am Assistant Professor Anong Rakwong. We are from the Department of Physical Education and Recreation, Faculty of Liberal Arts, Rajamongkol University of Technology, Thanyaburi, Thailand. Physical activity and playing sports can promote health and physical performance and prevent illness and diseases. Futsal is a skill of sport that is similar to football and gains widespread popularity among students and young people, and futsal is also taught in schools. Futsal is physical activity to promote and develop athletic skills, body movement in order to improve physical and mental health. Thai is implement for physical performance promotion. Students choose practice how to play futsal correctly, such as passing, dribbling and shooting. Learning, measurement and evaluation is important for physical education to stimulate students' development, while teachers can use them to improve teachers' teaching. The measurement and evaluation should reflect to real performance of students. So the good test needs a construction of tests has to be considered about two skills of each sport and based one on reliability, validity and objectivity. Research objective. The purpose of this research were to construct futsal skin test and to establish norm of futsal skill for undergraduate student of Rajamongkol University of Technology, Thanyaburi, Thailand. Next, let's move on to research methods. The sample were 260 students who study team sports subject. In the second semester of academic year 2019, 60 students were purposely selected for studying on the quality of the test, and 200 students were randomly selected for establishing norm of futsal skills. The instruments were a dribbling test, a wall test by kicking a ball against the wall for 30 seconds, and a shooting test. Test-retest method was applied to this research by testing the futsal skill test with 60 students and administering by 3 scholars. The reliability was between 0.908 to 0.995. A week Later, the tests were retested with the same step. Correlation coefficient of test the retest score was between 0.907 to 0.985. After that, the futsal skill tests were tested with 200 students and data were analyzed. The research process was divided into 5 steps: review of literature, preparing the research design, data collection, data analysis, and interpreting and reporting the results. Now, I'm going to talk about the research result, the objectivity of the futsal skill test from analysis of correlation coefficient by T-score was positive in a very high level at the statistical significance of 0.05. The reliability of futsal skill test from analysis of correlation coefficient between test and retest score among male group and female group was positive in a very high level at the statistical significance of 0.05. When we look inside of the result in the male group, the average of differing test score was 7.75 seconds a time. The average of world test score was 15.85 times per 30 seconds, and the average of shooting test score was 7.77 points. Let's take a look at the female group. The average of dribbling test score was 29.99 seconds a time. The average of wall test score was 10.60 times per 30 seconds, and the average of shooting test score was 6.90 points. The norm of futsal skills was divided into 5 levels: very good, good, average, acceptable, and weak. Most male student performance in dribbling was at a good level. The score between 12.21 to 16.32. Most female student performance in dribbling was a good level. The score between 21.46 to 27.32. Most male student performance of the wall test was at an average level. The score between 15 to 17. Most female student performance of the wall test was at a good level. The score between 13 to 15. Most male student performance of the shooting test was at an average level. The score between 4 to 7. Most female student performance of the shooting test was at an average level. The score between 8 to 10. Now I am going to talk about recommendation. Recommendation for practices. First, the objective of the test should be informed to taker. The test should be explained and demonstrated. Then the test taker should be given an opportunity to ask questions and warm up for 5 to 10 minutes before starting the test. Circle equipment and prepare, and the scholar, for example, the position of the ball or the feet of the taker, the wall with smooth surface, and so on. Next, recommendation for future research. First, the skill test can be conducted in different content by using this research as guideline. Second, the skill test of other sports can be constructed for raising standard of teaching and learning sports should follow the conclusion. The result of testing or T futsal skill test for RMUTD students, these tests were qualified and suitable to use as measurement tool because of validity, reliability, and objectivity. Furthermore, the norm of the test were studied in detail with the clear for the test should be for both males and females, so it will be useful if these tests are applied inter university. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Surachai Kakun to discuss study factor according to the effect of violence in family.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now we have one more topic, study factor according to the effect of violence in family. On behalf of our group and representative Dr. Surachai Kakun, our team consists of Dr. Surachai Kakun, พระครูปิยธรรมบัณฑิต Doctor and Associate Professor Dr. Pravitet Pramakun and myself, Assistant Professor Dr. Nivet Wong Suwan. Research objective 1. To study family problem as lack of warming and still to be living in solving problem and justice for family violence. It was big guideline for other society interest for study. To in fact for knowledge, happiness, harmony, then it was been applying for solving problem lifestyle by all correctly and traditional too. To comprehend, reduce, leave, give up wise as effect for family violence, then to develop life quality for society to be national term. Taking moral ethical of nation people to be awareness for human rights according to good governance. 3. To concern education institute as relates with society has realized warming support and enhance benchmark for moral ethical to limited violence for family. It was favorable for way of life in family in future by happiness. For research methods was mixed method used by designing education, documentary research, qualitative research, which consists of studying, analyzing, and collecting data. This studying scope for research project classified for 3 parts of as follow. 1. Scope for method mean study factor method of each matter to each problem as cause of violence by question. 2. Scope for area mean all society has been interpret sub-district in Bangkok Yai. As member 25 society, then each of 25 mainly 3 scope for target group, which research define family with 25 society. The example target group consists of chief of family, chairman of society, each of 20 family. For the result, about the result we have like this. This research result will help us to know condition of problem, cause of problem, then solution, right justice in family. This research will show to know how to study lifestyle in a society with on similarly and different point as affect for plus and minus point. A lifestyle society there were been in the fundamental knowledge to reduce and stop violence in family over. And finally, family has have good healthy by without violence. They should have been nicotine and make open the understanding by friendly. They should be accepting concept agreement to each other. They should be used accepting more than collecting. So that start up malice and concern for important with this research could releasing one of behalf of in family life. There were mixed factors for individual person in family and then for knowing relationship for state of marriage too. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Niwis Wongswan to discuss the skill for social teaching on 21st century by problem-based learning of Buddhist monks in Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present my topic research. My topic research is skill for social teaching on 21st century by problem-based learning of Buddhist monk in Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya. Our team consists of myself, Assistant Professor Dr. Chawan Siliwat, Associate Professor Dr. Satwang Sivichai, and Dr. Subachai Gelkut. Research objective. The purpose of this research were to one, to study for social teaching on 21st century by problem-based learning of Buddhist monk. Two, to develop guideline of study skill for social teaching on the 21st by problem-based learning of Buddhist monk. And three, propose the methods by social teaching on the 21st century by problem-based learning of Buddhist monk. Research method was mixed methods. Research was used for research design, indicating documentary research, quantitative research, and qualitative research, which consider of studying, analyzing, collecting learner potential from 80 persons who answer by online. Then it will 9% research. Take data to analyze by using a finished program to analyze frequency, percentage, mean, collective. The result for the result of this research show that one, the result from analyze to cultivate data from interview for condition, physical, social, mental, and wisdom for social teaching on 21st by problem-based learning or PBL of monk in Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya. Two, research from advantage the physical mean waking regimen according to the tools condition as suitable for social while both new and close condition. For method is must be accepting new things about innovation for teaching, especially for IT and AI. For wisdom is must be accepted to know new knowledge and can be taken continuous by absolutely. Furthermore, research from idea disadvantaged by the physical means loss and solving conflict problems for ended. They were cultivated for social, not have any bias participate in social. For the method mean not have aggressive and overbear by classes. For wisdom mean not to do any unfair or force any basis case. and resolve form problems and obstacles by the physical means, not adjust oneself by absolutely which development by facts. There were social classes doing by obstacle or accept and admiring to each other by equality for mental mean, except if emphasized, then really for faith tools for wisdom means enter, amplify, convey, then choosing, motivate for learning. And then last one, resolve form approach for skill support by the physical mean, linear freedom and doing supporting by equality for all cases. For social means must be support member to get knowledge by equality for all cases. For mental means emphasize certifying for happiness and integration both mental both internal and external by pretty goals for wisdom mean support the facts too truly by thinking and doing for solving problem by hand or for the methods and then happily. Okay, I have some picture to concern for this topic, and thank you to all for attention. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Nantawadi Sucharitam to discuss the sentiment of customers in Thai life insurance using structural equation modeling, or SEM.
Hi, every person. My name is Nantawadi Sucharitam. I am student in Thammasat University. My research topic today is about the sentiment of customer in Thai life insurance using structural equation modeling. In this presentation, it consists of the part of introduction, research purpose, research method, research result, and conclusion. In the part of introduction, the relationship between life insurance firm and customer is significant in the part of maintaining trust, benefit, economic growth. Social CRM or social customer relationship management explain the customer management on the state of customer acquisition, retention, and customer termination with social media. SCIM is adopted by utilize the opinion expressed on the social media to improve customer satisfaction, retain customer, and increase persistency rate. For research objective in this research have 2 points. First one, to study and analyze the customer dissatisfaction from customer complaint of Thai life insurance in social media. Second, to present the same model related to SCIM on customer satisfaction factor in Thai life insurance. Research method from this research. We start from find the topic about customer dissatisfaction from the social media. In Thai life insurance, have many complaints scattered in the social media website. In this research, we point at Pandit.com and we develop the sentiment extraction tool for tracking the sentiment, such as positive, negative, or neutral sentiment by using the keyword and mapping from the web blog. And after that, we prepare the questionnaire related to that dissatisfaction issue, and data were collected from 374 Thai respondents with different demographic characteristics, including age, gender, status, education, experiment, and policy owner status. Third, we developed the same model related to SAM on customer satisfaction factor in Thai life insurance. This page is example from the website Pantip when many people say many things relate to the sentiment about Thai life insurance, and we show the page of sentiment extraction tool. We separate into the group of the key feature for mapping in for analysis result. Let's we explain a little bit about the state of SCIM. SCIM including with customer acquisition, retention, and termination. Customer acquisition is mean we have to acquire new customer into the company, and service is also important in this state. But when customer come to our customer, like insure in the life insurance, customer retention is important. So we have to keep customer in this state, including the last state when customer would like to leave the company. In the customer termination, we also should be get some strategy to keep this customer also. This page is only example of the respondent characteristic. We have around 374, and this page is example of gender, age, and education of respondent. For the research result, after we get the result from the questionnaire, we generate by EMOS version 24, and we got the fit model as this page. And this page also in the left side show the biography of a respondent, including experience in their Thai life insurance. They have experience in that firm or not, or they have policy or not. It means they are policy owner status or not. And in the service, the main factor we would like to attention is consists of reliability, knowledge, personality. In the follow-up, we check that the agent cannot contact or not. They get money when they claim, they may claim they get money in long term or not. They can claim or not. And the last one is like when customer would like to cancel the policy, they get a good service or not, or policy is not meet to the requirement, or they want to move the company. And this model, we check from the fitting index from the purpose of the model. It has the criteria in the 9 of the index. For example, the significance of our model is 0.12. Is over 0.05. It means this model is good fit. Or CMIN index. This model it got 1.286 is less than 2. It means this model is good fit. And we can check in the rest index in this table. For the hypothesis result, we check one by one of each factor, but in fact they have in the three group on the service in the follow-up and cancel. And we find that the gender in service and gender in the follow-up or gender in the cancel is there is not influence for this model. For the rest valuable for biography or experiment, or they are policy owner or not, all is an impact of customer dissatisfaction on the SCIM state. For the conclusion, almost of demographic has significance on the 3 of CIM stage, including the service process, in the customer acquisition, follow-up process, in the customer retention, and cancellation process in customer termination, except the gender. The rest is not influenced. And the next, the factor of experience in Thai life insurance and policy owner say that also has significance to all the CIM stage. and we are recommend for the future work due to we find many feature is related to dissatisfaction which we need to solve the problem. So in the next task, we aim to prioritize the SCAM tasks for manage dissatisfaction problem. That's all for this presentation. This is a reference of this paper, and thank you very much. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Pramahapraput Budi Chadu to discuss a model of teaching management empowerment process of teachers in Prapayita Dehama School, Pali Division.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen attending the seminar. I am Pamahapraput Puttichayo, the author, and Assistant Professor Dr. Buncher Chamnisat, Dr. Lampong Komkun, Dr. Pramahapadet Jilakulo, co-author, from the Faculty of Education at Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. We would like to briefly present the result of our research. The research topic is a model of teaching management empowerment process of teacher in Prapayatitam School, Pali Division. The strengthening of power attributes in teaching and learning management of Prapayatitam teacher mean that those is Prapayatitam School as a process to promote Prapayatitam teacher have potential and ability for the performance to achieve their goals, resulting from their motivation to work, their potential, and their belief in their potential, able to accomplish that task. The teacher who teach Prapayatitam are aware of the power to control the relevant factor and have the freedom to make decisions in work, which has the goal of strengthening the power of teacher in three characteristics, namely, in order to develop potential of the Dhamma teacher, improve the quality of educational management and self-acceptance operator personnel. This research has three main purposes. First is to study the condition of power characteristics in teaching and learning management of teachers in the Office of Religion Studies, Sanam Luang Pali Department. Second is to develop a model of the process of enhancing the power characteristics. Thirdly is to propose a model of the process of enhancing the power characteristics. The mixed research method were used in the study through documents, in-depth interview, and focus group discussions. The data were collected from 100 samples Pali teaching by questionnaires and then analyzed by statistic program. The research has found that factors in the process of empowerment characteristics and factors of the teacher profession is has a statistically significant positive direct effect on teachers, teaching, and learning management. The model of the process of enhancing the power characteristics found that it is in harmony with the empirical data structure equation. Component were used to determine the observable variable in front of the factor power attributes leading to success. It was found that willing to act has the most component weights, and hardly to do has the largest component weights. This success factor must be willing to do so is a love of teaching. Model of the process of enhancing power characteristics in teaching and learning management of teachers of the School of Religious Studies สนามหลวงปารี Department consists of 4 parts. Part 1. The process of enhancing power characteristics, namely 1. Planning, 2. Implementation, 3. Inspection, 4. Improvement, editing. Part 2. Teacher profession consists of 1. Knowledge, 2. Skill, 3. Teaching science, 4. Technology. Part 3. Factor leading to success consists of 1. Willing, 2. Striving, 3. Intentional, 4. Understanding, and part 4. Power characteristic is teaching and learning are as follows. 1. Teacher potential, 2. Quality of teaching and learning, 3. Operational acceptance. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and our attendant. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Prasuria Ditapasatu to discuss the development of online teaching management model in schools under Office Secondary Educational Service Area 4.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen attending the seminar. I am Prasuria Ditapasatu, Head Author and Assistant Professor, Dr. Pamahasambat Thanapanyo, Dr. Pamahachamnan Mahachano, Dr. Pamahapadet Jilakulo, the co-author from the Faculty of Education at Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. We would like to briefly present the result of our research. The research topic is development of online teaching management model in schools under Office Secondary Educational Service Area 4. Faculty members are facing various challenges. Province research studies have shown that students are willing to conception the achievement achieved from traditional face-to-face learning to to a new learning approach. Students also has a positive attitude reward e-learning at a higher education level, but they don't have enough research to get online education. The literature also proved that a lack of IT infrastructure is a major problem in distance learning. The research has three main purposes. First, to study the problem condition of online teaching management in secondary schools. Second is to develop an online teaching management model in secondary schools. Third is to propose an online teaching management model in secondary schools. Mixed methods research was used from the design. The quantitative data were collected by questionnaire from 343 sample teaching in school, and the qualitative data were collected by in-depth interview with 12 key informants and by focus group discussion with 9 experts. This research has found that the problem in online teaching management overall is what found that at a high level when considering aspect is what found that online measurement and evaluation were at the high level and the contact or evaluation in online teaching is at the last level. Development of an online teaching management model in secondary schools. The element of online teaching and learning management consists of learners, instructors, lesson, contact in online teaching, activities accessible to online measurement. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and all attendants. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Pratirapat Kulatiru to discuss strategy of online teaching management in schools under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 4.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Attention the seminar. I am Pratirapat Kulatiro, head author and assistant professor Dr. Lawing Leung Sang, assistant professor Dr. Kasem Sangnon, Dr. Prat Mahapadet Chirakulo, the co-author from the Faculty of Education at Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. We would like to briefly present the result of our research. The research topic is strategy of online teaching management in school under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 4. For online teaching is not new for the Thai education, but there were situations that occurred make both learner, instructor must deal with adapt to suit situation for teaching and learning managed to the online system. Teacher with outstanding knowledge and ability in various subjects at each grade level will be able to into the disseminate knowledge among students. Study timetable for each course including taking care of students who are not ready in regard to develop device in online learning, how to set up a strategy for school management. It is therefore interest to do research. The purpose of this research was to study the coordination of teaching and learning management to the online system education instruction to develop strategy and the two proposed strategy. Strategy from teaching and learning to the online system educational institution consist of preparation, teaching operation, management, learning assessment. Strategy of online teaching management in school. It consists of two parts. Part 1, strategy for becoming an online teacher. 1. Preparation to the operation of teaching. 3. Management. 4. Learning assessment. Part 2, academy administration consists of 1. Student. 2. Teacher. 3. Lesson. 4. Contact or teaching environment. 5. Teaching ability. 6. Mature. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and all attendants. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Tasani Taraporn to discuss the development of English communication skills in English conversation course for nursing students by the application of the blended learning approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, today may I take an opportunity to share my research study under title Development of English Communication Skills in English Conversation Course for Nursing Students by the application of blended learning approach. First things, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Tasani Taraporn. I'm Assistant Professor from the Department of Western Language. I'm also in charge of Chairperson of English for International Professions Program, the Faculty of Liberal Arts, Rajamongkol University of Technology, Thanyaburi. At first, I would like to tell you why I decided to do this study because I think blended learning approach is very modern and also is suitable for the world of technology and also suitable for the current situation where the new normal lives play an important role in teaching and learning. So I set the objective of study in 2 points. The first point, I would like to evaluate the English communication skills of my nursing students who study by English conversation course by the application of blended learning approach. The second one, I want to survey my students' satisfaction on the course after they pass the course. So I did simple random samplings for 32 second-year nursing students from 64 of them and asked them to join the course, included 5 units for totally 15 hours. So before they take a course, I ask them to do the pre-test and then they learning in the course. And after that, I ask them to do the post-test and survey their satisfaction by the questionnaires to find out that how they're satisfied with this course. And the result I found surprised me because the level of communication skills, both speaking and listening, harder than before learning the course significantly. Let's take a look how can I do this research. This research designed into one group pretest post-test experiment and I process my research into 5 stages. The first one is the design stage, the development stage, the tryout stage. I improve my instruments and implement the course. And I found that, as I told you, there's significantly change of level of communication skill and students satisfied with this course. And they also like the part that they have a chance to learn through technology and also they have a chance to learn by themselves. And this blended learning approach served very good with the difference of learning styles. That's why they like this. The recommendation for practice for further study, the first thing that I would like to recommend you that the readiness of students who attend the blended learning approach course, because some students, they don't have enough abilities to use technology. You have to train or to prepare them. The second point also important is the resources which you use for blended learnings. As you know that we use a lot of technology and also online teaching and also websites. So the student choose capable to use this technology effectively. Okay, and if you would like to do the further research on blended learning, I'd really like to suggest you that you should be trained into blended learning teaching. You should be trained how to design a curriculum or a syllabus or a course in blended learning approach because it's going to help a lot for this. And also you have to prepare environment for this too. The summaries, last thing I would like to tell you that blended learning really works for students in the current situation and for the model technologies. Also, you have to be experienced and you have to practice design the curriculum for blended learnings. I could see that this method going to play an important role in the near futures because it's going to lead to the overall online teaching learning and also it serve different in learning style. So the student going to prefer study more in blended or also or totally online course. This is that I found from my research studies. And if you have any further in question or you would like more information, please contact me. You can get in touch me at my email address. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Pongsagon Mongkolmu to discuss model of learning management based on the threefold training of child development centers under local administrative organization.
Hello, everyone. I would like to present the topics on model of learning management based on the threefold training of child development centers under local administrative organization. The author name Pongsagon Mongkolmu and the co-authors are Pramahayanavat Thitavathano, Peeravat Chaisuk, and Lampong Kromkun. Research objectives. This research article aims to propose a model of learning management based on T4 training of child development centers under the local administrative organization. Research methods. Mixed method research was designed with 3 research steps. Step 1. Study the condition of learning management according to T4 training. A questionnaire was used for collecting data from 602 caregivers of young children. The data were statistically analyzed including percentage, mean, and standard deviation. Step 2. Developing a model by interviewing 10 key performance with a semi-structured interview. Step 3 was to propose a model using a focus group discussion of experts. Data were analyzed by content analysis. Results. Results of the study show that a model of learning management based on T4 training of child development centers under the local administrative organization. It is a learning management along with moral and ethics according to T4 training principle for preschool children to be children with age characteristics and able to live happily. Consisting of 1. Principles, 2. Objectives, 3. Implementation steps according to the PDCA process. 4. Learning management plans. It can be shown as below figure. Principles, objectives, implementation, learning management plan. Results. For learning management plans, according to T4 training principle of the Child Development Center under the local government organization with guidelines for learning management according to T4 training principles for early childhood education age 3 to 5 years. 1. Activity 6 were movement and rhythm to enhance experiences, creativity, freedom, outdoor and education games. 2. T4 training principles, precepts, concentration, and wisdom are behaviors that express self-development according to T4 training principles. 3. Activity, learning, content, and weekly learning units. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Frapalad Somchai Damnyen to discuss the guidelines for the development of desirable student characteristics according to the Navaluk framework of Buddha Panyasri Tawarawadi Buddhist College.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone. My name is Papalat Somchai Priyapo. Today, I will present the topic, the guidelines for the development of desirable student characteristics according to the Navaluk framework of Panya Sri Tawarawadi Buddhist College by Papalat Somchai Damnyen. ธญนันท์ จันทร์ทรงพล วัฒนพล หิรัญบุรณะ ชยนันท์ สมทวิน ผ่องใส and ณัฐมนต์ ภูศรี Abstract. The purpose of this study is to examine the guidelines for student characteristics following the Navaluk framework of the Buddhist interpretation of Buddhist Puttha Panya Sri Thawaravadi Buddhist College. This method research, the fourth will be qualitative research using survey research methods. The simple group used in this research was students of Puttha Panya Sri Thawaravadi Buddhist College who are studying in class 1 to 3 with 205 people by opening Taruyamani simple site table. The data was collected from the sample. All questionnaire was analyzed and processed by the researcher using the statistical package for social science research using the following statistics: frequency, percentage, mean, and standard deviation. The research with in-depth interview with key informant and analytics in solution. The introduction. Education is the competent tool in building people, building society, and developing the country. It is a reflection of the care of the Spartan Education Institute and the government who are trying to promote prosperity in education. This is because education plays a key role in building a nation's advances to complete and stand on the world stage. The study will serve as guide for enhancing the visible characteristics of the class in terms of morality, ethics, and future promotion of the mission for the administration of Puttha Panya Sri Thawaravadi Buddhist College. Research objective to study the SMI to guidelines for certain characteristics follow the novel framework of the Buddhist integration of Puttha Panya Sri Thawaravadi Buddhist College. Methodology, the popular and informant in this world to analyze 6 samples. The sample used for top of tarot shamanic. Data analyzed when the data from the questionnaire was complete. The research checked the complement to the questionnaire and then analyzed the data by a computer software program as follows. Correlation of the integrity of the return questionnaire and then source out the incomplete queries, leaving only the perfect query along with the coding from by key point and if the item was scratched according to a file levels. Resolution by interpreting the meaning into interval. One the scoring criteria where now for each level or the mean of each issue, the research use statistics to analyze the data with consistency of frequency, percentage, mean, standard deviation. Research result. Total 3.75 into pi. Therefore, the development to study characteristics of Puttha Panya Sri Thawaravadi Buddhist College according to the neurotic crisis framework to encourage students to have mental health in developing good moral along to learn to develop moral and conduct as a good example. Conclusion: the development of student services follow the novel framework of Puttha Panya Sri of Buddhist integration of Puttha Panya Sri Thawaravadi College are once compliant methods. Universities set a good example for both the mind and the talents with moral and ethical precept is to behave well. There are moral and ethical principles to the processing and preserving Buddhist health author with heart, forgive, open awareness. Listen to other people's opinion with mindfulness. The concentration stage is to develop to mind perception and listen to new idea constantly. 3. Researching things Ceremontes, post secular and religion analysis. Problem the solving process has is with learning analytic solution to the prevalence contingent.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Rongruji Songsraborn to discuss course management based on outcome-based education and learning by working in real conditions.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Rungro Songsabun. Today, I will present on the course management based on outcome-based education of learning by working in real conditions. Introduction: Thailand is the implement of the goal of the strategy Thailand and is the starting point of the 20-year nation strategy to drive conflict and sustainable and economic growth innovation. Thailand had the opportunity to become a high-income country in the terms of less is more, reduce foreign independence, reduce inequality while create economic and social balance. Cause of outcome-based education is the philosophy of education. It states that education should be aimed at producing specific early student learning outcome, knowledge, and competency. The curriculum and the teaching method are designed to be able to produce students with structured knowledge and ability. Research objective to study effect of learner and teacher and result-oriented course of hand learning, and to study option of outcome-oriented course management by working to real conditions. Research hypothesis was hypothesis number one: participant engagement with learning influence students to course management based on outcome-based education of learning by working in real conditions. Hypothesis number two is outcome-based education in the terms of learning method and learning atmosphere affect student satisfaction with course management based on outcome-based education learning by working in real conditions. Methodology in the population was 35 students who study the subject or seminar in the entrepreneurship, management, and innovation of the Faculty of Business Administration University. The sample group was 32 students who study the subject of seminar entrepreneurship, management, and innovation of the Faculty of Business Administration of University according to the Casey Morgan confidential level in the 95% and only 5%. Number three, the tool use the research board questionnaire. The researcher create the questionnaire to collect data to course management that focus real world learning outcome. The division into two parts. And part one was the questionnaire of outcome curriculum management based on the real working learning outcomes such participant engagement, achievement, learning, motivation, and attitude. Part two was the questionnaire of the level of the satisfaction with course management based on the learning outcome by working real conditions such as learning method, learning atmosphere. The questionnaire used Likert scale, 5-level scale, and course be divided into the 5 levels important: high, medium, low, and lowest. Number four, the researcher collect data using the convenience sampling from questionnaire of the 32 students in the classroom. Data was collected by February 2019 to April 2019. Number five, data analysis was done by using statistics package to analysis to curriculum to focus on learning outcome by looking to real conditions such as the fluency distribution, mean, percentage, standard deviation, and statistics. Use the five qualification in the questionnaire result. The alpha conduct was 0.9. Number six, research ethics. Data was collected using the questionnaire from 32 students who study subject from Seminar in the Entrepreneurship Management Innovation of Faculty of Business Administration at University. The investigate inform the key information of the research object pilot to collect the data. Data collect was then carried out in the relaxed atmosphere to that the key information to provide the information immediately. However, the research may have the impact of the key information. So the key information name is the surname was not delayed. The researcher has to the principle of research ethics and the communication in the key information. Research result, the learner. The study result is the occur to the learner, the course management based on outcome-based education of learning. By working the real condition, found that the outcome for the learner could be present in 5 areas. 1. Participant engagement. 2. Learning and behavior. 3. Motivation. 4. Attitude. And the last one, the 5. Learning, achievement on all aspects were a higher level. The result hypothesis number 2 found that the course management based on outcome-based education of learning by working the real condition in terms of learning method and learning atmosphere had effect to study satisfaction with course management based on outcome-based education learning by working the real condition. Number 2, teachers. The study of the outcome teacher is course management on outcome-based education to learning by working the real condition found that the researcher looking the two aspects, attitude and behavior. The objective was to study how study of opinion on the course management-based outcome-based education. The result hypothesis to found that the course management based on outcome-based education learning by working the real condition in the learning method and learning atmosphere at high effect to learner satisfaction. Suggestion. Number 1, the course management based on an outcome-based education of learning by working the real condition should be applied the entrepreneurial process in order the student to work together. This knowledge could be applied to benefit learning and have better self-security. Number 2 and number 3, there should be course management based on outcome education to learning by working at the real condition so that students are interested and motivated to learn. Suggestion number 2, all teachers are required to understand and develop outcome-based education by working in the career environment and considering activity approach in student time and workload. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Professor. Next, let us welcome Aruni Chariansup that will be discussing the development of souvenir from Yangon woven fabric and local materials as model for community product.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm here to talk you about the development of souvenir from Yangon woven fabrics and local material for community product. Aruni Charan Chivapon Pocharit, Testi Rajpat University, Roburi Province, Thailand. Kim Sao Noi Chochodet, University of Yangon, Yangon City, Republic of Union of Myanmar. The first aspect, this research aimed to study current souvenir market in Yangon, Myanmar and to develop souvenir from Yangon woven fabric and local material as model for community product. The main concept in product design were aesthetic, functional, local identity, and simplicity in product process with local wisdom, arts and cultural and way of life. In this research, the 20 product designs were classified into two categories as woven fabric product 10 design and local material souvenir 10 design. The results of the evolution in product design from experts Local residents and tourists reveal that mode of product will rank in high satisfaction level with the design could be express the aesthetic and local identity, with potential to use as model for community product and future. This could be implemented as special training program for university to transfer knowledge to community in order extract the knowledge from research to the production in commercial. Introduction. Myanmar and Thailand are closely similar in various elements such as cultural, belief, religion, and language. Natural resource richness is prominent feature from Myanmar and the precious stone, agricultural goods, textile, wood products, and the famously export products. At present, Myanmar is considered as popular tourism destination because of the aesthetic in natural resources and culture. The tourism market is a study of tourist demand focusing on tourist requirements. This study is based on market research, selection of tourist resources in demand in order to obtain the most business benefits in offering the service to the tourist according to the specified goal. Behavior of purchasing product has profound effect on consumer in making decision to buy each type of product. The consumer behavior will depend on the level of risk consumer stake in the product and the degree of difference among product brands. The purchasing behavior is divided into four categories: normal shopping habits, anxiety reducing shopping habits, complex shopping behavior, and diversity seeking behavior. The result of survey in Scott Myanmar market revealed that Oriflame product design and discovered in current market and most of products are old-fashioned without local identity, which result in difficulty for tourists to make purchasing decisions. For this reason, souvenir is one of the key of generate additional income to nation and local community apart from other service identity. This researcher developed souvenir from woven fabric and local material with emphasis on functional beauty, uniqueness, and story of local product in Champasak province as souvenir. The woven fabric and local material product has the attention of the housewife group in Champasak province, in the highest satisfaction level as prototype for future production of the community product. In this study, the concept of local material, nature and Myanmar arts are applied in souvenir design to attract tourist attention, which could be benefits include reduction and conformance to tourist need preference in detention. This also acted as medium to support international relations using research collaboration between Tepsti Ratchapat University and University of Yangon. Research objective 1. To study the current souvenir market in Yangon, Myanmar. 2. To develop the souvenir design as community product of Yangon, Myanmar with local identity. Research methodology. The 20 souvenir designs are developed in this study, 10 designs from local woven fabric and 10 designs from local material. The basic concept of souvenir design are aesthetic functional with local identity. The basic production process is also considered in product design, which could be further applied to transfer knowledge as community product. 1. Data collection and file survey. 1. Survey souvenir product in Yangon markets and tourist attraction T-in-Ye-Se Market, Indian Market, Bongyok-Oksan Market or Scott Market, Chinatown, Local Native Village, Shwe Bonta Street, FMI Boosting, Shwe Da Yu Ong Bago. 2. Secondary data survey from variation documents in woven fabric product and souvenir from local material. 2. Product design. The data from primary and secondary are applied to outline the primary product design as souvenir, aesthetic, functional, local identity, and distinctive are applied in product design. Woven fabrics and local material are selected to develop souvenir for Yangon as model. Then develop all 20 primary product model, 10 product from local woven fabric, 10 product from local material. T. Questionnaire design. Identify the satisfaction level of tourists on prospective customer in 5 aspects: product design, color, material, preference, and suitability to be souvenir. 4. Data were analyzed by using statistical analysis technique, mean, standard, deviation, and interpret data. 5. All 20 product models were developed from photo sketch. 6. Data were summarized and reported. Research results. From the result of data collection and file survey reveal that most of current woven fabric products were the bros of clothes or wearing apparel, the souvenir that's made of local woven fabric and were rarely found. General souvenir designs were discovered. The product package were also unattractive. The 20 product designs were developed to apply aesthetic, functional, local identity, and distinctive as main concept. Figure 4 and 5. The overall result of tourist or prospective customer satisfaction evaluation from 100 respondents level as in Table 1. This slide shows the woven fabric product as Bongyok Aksan Market or Scott Market and the souvenir product as Bongyok Aksan Market Scott Market. This slide shows the 10 designs of souvenir from local woven fabric. This slide shows the 10 designs of souvenir from local material. Results in Table 1 show the satisfaction evaluation of tourists in souvenir from Yangon woven fabric design number 1 to 10 reveal the highest satisfaction level of 9 design and high satisfaction level of 1 design. This data indicates that new product design were fit with tasks and preference of prospective customers and able to extend the research community in commercial. Table 2 shows the satisfaction evaluation of tourists in souvenir from local material design number 11 to 20. Product design with the highest satisfaction level were 14, 15, and 20. Product design with high satisfaction level were number 11, 16 to 19. Product design with medium satisfaction level were number 12 and 13. Discussion. The result of this research identity that in attractive product design would be encouraged tourists to buy souvenirs, while contemporary art, cultural, local wisdom, and identity are key of creativity to generate value add. The similar result is seen in a research on the model of creating value as was material from village community product in Nikhom Ramdon, Noi, Subdistrict, Sirinthorn District, Ubon Ratchathani Province. And there is also a research on purchasing behavior of product and service among Thai tourists in the Sunday walking street activity ราชดำเนินโรดเมือง District เชียงใหม่ Province. The tourists suggested that Chiang Mai municipality should promote the product sold in the walking street activity and develop of diverse and modern products to increase the product activeness and value. The similar result is seen in the research on the behavior of tourist souvenir selection in the case of Night Plaza in Chiang Rai Province, to which the most Thai tourists travel more than 4 times for shopping souvenir products because it is a source of handicraft products and many food types, as well as a competitive state performance. Most products were bought from full store or table store on IL, which purpose of choosing products as New Year or festival gifts, which are accessories of various Thai cards, mulberry paper, cotton cloth, silver jewelry, wood products, and various paper products. Product materials such as wood, paper, fabric, rope, soil, stone were popular. Moreover, beautiful design and reused package were preferred by tourists. Conclusion: in the present study, the 20 product designs were classified into 2 categories as woven fabric product 10 design and local material souvenir 10 design. The evaluation of product design showed that most of products were ranked in high satisfaction level with the design could be expressed the aesthetic and local identity with potential to use as model for community product of Yangon, Myanmar with local identity. Last, I would like to thank the organizer of this conference for giving this opportunity to present my research, and thank you for nice attention to listen to my presentation.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Jarin Jarusen to discuss the personal financial management of employment age in COVID-19.
จรินทร์ จารุเสน ศรีนครินทร์วิโรจน์ University Thailand. Topic of research: Personal financial management of employment age in COVID-19. Abstract: This research study the spending behavior of working age and understanding personal financial planning, effective personal financial management. Research finding: personal factors have a positive impact on personal finance management. Money behavior have a positive impact on personal finance, and financial planning have a positive impact on personal financial management. Objective: 1. To the study spending behavior of working age population. 2. To measure the knowledge and understanding of personal financial planning. 3. To recommend effects way to the personal financial management of working age population. Hypothesis and conceptual frameworks. H1. Personal factors have a positive effect on personal financial management. H2. Money spending behavior has a positive effect on personal financial management. H3. Financial planning have a positive effect on personal financial management. Literature review: Bunchai C. 2009. Personal financial management, a case study for working age group in Bangkok. Jatuan, L. 2003. The behavior of credit card use and spending determines of private university students in Bangkok metropolitan region. Lawrence J. Schumann, Michael D. John, 2007. Personal financial planning idea that the most effective personal financial planning. What's the key to personal financial management to achieve the desired financial goal? Namput S. 2002. The personal finance has the money elements and relationship carriage by income and lifestyle. Lanas P. 1983. The concept of personal financial planning arose from the income that individuals are planning to spend on necessity of living. Chip Chun T. 2005. Attitudes, behavior of credit card use of Bank of Ayutthaya Public Company Limited in Chumudi, Province. Methodology, research method. The population used in the study had employment age in Bangkok. Sample size, case 1, reward or sampling size in the structure. Instruction modeling of baseline. Case 2. Constant with Germany sampling size. Includes by conclude that the sampling size of 400 sampling was sufficient to provide confidence in research result. The sampling used cover bond case. Research results. The response were more female than male 69%, 46 and over 56%. That's high number of bachelor degree, 67%, more than 50 years of work experience, 71%. Resource of relationship between personnel factor in future cost of action, the standardized coefficient beta of 0.177 and 0.159. Result of relations between spending behavior of future cost of action with beta value of 0.299. And result of relationship between financial planning future cost of action with beta of 0.246 and 0.281. Conclusion, according to a study on the personal financial management of working age population in the COVID-19 era, the research found that the personal factor influence finance management in terms of purchasing factor, recording, and debt solution and future action. Factor of spending behavior affects financial management in terms of purchasing resource records, expenditure guideline of solving debt problem and the future action. Financial planning factor influence financial management in terms of purchasing reason, recording, solution and future performance guidelines. Reference of research. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Professor. Next, let us welcome Konlawat Klainak, that will be discussing the development of mobile game-based learning for Lana food knowledge transmission to children in Chiang Mai.
Hello everyone, welcome to my presentation. My name is Golawat Klaina. First of all, let me thank you all for watching today. As you see on the screen, our topic is the development of mobile game-based learning for Lana food knowledge transmission to the children in Chiang Mai. The objective in this research. The first one is to design and develop the game-based Lana food knowledge learning for the children. The second is to evaluate the player experience of the game-based learning for Lana food knowledge transmission to the children. There are several activities involved in designing this game, including the preparation of art style, game design documents, level design, game interface design, and evaluation system. In the school or in addition to exhibit, users will have creative, active learning experience using the software. Children experience each step of cooking from the selection and preparation of raw material, ingredients, and kitchen utensils, including cooking technique and methods according to North Thai recipe inherent in the form of the simulation game. The game will allow children to practice each step of the local cuisine in the Chiang Mai context. In the research method, the researcher used practice-based and qualitative research and collect the data from in-depth interview, usability tests, and experimental design by interview form, observation, and questionnaire. 34 key informants give qualitative and quantitative data that the researcher analyzed by using content analysis. The design prototype of mobile applications was named Lana Cuisine Game that simulate a cooking step of traditional foods in northern Thailand. This game will help players gain further insight from reading books or visit the museum that exhibits only cultural items explained by text, audio, or video clips. The design team starts to create the game architecture that illustrates the all game system consists of the three main parts. This study designed and developed a Lana cookery game based on the concept of the virtual kitchen consisting of Lana recipe menus, including scenario simulation of step-by-step Lana cooking style. In short, the function of the Lana cooking game are to stimulate the player to observe, practice, and understand the steps of the Lana cooking process. With virtual kitchen scenario in the game, also it will allow them to try out and error each cooking step to gain the right Lana knowledge. As you see the table and diagram on the left side, it shows the result to graph the structure of learning games that show how players play and learn better, and explain the function of the teacher or instructor in the games. According to 34 informant survey answers, the majority score the game application positively, showing that they were satisfied with Lana Cuisine game. Most of children provide several positive feedback. They highly give information and express to experience about the cooking simulation feature, which was attractive to them, and spoke about the three-dimensional graphic style, consisting of specific detail of the unique Lana food ingredients, which create visual interest and aesthetic to them. And they intend to create perfect cuisine to gain the maximum point and show their level of cooking performance to compete with each other for fun. During the user play, the observer found that the players share information with each other for cooking the better. Also prefer to use the game to practice before real cooking, because the game provides a number of ingredients, the food preparation sequence, and traditional tips. The interviewers also asked the participants suggestions. One suggestion adding more exciting cooking animation, especially the exaggeration after the player break the game rules. For example, the player extremely pound the ingredient with the pestle. The ingredients are extremely boiled off. Some participants also suggest the feedback feature that report the delicious measure point for each cuisine. The delicious can identify that the food is cooking well. To sum up this research, the research provides the first mobile game-based learning experience for Lana cuisine, which participants will appreciate. The researcher designed and explored several areas of the game playing that may assist the youngster in their local food knowledge pursuits. The combination of mobile technology, the series game model, and the game-based learning methods generates enthusiasm and motivation for children who have grown up in the digital age to learn the traditional techniques of Lana cooking in an enjoyable approach outside the classroom. The application will benefit more Thai children, especially the new Lana generation. Creators believe this innovation pedagogical approach to transmitting the older cultural content makes learning fun. Anybody learn the best when they are having pressure. The picture as you see on the screen is the detail and the feature of the cooking game. So, thank you all for your attention.
All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Jasini Samaranin. That will be discussing COVID-19 treatment is a war through a conceptual metaphor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Thanamun, professor at the Faculty of Liberal Arts at Rajamankala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi. Here is a presentation based on our linguistic research. The topic is COVID-19 treatment is a war through conceptual metaphors. As we know, COVID-19 is a pandemic that has affected the world, including Thailand. The outbreak is not only a health crisis but also has a huge impact on society, economy, and politics. Thai government uses different measures and solutions to protect the population from the virus. One of these is communication. Communication between the government and its people in this situation is of great importance. It requires both science and art because it can affect the mental well-being of the people. That's why metaphors has been widely used in communication during the pandemic. And we are studying here the conceptual linguistic framework. First, what is a conceptual metaphor? George Lakoff and Mark Johnson published the book Metaphors We Live By, which claim that the essence of metaphor is to understand and experience one kind of thing in terms of another. For example, when we talk about arguments, we use the language of battle. As per the metaphor, argument is war. We attacked every opponent's weak point. We choose strategies and we win or lose in the end. Many things we do when we argue are influenced by our chosen metaphor, which is partially influenced by our culture and personal experiences. In our research, we analyzed the language depicting war metaphors in various media, including social media, television, radio broadcasting, newspapers, government publication, and government agencies during the period from January 2020 to April 2021. We found 7 elements of war. The government's perception on COVID-19 can be summarized on the following table. Let me show you some interesting elements. First, the outcomes of the war. Thai government has created many applications to help people. We can see they use the language of war to name those apps like Thai Chana, meaning Thai wins, Mo Chana, meaning doctor wins. Another example is a person, a participant in a war. Thai government uses the language of battle to depict doctors, nurses, public health personnel. For example, words such as brave, lab coat warrior, lab coat general, command center, outpost government, vanguard. This table shows that COVID-19 treatment is a war is a metaphor coming from the pairings of 2 concepts, source domain and target domain. We found that Thai government compared the situations of COVID-19 treatment to a war, having COVID-19 as an enemy, and doctors, nurses, and health personnel as its opponents. War weapons and tools are vaccine, administrative orders, or requirements. Locations of the war is where COVID-19 has spread. The battle is compared to the use of various approaches to treat COVID-19. The success of COVID-19 treatment is being referred as a victory, and the numbers of deaths from COVID-19 as a war casualty. Many countries around the world are also declaring war against the coronavirus. For instance, US President Joe Biden said that a new generation of American men and women is going to build a new arsenal to defeat the current enemy of world peace, health, and stability. President of the French Republic Emmanuel Macron announced about the epidemic crisis in his country that "Nous sommes en guerre," which means we are at war. President of the People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping, declared that the fight against COVID-19 is an all-out war. We can conclude that the concept of fighting and waging a war was chosen to explain the measures against COVID-19 and to help the infected or the public to better picture in their mind the severity and importance of the situation. These may reflect an attempt of governments to keep people motivated to fight the disease. Moreover, the leaders of many countries, including Thailand, use the language of war to describe the situations of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is possible to say that COVID-19 treatment is a war is a universal concept. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Fanat Subyubon, that will be discussing Chinese LGBT tourism motivation traveling to Bangkok.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Achira Thiwasingh from RMUTT, Thailand. My topic is Chinese LGBT tourist motivation traveling to Bangkok. Nowadays, LGBT tourism has known as a potential segment due to their purchasing power. It was believed that LGBT tourists were likely to choose the destination where offer not only attractive but also LGBT-friendly service. The research aimed to study tourist motivation of Chinese LGBT tourists traveling to Bangkok by using quantitative research method. From a survey from LGBTQ students from 29 Chinese provinces revealed that the majority remain keep secret to their family. Even though some Chinese LGBT have successfully come out to their close family, they could not avoid the discrimination and the social judgment. The strong social pressure prevents them to express their sexual identity freely. It could possibly cause them tension and imbalance. Therefore, many LGBT Chinese were driven to escape from intense environment outside the country. In tourism study, gay tourism or LGBT tourism has gained interest. The literature highlights LGBT travelers as a commodity with a high disposable income. Gay or LGBT tourist motivation found that they had specific motivations and expectations on destination choices. At the same time, they were likely to travel to LGBT-friendly destinations where welcome them with more than tolerant attitude. Thailand was one of the well-known choices of destination for Chinese tourists, both mainstream and LGBT. It has been globally recognized as a gay destination for decades. Bangkok has offered gay space and activities for LGBT tourists. It also provides club, sauna, and hotel with LGBT-friendly staff. In terms of LGBT rights, Thailand will be the first country in Southeast Asia or second in Asia after Taiwan to legalize same-sex unions. It seems that Bangkok, Thailand has a lot to offer to Chinese LGBT. For the research method, the research used a quantitative research approach. Questionnaire survey was used to investigate the motivations of Chinese LGBT tourists who travel in Thailand. The sample were 400 Chinese LGBT tourists. The questionnaire was distributed to 400 Chinese LGBT tourists at the city market that are the one of main tourist attraction in Bangkok. For the process, the research has 5 steps as follows. So for the result, the tourist motivation, the table showed that the push factors motivation was greater than pull factors, but the two factors also high and need to self-development, respectively. The respondents were asked to rate the level of motivation on pull factors as follows. The table showed that the overall pull factors motivation was at a high level. The highest level was beautiful beach, followed by diversity of natural attraction. The factor analysis of push and pull factors was done with volumetric notation to group the variable by factor loading. The push factors analysis results were shown in the table. The first factors contribute around 37% in pushing LGBT tourists to visit Bangkok. The factors were include need to self-challenge, need to exchange experience with other LGBT tourists, need acceptance, need to find new experience, and need to ease social pressure. These five factors reflect LGBT tourists being myself and at ease. The second factors contribute about 15%. Factors were include need to climb, need to escape from environment, need to experience luxury holiday, need to maintain relationship with lover, need to boost self-esteem. These five factors reflect LGBT tourists being climb and maintain relationship. The third factors contribute about 6%. Factors include need to learn spiritual and beliefs, need to gain new inspiration, need to give back to society, need to spend time with lover, need self-environment. These five factors reflect LGBT tourist learning, spiritual and giving back. The fourth factors contribute around 5%. Factors include need to travel outside the country, need to meet new international friends, need to relax, and need to learn new culture. These four factors reflect LGBT tourists exploring and meeting new friends. The pull factors were also grouped into four factors. The first factors contribute around 27% in appearing LGBT tourists to visit Bangkok. It made this factor the most important of others. Factors will also include safety during travel, well-known attraction in Bangkok, worthy of money on traveling, well Chinese communication of staff, diversity of attraction for LGBT, and LGBT friendliness of local. These six factors reflect LGBT tourists, safety, worthy, and friendly. The second factor contribute around 35%. Factors will include variety of Thai food and beverage, diversity of natural attraction, convenient custom process, and well-known festival. The factors reflect LGBT tourist variety and diversity. The third factor contribute around 42%. Factors will include good communication system, both domestic and international, diversity of LGBT or gay space, beautiful beach, and convenient public transport. The four factors reflect LGBT tourist infrastructure, beach, and gay space. The last one is the first factor contribute around 49. Factors will include access to medical treatment, beautiful historical and archaeological attraction, and high-class nightclub attraction. These three factors reflect LGBT tourist medical treatment, historical and nightclub attraction. In conclusion, the findings showed that push factors of Chinese LGBT were greater than pull factors. The research had achieved the research objective. The results showed that the push factors were greater than the pull factor. Also, the findings and discussion showed that the demographic of LGBT tourists has no effect on push factors. On the other hand, it influenced some factors of pull factors. Interestingly, the culture and difference of generation of Chinese LGBT didn't reflect on the result. Thank you for your attention. Bye bye. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Pimpika Thongrom that will be discussing the pink tourism behavior in Bangkok.
Hello everyone. Today I would like to present the paper titled Pink Tourism Behavior in Bangkok. My name is Dr. Pimpika and my co-author, Mr. Panat Supyabon. We are both lecturer at Ratchamankala University of Technology, Thanyapuri. Pink was used to represent the shame of being gay and transgender in the Nazi camp during the World War II. Later, it was shifted and became the symbol of anti-homosexuality movement. After that, pink was associated with gay and LGBT people, for example, pink money. The literature has confirmed the possessing power of LGBT people, especially gay men, which had an economical impact, including tourism industry. Countries and cities have been targeting on attracting more pink tourists to gain more pink money. This paper, Study on Chinese Gay Men Tourists in Bangkok, it aimed to examine whether demographic had an influence on their behavior. The research employed quantitative research using questionnaire survey with 400 Chinese gay men tourists in Bangkok. The findings and the discussion will be presented in the following slides. Most of the respondents were repeat visitors on their second visit. They travel with friends more than alone or with partner. They selected accommodation because of worth of money, close to LGBT attraction, cleanliness, and LGBT friendly. They relied on information influenced by well-known people, social media review, word of mouth, and their own travel experience. Then the relationship between demographic and their behavior was tested by cross-tabulation. It confirmed the significant correlation in some respects. A lone traveler and with partner were likely to stay in a hotel rather than hostel and guest house. The travel companion travel alone with friend and with partner may differ their spending behavior. Looking closer at the top choice on shopping mall, Icon Siam, one of the most luxury high-end shopping complex in Bangkok. It might reflect on the literature that they prefer a little luxury place and service on their holiday. The purpose of visits and number of visitations were correlated as well, and accommodation and information source of attraction in Bangkok were also correlated. Furthermore, the number of high revisitation was interesting. The top reason was not different to heterosexual or year-round availability and experience worth the money. However, the reason directly related to gay LGBT tourist behavior were feeling of acceptance, freedom, sexuality, identity expression, and diversity of tourist attraction for LGBT came at the third, the fourth, and the fifth place. They were all rated at a high level. You could not deny that Chinese gay men consider reason related to LGBT on their decision-making to revisit Bangkok. Conclusion: the research has achieved the objective of study. The result had confirmed the positive significant correlation of demographic and Chinese gay men tourist behavior on the number of visitation, accommodation selection, expenditure, and spending behavior. Moreover, the reason of revisit revealed that the feeling of acceptance and freedom of sexual identity expression play important part in their decision-making to revisit Bangkok. It could be said that Bangkok was potentially able to market as LGBT city due to its diversity of attractions for both LGBT and heterosexuality, and enhanced with its LGBT friendliness. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoy my presentation and hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Miss, for your presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Sumbat Sirijanda to be discussing the composition, consistency between the synonymous Khmer and Thai vocabularies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my presentation. I am Assistant Professor Sumbat Sirijanda. Today, I will present my research on the composition, consistency between the synonymous Khmer and Thai vocabulary. The research paper on the composition, consistency between the synonymous Khmer and Thai vocabularies has the objective to identify the consistency between Khmer and Thai vocabularies that are used in the same meaning by descriptive method. Research objective to classify the consistency between the synonymous Khmer and Thai vocabulary. Now, let me explain about the synthesis process. First, I will mention the form and meaning, consistency, followed by classic, the consistency, grammatical, and social relationship. The research is a qualitative research. The data collection is 16 and 840 vocabularies from Limpeng Khmer Dictionary to analyze and compare with Royal Thai Dictionary 2011 edition, and then categorize the consistency from 16 and 840 vocabulary, 656 vocabulary with composition consistency were found, and I categorized them into two categories, and 384 vocabulary with completely consistent and 282 with partially consistent. Okay, let's see some examples of the vocabulary that are completely consistent. The first is calm. In Khmer, it is pronounced as calm, and also in Thai as calm too. The meaning are also the same as the desire, lustful in sexual affect. Ngay in Khmer is pronounced as Ngai in Thai, with the same meaning as easy, convenient. The last, Chalat in Khmer is pronounced as Chalat in Thai, with the same meaning of clever or smart. Now, let's see some examples of the vocabulary that are partially constant. Number 1, Kong is pronounced as Kong in Thai with the same meaning as army or military units such as tank unit. Number 2, Kway Tiao is called as Kway Tiao in Thai with the similar meaning of Chinese food made of noodle with various ingredients like pork. The last, Uat is pronounced as Uat in Thai with the same meaning of show off or to display. Conclusion. From this presentation, I would like to make a conclusion for my research on Thai Khmer vocabularies, composition, consistency as follows. Number 1, there are many Khmer vocabularies that have the same form or composition and pronunciation as Thai vocabulary as if they are the same word. Number 2, Khmer vocabularies have a form or composition like Thai vocabularies with slightly different in the pronunciation. Such differences as caused by grammatical nature of both language. And number 3, Thailand and Cambodia have a long cause relationship. There are many common roots that are similar. This may lead to the acceptance or exchange of vocabularies back and forth. To this day, it is not possible to differentiate whether the synonym is a vocabulary in its own language or a borrowed word. It is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. I am Assistant Professor Sombat Pudicanda. Well honored to have an opportunity to present my research here. I hope to be able to see you all next time. Goodbye.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Doctor. Next, let us welcome Dr. Jareen Jarusen to be discussing the acceptation of financial technology in small and medium enterprises and manufacturing industry.
Jareen Jarusen, Srinakharin Virod University, Thailand. Topic of research: acceptation of financial technology in small and medium enterprise in the manufacturing industry. Abstract. The research study the factor affected the perceived usefully of use and perceived ease of use of technology in financial technology. Research finding. The quality of information service and system have an impact of perceived usefulness. The quality of information service and system positive effects on perceived ease of use. The perceived usefully and perceived ease of use. Positive impact on the actual service use. Objectives 1. To study the factor affecting the perceived usefulness of use technology in financial transaction. 2. To study the factor effective, the perceived ease of use of technology in financial transaction. 3. To study the perceived useful that affects the use of technology in financial transaction. 4. To study the perceived ease of use that affect the use of technology in financial transaction. Hypotheses and conceptual frameworks. S1 and 2. Data quality, influence, perceived usefulness, and perceived ease of use. H3 and 4. Quality of service, influence, perceived usefulness, and perceived ease of use. H5 and 6. System quality, influence, perceived usefulness, and perceived ease of use. H7 and 8. Perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use, influence, sure service use. Literature review. Information quality is in the four information factor from the process of the system. The result in the quality of information in terms of competence. Information must be complete in repeats on only factor information. Service quality result to the service provided by the use, including reliability, response, and confidence, which is a factor that affect service quality in terms of service reliability. Flexibility quality factor enable good system communication and response. Determinants of system quality are quality and reliability. It's a system that provides stability and touch to use. Technology is financial technology affect the belief that the usefulness of technology system can increase the efficiency of various operation and affect the point of financial transaction technology. Technology in the financial transaction result in the belief the case of use without technology competes with contribute to the perceived usefulness of technology and affect its adoption. Methodology. Research method. The population used in the study was small and medium-sized enterprise. Entrepreneurs who use technology to conduct financial transactions. The office was located in Bangkok. Sample size. Case 1. Robot or sampling size in the structure. Instruction model of restaurant. Case 2. Consistent with Yamane sampling size. It could by conclude that the sampling size of 400 sampling was sufficient or provide confidence in the research result. The sampling used hoverboard place. Research results. The response model male than female 63% and age group between 31 to 40-year-old 49%. The bachelor degree level 61%. Business of small and medium-sized enterprise was company 63%. The results of analysis of factor effect to the perceived usefulness of technology in finance transaction. The standardized coefficient beta value 0.094, 0.169, and 0.055. In terms of quality of service, the beta value 0.T60, 0.T18, 0.157, and 0.T89. And in terms of service quality, the beta value 0.194, 0.46T, 0.2G0, and 0.400. The result of analysis factor affect the perceived ease of use of technology in finance transaction. The beta value 0.100, 0.179, and 0.058. In terms of quality service, reliable information delivery, resolve ability, and quick response increase the beta value 0.T81, 0.T6, 0.166, and 0.412. And in terms of service quality transaction display, fast condition security protection and customer confidential the beta value 0.206, 0.0TT, 0.24T, and 0.424. The results of perceived usefully affect the use of technology in financial transaction in terms of improving efficiency and reducing the time of financial transaction. The beta value 0.759. The perceived ease of use affect the use of technology in financial transaction considered as a flow in terms of learn and self-understand or with simple, easy to use step. The beta value 0.717, 0.759. Conclusion: data quality influences the use of technology in finance transaction. Quality of service influences the use of technology in financial transaction. The quality of system influences the use of technology in financial transaction, and process usefully and perceived ease of use influence the use of technology in financial transaction. Reference this research. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Pramaha Parinya Tatapanyu Prachampu to discuss a model of effective personal administration based on Buddha Dhamma for primary schools under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration.
Hello everyone, my name is Maha Parinya Techa Panyo Prabchumpu. Today I'm here to talk to you about a model of effective personal administration based on Buddha Dhamma for primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. Our author name Maha Parinya Techa Panyo Prabchumpu. พระมหาสมบัติธนปัญโยระวิงเลืองสังยุทธวีแก้วทองใหญ่ Abstract Research Objective Number 1 To study the condition of effective personal administration for primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. Number 2. To develop a model of effective personal administration for primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. Research method. Mixed method research was designed by combining between qualitative research and quantitative research. In qualitative research, documentary study in-depth interview of 5 school administrators and focus group discussion with 9 experts were designed. The research tools were a document study form and interview form. Data were analyzed by using content analysis. In quantitative research, the sample consisted of 119 samples who were director, department head and teacher in secondary school by using multi-thread randomization. The research instrument was a questionnaire. Data were analyzed by using statistical analysis, consisted of percentage, frequency, mean, and standard deviation. Conclusion. Result. Number 1. The condition of effective personal administration for primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration consisted of 6 aspects. Overall, there were problems that need to be solved in terms of manpower planning and positioning aspect. Information was prepared to allocate the staffing of government teacher and educational personnel. Personal management aspect was the allocation of government teacher and educational personnel. In terms of promoting efficiency, there are some who reward the salary for one who has more service right. Number 2. A model of effective personal administration for primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. There were 5 components, which were Number 1. Principle. Number 2. Objective. Number 3. Personal management process corresponding to Buddhist principle. Number 4. Implementation of the model. And number 5. Condition for success by checking corresponding to the standard in 6 areas. The overall result was at the high level. Thank you very much in the presentation. All the best for the best in you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Pramaha Wichit Indadamu to discuss the development of transformational leadership based on Buddha Dhamma for teacher monks in Prapayiti Dhamma schools, Dhamma Study Division in Sangha Regional Administration, Area 1.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen and good friends. My name is Pramaha Wichit Indadammo Pitpeng, PhD candidate in Buddhist Educational Administration, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. Today I am here to talk to you about development of transformational leaderships based on Buddha Dhamma for teacher monks in Riyadi Dhamma School, Dhamma Study Division in Sangha Regional Administration Area 1. Our teams. I am an elder. My orders are: number 1, Assistant Professor Dr. Pramasubatana Panju. Number 2, Assistant Professor Dr. Kasayam Sangnon. Number 3, Assistant Professor Dr. Kru Arun Suttakun Uttama Sakko. Research objectives: number 1, to study aspects of transformational leadership. Number 2, to develop transformation leadership based on Buddha Dhamma for teacher monks in Pariyata Dhamma School. Number 3, to propose a transformational leadership based on Buddha Dhamma for teachers monks in Pariyata Dhamma Schools, Dhamma Study Division, Sangha Regional Administration Area 1. Research methods. Mixed method research was decided to use documentary research, quantitative research, and qualitative research, which consisted of studying, analyzing, and collecting from 6 aspects of transformational leadership, asking for opinions on leadership changes from 205 teachers in the Dhamma teaching school, Dhamma department. Interviewing and focus group discussions were conducted with 10 experts from the group of administrators of Pariyata Dhamma School, 45% in the field of Dhamma, Sanam Luang Dhamma department, expert in Buddhism and expert in educational institute administration. Statistics used were percentage mean standard deviation, and qualitative data was added by content analysis. Research indicates that: number 1, the sense of transformational leadership based on Buddha Dhamma for teachers, monks in Pariyata Dhamma schools, Dhamma Study Division in Sangha Regional Administration Area 1 in overall 6 aspects. Teachers' opinions were at a high level. Number 2, transformational leadership based on Buddha Dhamma for teaching monks in Pariyata Dhamma schools was developed. All 6 aspects are related with the 4 aspects for power, namely Chanda, Virya, Chitta, and Vimamsa, and organized activities to promote leadership development and change according to the Buddhist principle. Continue the thirst of transformational leadership based on Buddha Dhamma for teacher monks in Pariyata Dhamma School, Dhamma Study Division in Sangha Regional Administration Area 1 was proposed by promoting transformational leadership of the monks to teach the Dhamma, and has 6 aspects. Number 1, teaching ethics, or having the theological influence. Number 2, inspiration. Number 3, taking into account the individuality. Number 4, interaction, stimulation. Number 5, generational reward. Number 6, sharing and organizes activity to promote the development of transformational leadership according to the 4 aspects of power, namely Chanta, Virya, Chitta, and Vimamsa. For example, activity for developing methods or influence, etc. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next,
Let us welcome Thanabudin Ratanavichai to discuss a model of conflict management in personnel administration based on Buddhism in schools under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area, Bangkok.
Respect, sir, madam, and my best friends. I am Thanabudin Ratanavichai, PhD candidate in Buddhist Education Administration, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. Today, I am here to talk to you about a model of conflict management in personal administration based on Buddhism in schools under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area, Bangkok. I would like to introduce our teams. I am an author. My co-authors are number one, Associate Professor Dr. Inthasiwan. Number two, Assistant Professor Dr. Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya. Number three, Assistant Professor Dr. พระครูวิรุณสุทธคุณอุตตมศักดิ์ Research objectives. Number one, to study the condition of conflict management in personnel administration in educational institutions. Number two, to developing a model by interviewing 10 key informants with a semi-structured interview. Number three, to propose a model of conflict management in personal administration based on Buddhism in schools under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area, Bangkok. Research methods. Research was uses and there were three research steps. Step one was to study the conditions of conflict management in personal administration in educational institutions. Step two, developing a model by interviewing 10 key informants with a semi-structured interview. The third step was to propose a model using a focus group discussion of each expert, and the were analyzed by content analysis. Results of study shows that a model of conflict management in personal administration based on Buddhism in school under Office of Secondary Educational Service Area, Bangkok consists of 1. Principles, 2. Objectives, 3. Operation system, and 4. Administrative process, which were 1. Personal administrations of conflict management in 5 areas: manpower planning, nomination and appointment, performance enhancements, discrete line preservation, designation from government service. Number 2, conflict management in personal administration based on Buddhist principles, which is the 4 noble truths which are suitable principles for conflicts in personal administration in educational institutions, consisting of 1. Dukkha, problem, determination, 2. Samudaya, analysis of the root cause of the problem, 3. Nirodha, setting goals, 4. Magga, determining the solution to the problems. Thank you for your attention.
Next, let us welcome our session chair is an assistant professor, Department of ECE, Swami Keshvanand Institute of Technology, Maintenance and Gramathan, Rajasthan, India. Let us welcome our session chair, Harshal Nigam.
Hello everyone, I'm Harshal Nigam, working as Assistant Professor in Electronics and Communication Department, SKIT College, Jaipur, Rajasthan, India. Thank you to all the organizers of the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research, ICMCER 2021, for inviting me as a session chair for your event. I'm also thankful to IFERP for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this conference. It is very good that such type of conferences are being held which serve as a platform for exchange of useful researches and also gives an opportunity to young researchers for showcasing their work. I have gone through the different videos by various researchers and I am very happy to see that such good researches are going on in different parts of the world that will benefit the society and help the researchers to make a good research career. Now, without wasting much time, let us come to the feedbacks of the different papers that I have reviewed. So let us see each and every paper one by one.
To the first paper titled Tourist Behaviors and Tourism Management Guidelines for Khmer Civilization Tourist Attractions in Buriram Province. The analysis was good. The tourist analysis and the way they visit the different places, the whole analysis was good. But I think there are some points from my side. The abstract was too long and can be shortened, and you were just merely reading the presentation. So you can include some photos, animations in the mid of presentation also, and not only in a single slide. That will make it more attractive, and the audience will be more interested in this particular topic. The conclusion is not there. What do we conclude from tabular results, and what is the need to study this tourist behavior? So I think these points can be included in your presentation. Coming to the next paper titled A Model to Promote Family Happiness Among the People of Chiang Mai Province by the Application of Good Household Life. It was a very good topic as nowadays there is a lack of happiness among the families. The virtues of Gharwasa Dhamma could be explained more broadly and how it helps to get a good family life. That can also be more easily presented with the help of animations. Also, is there any same kind of research going on in this particular topic? The references to that particular research can also be used. Next, coming to the next paper titled The Culture of Wearing Chador and Iranic Islamic Revolution Affecting Thai Society in Today's World. So it was a very nice presentation. You can give some references of the data books and the research papers that you have written in the methodology of the research. Also, please focus on the conclusion of research. Results will be more presentable if shown in tabular form. So these are some feedback from my side that can be used to improve your presentation to a more good level. Next, coming to the next paper titled A Construction of Futsal Skill Test for Undergraduate Students of Rajmangala University of Technology, Thailand, Thailand. Nowadays, the physical activities are very much required to be active and fit. A very good analysis of the data by the different tests has been done in this particular presentation. The test to be carried out was between different males and females, but I think the test can be carried in the males and females of the same age groups so that we can get a more considerable data. Also, any reason for the difference in results between the male and females can also be a part of your presentation, and you can explain that why these things or why this type of behavior is being observed. Next, coming to the next paper titled Study Factor According to the Effect of Violence in Family. I think in this particular video which I have seen, there was no presentation. There was only a speaker which was speaking. So I please suggest you to please include your presentation, and that can include your research methodologies, your data analysis, some pictures, some models, references, and conclusions. So please include a presentation so that will target the audience more towards your paper, and they'll be more interested to listen to you. Next, coming to the next paper titled Skill for Social Teaching on 21st Century by Problem-Based Learning of Buddhist Monks in MCU University. This paper is again, I think, from the same author, and there was no presentation slides in this particular video. The author was just only speaking like that. But I think please include your presentation, I again say, so that the audience is more attracted towards your talk. The topics are good. The social teachings and the different previous topics, they were also good. But please include your presentation so that I can also review the same. Now coming to the next paper titled The Sentiment of Customers in Thai Life Insurance Using Structural Equation Modeling. The paper was very good presented. The tabular results and the model were very well explained. Some more focus on SCRM needs to be included in your presentation. And I observed that at sometimes you are just might reading your presentation. So this is, I think this cannot target the audience for a good presentation. So you can just include some photos or animations, and just you can remove some of the theory part so that it can be made a whole presentable. Don't include very old references as you have done for the year 1995, because that I think that is a very outdated research. So just include your references within 10 years. Coming to the next paper titled A Model of Teaching Management Empowerment Process of Teachers in Pre-Periathema School, Paddy Division. I think the title conclusion which you have included in the slides is not correct, because in the conclusion title only you are giving the model of your research. That is not the way. First you have to give the model of your research, and based on that you have to just bring a short conclusion at the end, which can be just one single slide and which is showing the outcomes drawn from the model of your research. And I think that is that thing is missing in your video. And although you have also said that something model you are being developed and some model is being proposed, so please explain them separately, that which models are you developing and which models are you proposing for this particular topic. Coming to the next paper titled Development of Online Teaching Management Model in Schools under Office Secondary Educational Service Area. This is a very good topic as it is related to the current scenario of online teaching, because we are all facing a situation of pandemic and online teaching is nowadays very much preferable. So I think this is a very good topic, but there are some feedbacks. I think there's no conclusion of your research work that is included in the presentation. The model you are talking about lacks some explanation. So I think it can be more elaborately modeled, and it can be explained more precisely. All results will be properly formatted in the slides. So there are some formatting problems also in the slides. I think the written matter is not justified properly. So thus you can improve that, and it will improve your way of presentation. Coming to the next topic titled Strategy of Online Teaching Management in Schools under Office of Secondary Education Service Area. Now again, this topic is related to online teaching, and I'm very happy that much research papers are related to the online teaching, and it will really help the entire world to follow this process of online teaching. Now I appreciate the research works that is going on in this field. Again, the conclusion related to this paper, it cannot be told before the model. Otherwise, how can we conclude our researches on the model? Because I observed that first there was a conclusion, and after that some model was explained. So please take your conclusion at the last of your slide. Please show complete model in a single frame. Don't keep it moving. Your presentation was moving like a movie. So please keep your model at one time, the full model at a present on the screen, and it should not be moving because it will not draw a proper attention of the audience. If you see the full model at the same screen at the same instant, then I think it will be more effective to explain that particular model. So these are some presentation hacks that you can improve, and these are good topics related to online teaching and really appreciate. Coming to the next paper titled Development of English Communication Skills in English Conversation Course for Nursing Students by the application of the blended learning approach. The presentation was very nicely explained, and the findings also were very good, and it's a very good topic related to the English communication skills. I think the findings can be explained well in tabular form instead of just writing in the form of a paragraph. So that will make your findings more presentable, and it can be observed also very easily. So I think so as to make it more presentable, you can just include your findings in a tabular form, and you can include just some animations, and you can include some movie videos to make it just more presentable. But the topic is good, and the presentation also was very nicely explained. Coming to the next paper titled Model of Learning Management based on the threefold training of child development centers under local administrative organization. It was a good presentation, but I was observed that at some of the times you are just reading the contents from the slides. So I think that is not a proper thing, because it is while you are presenting something, so you have to give your own ideas and views instead of just reading out from the slides. More figures and animations can be included, and the research work is lagging the conclusion drawn from the work. So conclusion is very important whenever you are conducting any research. So at the end you have to put some conclusions so that we can draw what are the inference results, what are the research results, and any more person, if he is interested in your research, then from the conclusions he can conclude his work or he can carry out his future researches. Coming to the next paper titled The Guidelines for the Development of Desirable Student Characteristics According to the Navalok Framework of Buddhya Panya Sri Thavarwadi Buddhist College. That was a good presentation, but I think the presentations was slides was not justified properly. So please justify your format in a single pattern. The format should be kept during the entire presentation. The text format should be same, and you can also find any related research on the related topic that is being going on, and you can put it as a reference. So this will help the audience to relate it with the current research that is being going on. Coming to the next paper titled Course Management Based on Outcome Based Education OBE of Learning by Working in Real Conditions. It was also a very good topic, I think, because nowadays the work in the education sector also has become outcome based as in corporates. So the focus is merely on outcomes that is derived from the students after teaching. So whatever work we are doing in the education sector, that should all be education based, whether it is teaching or whether it is related to anything else. So that should all be outcome based. The presentation was good, but I think it lacks the conclusion of the above work, and any references of the similar researches going on can also be included, because this outcome based model of the education sector will be applied, I think, in all over the world, and it is also good because whatever work you are doing, and if you are happy to see the outcome, it will be very good. So the topic is good. Please include some related references and some conclusions that you can include in your presentation. Coming to the next paper titled The Development of Souvenir from Yangon Woven Fabric and Local Materials as Model for Community Product. The presentation was good, the animations were good, the background of the presentation was good, and it was also very well explained. Please correct some spellings in your presentation. In between, I think there was corrections in the spellings. The slides can be more presentable if shown in bullet point types instead of a single paragraph, because I've seen that most of the time we have written the text in a single paragraph. So you can use some bullet points, so it will be more presentable and audience will be more targeted. Also, I think some references can be included at the end related to any similar research which is going on in this. It was a good presentation, the background was good, and the way of presentation was so. So this is my reviews and feedbacks related to the different papers that I was given to review. All researches were very good. Research topics were good. Presenters were also good. There are some things, minor things that I've observed that I've told you in my feedbacks, so that you can use to improve your presentation and take it to a much higher level in your research career. So all the best to all of you, and for your good research careers and for your good research. So this was all from my side. Thank you.
That's for our first day. Congratulations, everyone. I heartily thank all the delegates and participants who have contributed to our first day conference success. Thank you all for participating in our day one conference. Stay with us for our day two conference. You have a great day, everyone.